What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday/Sunday stream, the YCS weekend. Hope everybody is as hyped as I am. How's everybody doing? Dude, the scatters are crazy. How is there so many? Dweeb, thank you for the 3 months. C. Sternsy, thank you for the first time subscription. Thank you so much. And Schwamp, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome. How are you? I'm doing great. How are you? I want to apologize again for skipping the remote duel stream on Thursday. It wasn't my fault, I promise. My freaking internet wasn't working. I felt so bad. I felt so bad for having to cancel on the people that I selected people for the freaking remote duel stream, and then I had to cancel. Mountain Man, thank you for the 9 months. What are the chances there's a really sick meta call for this week? I mean, I feel like it's kind of 50-50. Fox Strikes, thank you for the 7. I'm really 50-50 on what we're gonna see this weekend, because on the one hand, like, we have Fire King Snake Eye, which is still very, very good and probably the best deck. Scrub, thank you for the 2 years. I am a real streamer, I promise. On the one hand, we have Fire King Snake Eye, which is still really, really good. Okay, I'm gonna turn off alerts real quick because I want to talk. I appreciate you though. Give me 1 second. I believe we're gonna see a lot of Fire King Snake Eye. On the other hand, I do think that this environment without like Omni negates for most of the decks does create an environment where you can come up with something crazy, I feel like. And that is more what I'm inclined to like, or what I'm interested to find out this weekend is like, even if we're gonna see a lot of Fire King Snake Eye, you know, how are people gonna build Fire King Snake Eye? Because that might be something that could tell us a lot about the future of the game. Like, are we gonna see board breakers back in the game now? No matter in which deck, you know, maybe it's gonna be a Fire King Snake Eye deck with a lot of board breakers. Maybe it's gonna be something else with a lot of board breakers. But that sort of strategy, you know, are we gonna see people apply those strategies, and or are people still going to sit on like a million hand traps and all that kind of stuff, right? That's what I'm looking forward to. Legacy of Destruction is not legal yet. No, that comes out next week, but the new ban list obviously is in effect. Watching an event knowing I won't be seeing summon limits makes me feel things. Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing I'm pretty positive about, is that we're not going to see as many floodgates. We might still see some, you know, we still got skill drain, we still got some other thingies, but I mean, we can make predictions. Like, do we think we're going to see a Colossus on stream? Do you think we're going to see a Protoss on stream? I think we will see a lot of Protoss. Really? I mean, I don't have a sheet prepared of stuff to predict, but we can make some predictions. We can have, what do you say? We make some predictions of like whether certain things are gonna happen or not together. Well, yeah. YCS bingo? Yeah, we can make a YCS bingo. Hold up. X Canver, thank you for the 11. Hidrisu Alpha, thank you for the 9. Un Ego Brett, thank you for the 6, and honestly, thank you for the 11. Appreciate you guys. What decks did you prepare for next week's remote stream? So what I can tell you is that on the last stream, what I was gonna do is I was gonna play a blind second deck for the entire day, just to see if that has some merit now with the new ban list, right? Like, it was gonna be something like, you know, I tried going second for an entire day and here's how it went, sort of deal, right? That's what I wanted to do. But obviously that didn't work. But we might do the same thing for next week, but obviously depending on if something crazy happens at this YCS, We might want to try that. I don't know yet, but we'll see. Free bingo creator. Okay. Hold up. Okay, so what do we think is like a okay, Protoss on stream. And then maybe we put like Colossus on stream here. What else do we have? We could do blind second. I mean, honestly, I don't have to put on stream on every single tile, right? That's kind of dumb. Let's just do Protoss summoned, Colossus summoned, blind second. What else? What got off the ban list? Orcust, Harp, Horror. Effect activated or something, or just like on stream. Yeah. Kirin. Yeah, Kirin. Where do we put Kirin? I don't want to put all of the new ban list ones in the same row or column. Let's just put like Kirin here. Kirin. Terror top. Third malicious hits the field. Pure Sky Striker. And we put let's do a Sky Striker engine here. Like that. Like that, like that. Okay, what else? Billy breaks saying a card is his favorite. That's funny. That's funny. Let's do that. Billy has a favorite card. That's almost the free slot in the center, to be fair. That is pretty much the free one in the middle, but okay. Gimmick puppet lock, yeah, because nothing happened about that. Gimmick puppet lock. Branded passes to Ash. That could also be the free spot, but sure. Branded passes to Ash. Ooh, we got Pearly. Yeah. Pearly. Yeah, Pearly. Well, like, I mean, surely there's going to be a Pearly feature match, but should we do like a Pearly with double Delicious as material? That makes more sense. Right, because Delicious is the one that went to 2. So let's do that. Runic stun? Sure. Let's do a runic stun. Here. Runic stun. 3 engages in 1 turn. That is very hard though. That is very unlikely. Engage, draw, engage. Engage, draw, engage is also very, very unlikely. Streamer feature? Okay, sure. Streamer feature. Streamer / YugiTuber. YugiTuber. Okay. One of like, oh, that's funny. One of anti-spell. Oh god, okay. Chicken game? Oh, chicken game, true. I mean, we could, I guess for completion's sake, we should also include title. Even though title, I don't think is gonna, like, title is very unlikely. This column with Kirin and title is very, very hard. If if we keep it like this. Although, like, the Billy has a favorite card is a freeze one, so they only need 4. Armageddon Knight, I guess for completion's sake, let's include Armageddon Knight. Let's include Armageddon Knight here. Is that how you spell Armageddon? I don't even know. I think so. Rock Endboard? I mean... Nib token Endboard. Instant dimension shifter. You can shuffle. Oh, can I shuffle them around? Oh, shuffle items only within their column. Yeah, we can do that later. When you generate, it shuffles. Oh, I see. Okay. I like Paleo. Dude, Paleo is not gonna happen. What we could do a Needlebug's Nest. Resolve VODs. Ooh, VODs. Do you think anyone plays VODs right now? Okay, VODs. Anima. Suck. And one more. Should we do Needlebug Nest? I'm seeing Needlebug Nest. I'm seeing Engage into Engage. Ubel. Pure Snake Eye. I mean, Pure Snake Eye. There's surely going to be people that still try Pure Snake Eye. So, Talents take Appaloosa. Okay, that's a good one. Talents take Appaloosa. That also is most likely going to happen, but they don't all have to be super hard, right? Okay, that's fine. And then I, what, generate? Okay. It has been shuffled. So what do I do now? Share? So what happens if I just share it? Oops. Copy. Can you guys get your own? I've put the link in chat. Also, the thing should already be live, no? Oh, there it is. Hold up.
Championship qualifier tournament happening in Austin, and finally the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Top Cut game map.
We do get our own? Okay, nice. So everyone has their own shuffled bingo card now? Phenomenal.
Cool custom cards. So it is just really neat to see.
Let me quickly see what they are doing for the introduction.
It's not just those duelists that are going to be here. We're also going to be featuring a number of bounty duels. Is that right, Asal?
Yeah, absolutely. Those aren't the only prizes players have to look out for. If you place against any of these bounty duelists that are
2 times speed? Dude, it's live.
They are actually going to be able to beat you and collect an entire...
How? It says live!
You take those packs for yourselves. And these are some interesting names here, you can't really tell, but those are all reminiscent of some classic characters from the show. Just like the Legacy Destruction, you have the Wheelers, the Taylors, the Solomons, the Gardners, all reminiscent of some favorite characters from the show.
Some really just exceptional anime appreciation. Legacy of Destruction is obviously a very exciting set, but just like Billy said, we're going to find out what cards reign supreme in this tournament. Because again,
what is this? I feel like the music's way too loud. That's what we get. That's what we get for traveling in time, guys. We get punished.
Go ahead and kick off this tournament with our first match. So we'll see you soon.
Oh my god. They need to work on that sound mixing. Is that Pac? I'm not sure. I think so, right? No, he has a stash. Oh, I wasn't able to see that because the guy was sitting in front of him. Not Pac? Okay, I thought it was Pac because the hoodie kind of has the color of the Goo and Boza hoodie. All right, good. So obviously they're not starting with the feature match yet. We're gonna see as soon as that happens. Rare Josh +1, dude. The guy literally looks a little bit like Pack. What are you saying? Like, don't be silly. I thought it was Pack at first glance, and it's not the highest quality image. So, what's the link for the bingo? Here you go. How many players? I don't know. I don't know if they said it. At least during the time that we listened, I didn't hear them say how many people attended. Dude, I thought for a moment, my ass thought this shirt said Runic. For a brief moment, I thought this shirt said Runic. Maybe that was just wishful thinking, though. Brain rot, yeah. All right. All right. Let me check out my bingo card. What did we have here? Where are the really hard ones? The title is in the bottom right corner. That's okay, I suppose. So, I mean, this bottom row is just never gonna happen. There's no way we're gonna see VODs, Blind Second, Runic Stun, Kirin, and title. That's just not gonna happen. This is just not happening. This one seems likely. The Talent Stake, Apo, Pearly with Double Delicious, Free, Anima Suck, and Armageddon Knight. That seems doable. Third Malicious, Orcust Harp Horror, Pure Sky Striker, and Runic Stun. That could happen. Yeah, we've got some possible options. We got some possible options. Would be lucky if we even see one at the bottom. I mean, Blind Second and Runic Stun, I think we could see. Realistically. VODs, Kirin, and title, I'm not sure. I am not sure. Did we specify which Kirin? I mean, obviously the Magispector. Do you need to click play online? I mean, I cannot actually click the things yet. So what do I do? Play? What? Eh? How does this work? Click the URL. Oh, okay, so this is mine now. Okay. Okay. Don't leak the link. Dude, it's not that serious. It's not that deep. It's no problem. Untitled bingo, yes. You don't need to try hard it. Like, anyone can have the link. It's not that big of a deal. What is Chicken Game? Chicken Game is a Yu-Gi-Oh card, and if it appears on the stream, we mark the thing. That's how it works. Draft? Do we have time for a draft? Can you swap title to someone messing up their combo and passing on nothing? I don't want to change it now. I'm just happy it worked. The whole create the link and all that. I'll just leave it like this. But in your head, it can be that. I'll allow you to check off title if that happens. Wait, someone just marked something. Wait, you guys can mark this now? Do we all share the same link? I guess that's not that big of a problem. But can y'all mess with this? Is anyone on this page right now? Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Maybe it might actually be a problem, you know? Hey, we got bingo, though. We got bingo. Oh, God. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was gonna happen. I thought everyone would get their own sheet. Well, it is what it is. It's fine. I'll just keep track of it myself. We have our own. Okay, so why are you guys messing with my sheet now? If you use my URL, you get the same exact sheet. I see. Okay. Okay. I'll just use this scene for it then. Right? And then you can't see the URL at the top, and well, you can see it here. I'll just make a new one. Like how do I make a new one? Ah, okay, like this. Okay, then I'll have my own. Okay, joke's on you. I'll probably leak it at some point throughout the stream anyways, so it's kind of pointless, but it is what it is. Told you, yeah, you were right. I hate to admit it, but you were right. Tolarion, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Also, NYC Pedro, thank you for the prime. And Exodus, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the first time primes, everybody. Thank you for the support. Sherox, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. I can also I can turn alert sounds back on now. Surely that's not gonna go any wrong or anything like that. Okay. Should we do a draft? The round has started, by the way. As you can see, I think they are playing, but that means like the feature. That doesn't mean anything for the feature match. That could still be a couple minutes away. It's kind of unpredictable when the feature matches are gonna start. For Top Cut, dude, they are literally stream sniping. Okay, they are literally stream sniping. Okay.
Take a players first here. We've got Justin, who is from Georgia. His favorite card is Firewing Pegasus. Great choice.
Wow, that's a throwback.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll be dueling today against Jalon from Jacksonville. Looks like he's also from North Carolina. And his favorite card is another throwback, Silent Magician.
Dude, they paid him to say Silent Magician. They paid him to say Silent Magician because of Infinite Forbidden and Legacy of Destruction. Dude, what is this camera angle? What is happening?
Enhance their ability when that was released not too long ago, but having the backdoor of going into Plump is an additional way to put.
Chat, how do you want the volume? How high should the commentary volume be to not be confusing while I talk?
First. Not that it necessarily needed it per se.
Like this or lower?
It also gives it just an additional Pearly quick play. And when you start to limit sleepy memories,
lower?
Obviously
Okay.
Delicious Memory down to 1, it just reduces the likelihood of Pearly revealing a quick play off the top of your
I don't want to outright mute them because I do want to listen to them sometimes.
Quick play for one of the discards later in the turn. So any of those incremental changes that boost it, whether it's 2, 3, 4 percentage points.
B Cappuccino, thank you for the 3 months. Scale, thank you for the prime. Man Beer Pig, thank you for the 16 months. And Razor, thank you for the 9 months. And Mark and Cheese, thank you for the prime. A bit louder.
With the Delicious Memory boosting up the attack, it just becomes unmanageable. How are you going to clear that
The
monster?
alerts are loud.
Right. With those 2 memories in the deck,
I can turn them down a little bit.
That we're going to see these big giant pearly monsters.
Yeah, speaking of that, the deck can occasionally have a difficult time putting 8,000 damage, at least all in one turn, when Delicious Memory is limited to 1. But with the second copy of Delicious Memory, if you use the Delicious Memory on your turn to go into Plump, which then goes into Ex-Pearly Noir, and you have the field spell, you can just equip the second Delicious Memory on the opponent's end phase, and the next thing you know, your opponent is looking at a 5,000-6,000 attack monster. So in terms of swiftly dealing 8,000 damage after establishing that opening field, that second Delicious Memory actually does a ton for the damage output of the strategy.
Oh yeah, dude, Plump is eating well this weekend in Noir too, but giant monsters are no stranger to the Sword Soul strategy, so it's not like they're just going to sit there and take it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When we look at the Sword Soul strategy,
so judging from what they're talking about,
a field of synchro monsters minus Barone now, as you mentioned earlier.
It seems like they are talking about Pearly and Sword Soul, so I wonder if that's the matchup we're getting. Also, there's a prediction running right now, where you guys can predict with your points on who's gonna win. I don't know who is on what deck. I don't know if they said it.
Supreme Sovereign.
It could already be Protoss time, yeah.
multiple draws, and really just rely on the Sword Soul Synchro monsters themselves.
It is true that Baron de Fleur was this card that's so incredibly powerful that it did warp your play lines, right? You wanted to play that so much, especially to be that 5th monster before, you know, Nibiru threatened itself to smash out on the field. But now that Sword Soul doesn't have that option, they do just get to play all the great cards they already have. And so it's going to be really exciting to see, again, what Justin here.
Who is Billy? Billy Break, one of the commentators.
Giant cards. You get to do those.
Not currently commentating this round.
The Sword Soul Supreme Sovereign Chain Ying is on the field. Well, it doesn't matter if those plumps are on the field. It's a giant monster.
Losing to Nib Turbo, let's go. Yeah, what does Sword Soul do against Nib now?
Sinister Sovereign Kishin Longwind.
Chi Shao pass?
If Long Yuan is on the field,
people are saying you have to go like Chao Feng lines, but isn't like the thing is you can make Chao Feng, but is that what does Chao Feng do again? Like it doesn't let your opponent activate light monsters. Is that really fine though? Like that does nothing against so many decks right now.
At YCS Raleigh.
Time to find out who gets to go first. Love
it is Sword Soul against Pearly.
In the extra deck there.
I'm afraid I might have to banish you guys again from the screen.
Going first and second.
I think we might need to do it this way.
The 10U component to it allows it to go second really easily. All of the 10U cards are fantastic. Plus, when you have access to extra deck cards like Boxia, going second it really isn't much
has
of
to
a
be
problem, unless of course EX Pearly Noir hits the field. And then in terms of Pearly with the second delicious
names are wrong. I mean, I'm not sure who was who in the thingy, but okay. On the bottom, we have Sword Soul going first, opening a Pot of Desires. There is an Ash Blossom.
I actually saw that.
I'm just gonna assume the names are correct and they were wrong in the pre-show, whatever it's called.
A little bit detrimental and also banishing.
Is the Pot of Desires being ashed?
Undesirable as well.
No, it wasn't ashed.
But, besides those two, you know, Pot of Desires has always been a staple in the Sword Soul strategy.
Well, speaking of staples, looks like we're gonna go.
I like ashing Desires. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do think ashing Desires is usually good, but
usually a good start.
All right.
Hope to see
but dude, no Protoss for you because we don't even have a Mogi. We don't have anything. Dude, that Dark Ruler is looking real silly right now.
Specifically the level 7s like
that Dark Ruler in your hand is looking real silly.
More than this, but that's simply just
you know what would have been interesting? I'm not sure if we did see it, but I wasn't paying attention to whether we saw the dice roll or not. Because Jaylon, is that how you say it? Jaylon? Jaylon's deck looks a lot like he might be going second with it, because there's a main deck Dark Ruler.
Yeah, so that's going to be pretty strong against, obviously.
All right, normal summons Pearly. That gets imperm. That makes a lot of sense because you cannot imperm. This is one reason, by the way, why I don't like activating the field spell before normal summoning. Because the field spell doesn't protect. The Pearly field spell does not protect your normal summoned monsters from targeting. So there's no reason to activate it before normal summoning. And you even gave your opponent a reason to imperm the normal summon. Like, you should have just normal summoned it, because I don't think you imperm normal summon Pearly if there's no field spell. But because you know that you cannot imperm anything else, you do imperm the Pearly. Sword Soul did not open a play, yeah. Sword Soul did not open a play. Maybe it is better if I turn off the commentary for this. Maybe we'll just have some background music. That feels less chaotic. Okay, that's a good blackout at least. But I mean, you can definitely still get Zeused. I think the cards left in hand are Chalice and Ash Blossom. Chalice and Ash Blossom in hand, so we're gonna have some backup, and we already know that Justin didn't have a play last turn, so it's gonna be very unlikely for him to be able to play around Chalice and Ash next turn suddenly. I do think I saw another Imperm in hand, which is interesting. He drew 2 Imperm and decided to only set 1. Which could, I mean, now that could come in handy, because if Jalen is going to make a 4 material Zeus, which is what it's looking like, you can imperm that from hand, which is good. And then we still need to top deck a way to deal with Chalice though. Like even if it's top deck Tai, like you guys are saying, that does not get him out of it yet. All right, Downerd, summon number 4, does decide to commit into Nibiru. There's like, I feel like you should at least stop for a second here and think about, you know, should I be respecting Nibiru here? Because I do think when your opponent just bricks like that, it's very likely that a card like Nibiru is in their hand. He decides to go for the 5th summon here and does not get Nibiru. Oh, their Protoss is in hand. I saw the Protoss. He bricked on Protoss. That's very funny. Okay, Imperm on the Zeus. But we need a play now. Ashina. Okay. Well, Ashina is just going to lose to Ash, as it's in the name. So we're going to make Monk. Last card in hand is Protoss. No, there's 2 cards. There was a spell card in hand. Ashina effect. We're going to use the Ash Blossom. We have Adhara in the graveyard. Well, we have talents. Draw a monster and another monster. Didn't see which ones. Moyi and Worm? He drew Moyi and Worm. Well, he had Protoss already. Oh, but Chalice. What was that? What was that he revealed? Another Adhara? Well, that's gonna be able to make Protoss though, right? Well, actually, we have 1 Earth in the graveyard. Yeah, you have to go link off the Ashina. No, you have to link off these 2 into Shaman. Shaman only locks you from the extra deck, right? Shaman doesn't lock you out of Protoss, does it? Yeah, okay. Dude, Protoss on stream, literally first game of the first feature match. There it is. Oh, you banished from field. Okay. Doesn't play a Link 3, I suppose. Protoss Call Light. Dude, that's so good against Pearly, because it also eliminates so many of their... like, Protoss Call Light, normally not very good against most meta decks. Against Pearly, though, that is good. Well, get Protoss, fool. Dark Ruler, that doesn't do anything. We've taken over 4,000. We only have a Dark Ruler. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it. Protoss. Welcome back, Protoss. Oh my god. In all fairness, though, guys, let's calm down for a second and think about what Protoss did there. Literally, Protoss only came down to pop the Zeus and then attack. That's only what it did. It didn't do anything else. Like, that could have been a freaking, like, Blackluster Soldier if he had a light and a dark in the graveyard. That was going to be the same thing in that situation, right? It wasn't that... It wasn't like the floodgate portion that actually won the game. But the fact that it can do everything, like, it can also do that, it was still pretty good. Blackluster can't attack if he pops? No, that's... you're thinking of Chaos Sorcerer. I mean, if anything, the card that saved him there was the Talents, no? Like, that was the one way he was going to be able to top deck out of it. Because, like I said, he didn't have a play turn 1. So how does he play around Chalice and Ash with 1 top deck? And it's like, well, the answer is obviously he needs to top deck a play and have Talents. That's what got him there, right? Why main Dark Ruler in Pearly? Well, the concept behind playing board breakers in Pearly is actually quite sound, because the idea is that when you go first, which is when those cards are going to be dead in your hand, your deck plays like infinite cards that want to discard, so it's not that big of a deal, right? You just like pitch the Dark Ruler, and you get to main deck those powerful cards for when you go second, right? That's the idea behind it. On another note, I do agree with you. Dark Ruler in this format specifically, I don't feel like makes that much sense, because you turn off your own happiness OTK lines on top of, like, the main use case for Dark Ruler is when your opponent has Omni Negates, right? That's the one situation where the card is really, really good because you get around your opponent's negations. Right now, I would be more inclined to play like other board breakers than Dark Ruler. It is good against Voiceless Voice because that's the one deck that still makes Omni Negate, right? But I don't know if that's your reasoning, right? I don't know if that's like, hey, I want to main deck this card just for Voiceless Voice. I don't think that's that great. Flopay, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Also, 360 Smite, thank you for the 22 months. That's a very long time. I appreciate that. We have only Protoss. I mean, you say only. Oh, wait, I need to go into this to not leak thing. Protoss Summit. Yeah. That's all we had. Sword Soul won game 1. And now we're going to get to see something that I find interesting, and that is whether Jalen wants to go first or second with his Pearly deck. Because that's something I wasn't sure in game 1, because he did go second, but I don't think we saw the dice roll. Maybe we did and I just missed it. But looking at his main deck choices in like Chalice and Dark Ruler and all that, I think he might be going second. Going second into Protoss sounds bad. Yeah, I mean, here he might not want to do it. Yeah. What's the turn 1 board for Pearly in the TCG right now? Ooh, that was very awkward. I mean, you still try to do the same old thing, right? You try. Ooh, what kind of trap? What trap is that? That leap? No, that's strike. Is it? Or Black Goat? What was that? It wasn't D-Barrier. Well, anyways. Pearl Lily is summoned. That is a prime imperm target, as I can see in Justin's hand. Justin's hand looks solid. We've got a Moyi, we've got an Ecclesia, which can special summon itself. We've got... We're not imperming Pearl Lily. The hand trap usage is interesting so far, to say the least. A Pearl Lily that's been summoned by Sleepy Memory, meaning that you can easily rank up into the Black Cat, into E Pearly Noir, is interesting. I mean, that's what you get, right? Now there's the field spell. You've just let them literally not imperming the Pearl Lily, just gave him 2 cards for free. The My Friend and the Street, and now you can't imperm anything anyways. Dude, what is that trap card in Jalen's hand? I can't tell. I still haven't figured it out. And now you imperm it anyways. That is so sad. Oh, it was no. Justin's hand. I mean, that was easy to spot. I'm talking about the trap in Jalen's hand. I think it's Solemn Strike, but I can't tell. Maybe it is Black Goat Laughs. But then wouldn't you just discard that for your discard traps? It looked, there's no way it's evenly. He went first. That it has to be Solemn Strike. I saw another trap in the deck right now, and that looked very much like Solemn Strike. I think he's on Solemn, and that makes sense. I don't think it's Black Goat ever, because you would rather keep Ash in hand and discard the Black Goat laughs. It is, that's strike. That's a strike. Yeah. The secret rare is just looking kind of, because of the effect on it, like it's, yeah, but that was strike. So now, okay, the Pearl Lily is negated, so we can't just go into an easy thingy. But what did we hit with Pearl Lily? With Pearly? Did we miss? Oh, we missed. Just my friend. Okay, so SP pass. All right. SP pass with a Solemn Strike isn't that bad, to be honest. Strike plus SP plus follow-up isn't all too... It's not good, obviously. Ooh, Emergence. Okay, Ecclesia effect. Sword Soul should play through that. It really should. Oh, yeah. The question is, do we attack over the SP, basically giving them another turn? Or do we go greedy and think we can play into... Oh. Normal summon Moe. I mean, you know the card in hand is my friend Pearly, so as soon as the strike is being used, I don't know why we did that, to be honest. I'm not quite sure. You strike that. Dude, strike that. No, you strike the summon. Because if you strike the summon, then you don't even get to draw for the Moe. Just in case you didn't know, and they're not drawing for the Moe. Nice. Okay, they know that. Okay, good. I thought we might get like a feature match incident right away. But yeah, you strike the summon. And here, I mean, they're not gonna die, are they? They or are they dead? Wait, they paid 500 plus 15. They're on 6,000. Does one Longyan do 6,000? No, right? We get to add back Taya, but we have normal summoned, so that doesn't really do anything. What do we make here? Just sinister, dude? Dude, imagine if they could Baron here. Chengying. But Chengying does nothing. Unless I'm missing something, they have no way to... They have no way to trigger their own Chengying, do they? Dude, did you really just at me and ask why they didn't make Baron? There's two possible outcomes. Either you're unaware or you're a goddamn comedian. All right, SP returns. So the Sword Soul Sinister guy, can that negate or can that banish spell traps that are already face up on the field? When your opponent activates a spell trap or effect, you can ban... Yeah, you can. Okay, that would have cooked if you just do that on my friend. you just win, right? Unless they top deck, because you know the card in hand is another My Friend. No, actually, they can't even activate the My Friend then, because they pay 500, they go down to 11. Actually, no, they don't go down that low, because the thing has less attack than Chenging, but still. I mean, Yannick, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Dragon, thank you for the prime. And Aris, thank you for the prime as well. Nicholas Cage, Bunila Smile, thank you for the 3. Appreciate all the support, everybody. Hope you guys are looking forward to a fun weekend of YCS coverage. I'm going to be streaming for both days. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to stay for the entire day 1 today, but probably I'm planning on doing the full day 1 as well, but we'll see. I do think that this should now be a win for Pearly. Where's Taya? Taya was added to their hand with Adhara, which that play I agree with. That play I agreed with, because I think you would rather have a Taya in hand for follow-up than a Taya banished that returns to the field and then probably dies this turn. So I think that was good. So here we have Pretty Memory attached, so we can attach more cards from the opponent. Since we have another My Friend Pearly in hand, we can probably just send the My Friend Pearly to attach the Chenging. Is what I assume you do here. Oh no, we don't have another My Friend. Oh, we discarded that. My bad. Well, we have another street. You can send... Oh, wait. Now you get impermed. Oh, it was Dragon Cycle. Okay. Dave the Wave, thank you for the 7 months. You mean these two? I think Pearly is more likely to be able to compete. Honestly, I'm like Sword Soul. I'm not even sure if Sword Soul is better off after the ban list than before. Because on the one hand, Sword Soul losing Baron is a very big deal, even though it gets Protoss for it. On the other hand, one thing that I think is actually good for Sword Soul is that Omni Negates being gone from the opponent's board also makes it a lot better to play into boards with Sword Soul. Like the Sword Soul engine and tennies are actually really good into boards, and I think that is more relevant now than it was before the ban list. Because before the ban list, even with those cards, I don't think you were ever breaking a I don't think you were ever breaking a fireboard. Now, I think the way that Sword Soul can win going second against fire decks is just like throw their engine against their board, hope to bait all the stuff, and then go for a Protoss to pop all the fires and stop their comeback turn, right? And I think that's a realistic win condition for Sword Soul. Like, unironically, I think that is I think Sword Soul against fire going second with some board breakers, I think is winnable for you if you can like pull all of their interactions out and then summon Protoss. Anyways, we're seeing the good old draw one card in the opponent's standby phase, then rank up into a Noir to draw another card. This Noir, unless I'm miscounting, only has 4 materials, so it is not unaffected, but it is 2 shuffles that we have. We have 2 shuffles, we have SP Little Knight, and we have... oh, we're detaching 2. Did we even draw yet? Oh, we waited with it. Okay. We didn't rank up instant. Why? Yeah, it is. You guys are right. It is the main phase already. I was just caught yapping. Interesting. What would be the reason to not do that? Oh, because you have the negate from Pretty. I see. From Beauty. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. But we didn't use beauty effect. Dude, Vishuddha is so good here. Like, we actually were able to bait both of the spins without normal summoning. That's how good the tennies are at board breaking. But there's a Taya, we know that. We get cooked by Taya? I mean, do we? Because there is an SP Little Knight. So, we won't die, right? Because, they have to attack it first. But then, I guess, we are very low, so you could die to burn damage. I mean, they are back to 2100 because of the pretty memory last turn. So they won't die to one 1200 long yarn burn. Realistically, with the play they made last turn, honestly, they should have attacked over the SP last turn already. I didn't quite understand that. They are just discarding the Taya. Or, okay. So, but now if you make a Synchro 10, you cannot trigger the Long Yan, because otherwise your opponent's SP chains to it. Like, if you make Sinister, you can't activate Long Yan here. You just have to go battle phase. They activated it. Yeah, and now it's... So we are down to 900. We are down to 900, which means we cannot activate spell cards right now. Otherwise, we lose to the Sinister Burn. And the same is true if we just go for an inherent special summon. Like if we overlay into something. We also lose to that. And we also cannot activate my friend effect or the street effect in the end phase. One thing we can do... Noir is 1000. Is Noir 1000 or 11? That it starts out with. I think it's 11, right? Unfortunately. If it was 1000, we could double the monk and get our my friend effect in the damage step, which they wouldn't be able to negate or stop. But yeah, I think it's game. I can see their hand. It's, yeah, that was not executed properly, I'll tell you that much. But it's gonna be enough here. That was a very chaotic duel, but it was, I guess, I mean, I guess it wasn't like, it wasn't anything crazy. I think you guys are a little bit out of line calling him terrible for that. It wasn't ideal. I'm sure they're a little nervous being on a round one feature match, you know, like a lot of people are very nervous when it goes into the first round of the YCS. It wasn't that bad, you know. It was all right. Dark Ruler could have won. Oh yeah, Dark Ruler there would have been good. Did Protoss win game 1? Protoss did win game 1, yeah. Okay, a little bit shaky on the finish in game 2, but it was enough. I wonder, dude, where did Pearly's life points go there? We paid 500 for my friend. We paid 15 for strike. Then we got attacked for a little bit by the Chengying, which arguably shouldn't have been a Chengying, but okay. It worked out in the end. The Long Yan did its job too, yeah. Double Long Yan, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if there was a way around it. I'm not sure. But yeah. Can't the field spell attach pretty to X purely? What do you mean? Like the thing is, the way that this guy works, is that even if they proceed to the end phase and they attach, they try to attach with the field spell, that activates, and that can prompt the opponent to banish it and inflict 12. Resolve that before SP? What do you mean before SP? Do they not get to choose to resolve field spell before bringing back with SP? Oh, that's what you mean. That's what you mean. Yes. Yeah, that they can do that. Yeah, they can before returning with SP, you can activate the field spell to attach to your thing. And then, oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yes. I see what you're saying. Another point that you could make is that they didn't actually need to care that much about the tennies, right? Because I think what they were kind of tunnel visioning on is trying to get rid of the tenny portion of the cards, of the opponent's cards, right? When in reality, it was like the Noir was protected from targeting because it was summoned that turn with the trap card, right? And that means Vishuda can't bounce it. So he spent 4 materials on getting rid of the tenny portion when the Vishuda couldn't have bounced the Noir. I think what they were tunnel visioning towards was, hey, my Noir is affected because it only has 4 materials. It's not unaffected. It's not a tower, so I have to protect it. When in reality, he didn't actually need to protect it from that. Like, the Tenny Bounce couldn't have done anything. The Tenny Bounce could have only baited the SP Little Knight, which wasn't even that important in the end. And I think if you keep the 4 Noir materials for the Taya and the Longyan, I don't think the opponent can do anything meaningful, right? Probably afraid of bounce field spell. If they bounce the field spell, how are they going to target and get rid of the Noir afterwards? Like, why do you care if they bounce the field spell? In reality, you would much rather have 4 materials left on your Noir and have the field spell back in hand. I think they just kind of like overreacted to the tennies there. Because once you use the Vishuda, the field spell actually doesn't really matter anymore, right? The only thing that the field spell stops your opponent from doing is targeting with Vishuda. So if that's been used, you don't mind if the field spell is back in hand. But it's fine, it happens. Alright, Sword Soul defeats Hurley 2-0 in the first round, which I'm gonna be honest with you, is not what I would have expected. Did we pay out the prediction yet? We have, okay. Okay, Justin defeats Jalen with the Sword Soul strategy. And we unfortunately did not get to see the Pearly with double delicious as material. We didn't get that far. Unfortunate. But we did get to see Protoss being summoned. Hey, who missed Protoss? Roll despair. Okay. That was a relatively quick round 1. We do have a winner's interview, which we can tune into. Give me a second. We do have a winner's interview that we can tune into, and I wonder if they ask the same questions as always. But there's no way this is 1080p, is it? Okay. We can check out the winner's interview, and then because it was a relatively fast round, we can do a little draft again. We can do some drafting. Me against you guys. How does that sound? As we usually like to do. We can warm up and draft Top Cut only. Or you guys only want to draft Top Cut? I mean, I don't care either way. New cards? Oh yeah, right. We have a lot of new cards. Whenever there's downtime this weekend, We have a bunch of new cards to react to, so that's gonna be fun as well. And most of them I haven't read yet, so that's interesting. Like, I only saw what they are. Like, I've seen people post about like Memento support, Madolche support that's meant to be crazy, all that kind of stuff. Light and Darkness Dragon is an archetype now, which is Billy Break Memento, one of my favorite cards of all time. So yeah, we'll check all that out. New hand trap apparently, according to chat. Is it actually good? We'll see. All right, let's see what they're doing with this winners
we are
interview.
back with Justin, the winner of our duel, and I gotta say, what an incredible performance. You seem so calm. Is this your first time being up on the feature match stage?
My first time on the feature match, yes. YCS, no.
Okay. Does it feel different when you're up here?
It definitely does. I was nervous, I can't lie.
Okay. Well, you did great. Let me ask you, the Sword Soul play was beautiful. We got to see everything that was new about the deck with the Protoss and focusing a little bit more on the Sword Soul Synchro monsters. What is it that made you choose Sword Soul today?
Protoss pretty much. Like, the Baron hit hurt, but Protoss is
pretty
such
nice.
a unfair card.
Well, it is back, so they must have thought it was fair for a reason.
Yeah.
I got to say, though, with all the people out here on the tournament floor, right, we have over 1,700 players. Is there any deck that you're like, man, this Protoss is not going to be enough, that you're worried about facing?
Actually, the purely match, because all their exceeds can go in
That's a
different
Giga Chat thing to
so they
say.
can dodge it pretty
Yeah, that was my
well. So
worst
I was pretty
matchup
lucky
that I
to
just
win
2-0'd.
this one.
Well, you did great so far. Remember, there's plenty of rounds to go. So good luck in the rest of the tournament, man. It was great getting to see those duels. We'll be back soon because, again, we do have plenty of stuff. Let's throw it back to our desk first to hear from Joe first.
Dude, I will say, those were kind of the same questions that they always ask, right? Because they were like, you know, were you nervous on the feature match? You know, why did you pick your deck? And what deck are you afraid of? They kind of always ask these questions, but they did feel a little bit differently, right? You know, the way that he asked them, I don't know the name of the commentator. I think Pheromone. That felt better. That felt good. He seems like a good fit for those interviews. That was decent. You know, like it was the same. It was kind of the same questions, but not just like NPCing it down. Actually, like it did. It felt that was a decent one. I'm not complaining about that one. That was good. Because it was also Billy Break. Oh no, that's just the Legacy of Destruction one. I was hyped. I love seeing Billy. Okay. It was also more catered towards the deck that he was playing. You know, it wasn't like he did kind of specify, you know, some Sword Soul specific things in the interview, you know. Oh, we can watch the one thing we do before looking at new cards is I wanna hear the
cards that revisit that tear-jerking final
basically
duel.
I've heard that there's a very cool new deck called Tenpai Dragon, but I'm not quite sure if I need a Trident Dragon for it, and if I do, I'm not sure how to get it and what to do about it. So I wanna look at this video for some advice on what to do in the situation that I'm in, because I don't currently have a Trident Dragon, and I'm wondering if I need it and what to do about that.
Pass on to the afterlife.
So I wonder if this video has any answers for me.
The turning point of Yugi's duel against the Pharaoh was the revelation of which card Yugi had sealed away inside his gold sarcophagus. Similarly, this new theme revolves around the card Shining Sarcophagus, a continuous spell that holds a world of powerful monsters within it. These new monsters are based on the ones Yugi used to create his deck for dueling against the Pharaoh, like the Gadgets and the Silent series of monsters. It's all anchored by a brand new version of Gendora that's capable of ending the duel on the spot. You won't want to face off against this monster, so perhaps the best strategy is to just use it yourself. You can even get a head start on it if you win a special promotional copy of Silent Magician Zero at your local OTS Core Booster Premier event. If you want to add the cards Silent Swordsman and Silent Magician to your deck as well, you'll have another chance to get them when the 25th Anniversary Rarity Collection 2 launches in May.
I don't care about any of these. I just care about Tenpai.
Is Ragnarika, the Evil Seed, an unassuming level 1 plant monster that lays the roots for a brand new strategy that ties plants, insects, and reptiles together. Similar to the Tri-Brigade strategy that lets you employ powerful beasts, winged beasts, and beast warriors from outside of the theme, Ragnarika will let you do the same, as you gather the materials to link summon powerful monsters. Plants, insects, and reptiles tend to excel at recovering or manipulating cards in your graveyard or banishment. And the new Ragnarika strategy plays into these strengths.
Raika is so cool.
Take a look through the card database to see what
No,
sort
Raika
of
is,
plants, insects, and reptiles you might want to play
Raika itself
alongside
seems
these
cool.
new
I'm just
cards.
worried about like
And don't forget about
those
powerful
cards
spell and trap cards that
just
might work
fitting
with them
more
as
into
well.
like other archetypes. Oh, there it is. Tenpai Dragon. Yes, that's what I care about.
If 2 heads are better than 1,
2 heads.
then 3 heads must be even better than that. Try your luck in assembling a winning hand with this new Fire Dragon Synchro strategy. If you can pull it off successfully, you can inflict well over 30,000 damage in a single battle phase. And if you start off
That sounds
with the
very
Sun
good.
Summoning Field spell,
That
you
seems
can
like a
link
good
all
budget
your
deck.
preparations in main phase 1 without worrying about your
Are all the
opponent's
cards for it in the
activated
set?
effects dousing your Fire Dragon's flames. Now, to get the most damage possible out of this strategy, you'll need a copy of Trident Yugioh. So make sure to check your collection to see if you have one, and ask a friend if you don't.
I love that. I love that thing so much, dude. On my way to ask my
2
friends.
fusion-powered strategies.
All right, cool. All right, good. Luke Yagami, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you so much. All right, let us proceed to some new cards. Where is that? Hold up. New cards. I have no idea in which order these were revealed or anything. We're just gonna go with what I see is what I look at. And we'll see how much time we have until the next round. Maybe we can get all of them done before the next round. Maybe we won't. We'll see. Unhei's God, thank you for the Prime. Vanner TV, thank you for the gifts. Appreciate that. Fike, thank you for the Prime. And Zero Yui, thank you for the first time sub. Appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. Hope you're having a good time on the weekend so far. Hope we're going to have a good time watching the YCS together. Let's look at these new cards real quick. New Memento support. Now, quickly for myself, for context, Memento, it's been a while since I've read the cards, but they were all about like turboing a bunch of the dudes into the graveyard, right? To summon the big 5k dude, right? And then once they had that one, they had like a bunch of interesting interactions. Like some of them said like, hey, if you control the combined creation, you can like steal your opponent's monster or something like that. Those kind of things as like a quick play effect on the opponent's turn. Something like this, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Memento Sleepy. Or Mementotlan Mystical Sheep. So that is the Mystical Sheep retrain. Okay. The effect monster. Level 3 Earth Beast. You can only use the first, second, third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If a monster in your possession was destroyed by card effect this turn, quick effect, you could summon it from hand. If this card is normal or special summon, you can fusion summon a Memento fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material. If this card is destroyed by battle or effect, you can send a Memento card from deck to graveyard. Okay. Is this their only fusion monster that they're gonna get, or did they already have one? I forgot. I don't remember one. They have one. Oh, is that one in Legacy of Destruction? Yeah, okay. Oh, now I do remember. Okay. Yeah, I remember. So, Legacy of Destruction, they get the twin-headed Thunder Dragon one and the fusion spell card. Right. I forgot about those two. Okay. This card doesn't seem great right off the bat. It doesn't seem terrible either. It's just that it doesn't do anything on its own. Like, you need to be able to play already. To use the first effect, you need like multiple cards to make use of the fusion summon effect. And the third effect also requires you to be able to play already to have another card that destroys it. But it's not a terrible card. it's great. Is that really what they need? How easy is it to like just destroy this for Memento? They have enough starters. Okay, maybe, I mean, maybe that's not what they maybe that's just not what they need, right? Maybe they need more like extenders like this one. Potentially good. But it's not, I don't think it's crazy good, but it's fine, I suppose. The yeah, okay. And then we have Memento Mictlan Teku Tlika Combined Conqueror. Level 9 Earth. Ooh, that's an illusion. Okay. No, it's an illusion that can't be destroyed by battle. I hate that. Okay. You can only use... it needs 3 mementos. You can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn each. You cannot activate this card's name's first and second effect on the same chain. If this card is fusion summoned, you can send 3 memento cards from your deck and or extra deck to the graveyard. Okay, that sounds incredibly powerful. And probably is incredibly powerful. However, I would need some more context of what you send with this and what is like broken about this, right? Like what kind of graveyard effects they have. But I know they have some. I just forgot what exactly they have, but that is good. Quick effect, you can target the same number of memento cards you control and cards your opponent controls, destroy them. That is a good quick effect for memento. You can use it on your own turn. You can use it on your opponent's turn. You destroy your cards, which a lot of them have trigger effects, I think, in the graveyard or when destroyed. That is phenomenal. I now see why they made it so you can't use both in the same chain, because if you could do that, you could actually dodge, like if your opponent would imperm this, you could just dodge it by using the second effect. That's why they balanced it that way, which is probably a good idea. And then we have, you can banish this card from your graveyard, add 1 Memento Mictlan from your deck to your hand. Okay. Are all of them called Memento Mictlan? No, right? Because the Memento Mictlan are like not all of them. The field spell? Just the field spell. Okay. So it searches the field spell. Is the field spell good? I forgot. The field spell is really good, so whatever. Okay, it's good. Okay. No, this card is very strong. This card is very, very strong. Foolish 3, quick effect pop, and graveyard recursion that searches a good card. The thing that I don't know, is how good that makes the archetype. But that is always the question when you don't like. The thing is, I have never even tried making a memento deck, so I would I just have to guess here on whether that is enough or not. And in those, I don't like to guess like that, but those are good cards. It's decent now. I mean, it's probably at minimum decent. Whether it's better than that, you know, whether it's actually better remains to be seen. It can send itself. Yeah, if you play multiple of this, you can summon this and then send 3 memento cards, including another one from the extra deck, so it basically searches the field spell, right? Deck went from unplayable to meta relevant in 1 card. You think so? I'm not doubting it. I'm just saying. I'm just curious on whether you think this is enough. I mean, we'll see. I do think it is a very, very powerful card, and I would definitely not be surprised if this makes the deck good. But we'll see. I mean, let me quickly hold up. I think Memento Legacy of Destruction. Let me read the fusion spell real quick. The memento cards from Legacy of Destruction. Where are they? Memento. This is the fusion, and this is the fusion spell. We have Mementoland Twin Dragon. If this card is fusion summoned, you can destroy a memento monster in hand or field. If you do, add up to 2 mementos with different names from your deck to your hand. If this fusion summoned card is destroyed, special summon level 6 or lower memento from your grave. Oh, okay. That card, this makes the sheep a lot better. because this means that whenever you summon the sheep, if you have any other memento in your hand or field, you can just make the twin dragon and immediately pop off, because this can destroy itself, right? Yeah, it can destroy itself to add any 2 mementos and then also revive 1. That's context I was lacking for the sheep, because if you can make that fusion with any 2 mementos, that is very efficient. You know, that's very nice. Okay. And then we have Mementotlan fusion. Oh, that's also Mementotlan. You guys lied. You can also search this with the guy, right? Oh no, that's actually no. Actually, I lied. I lied, not you. It's missing the mic. Okay. Yeah, you guys were right. Yeah, I was nerdging when there was nothing to nerdge. My bad. During the main phase, fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from hand or field as material. If a monster in your possession was destroyed by card effect this turn, you can also use mementos in your graveyard as material by shuffling them into the deck. During the main phase, you can banish this card from the graveyard, destroy a monster you control. If you do, add a memento spell trap from your deck to your hand. You can only... That seems very good. That seems like a very solid fusion spell. Because, like, it works like a very normal fusion spell, but it has, like, crazy bonus effects. This summons Guardian Chimera? Well... Yes. It's a quick play, right, yeah. No, that's a very, very strong, that's a very strong card. Interesting. So, let me get this straight. In the first wave of memento support, they got like a lot of, let's call it, they got a lot of engine, right? They got a lot of starters, they got a lot of ways to play the game, but there was nothing really to achieve it with it. Like there was no real goal other than a 5k beat stick and maybe like you got a good 1 or 2 good interactions out of it, right? Like you didn't have a way to actually use those cards in a good way. And now with the fusions, we actually have payoff, right? We actually have... Actually, you could argue this one also isn't really an end goal, right? This one, you summon it and then it probably destroys itself to search more. So this is kind of like just like another step to the combo, but a good one. But the new level 9 fusion is kind of like a good payoff, right? And I say kind of because it doesn't really like, it's nothing crazy, but like quick effect pop is nice and on summon fuels more stuff. So you're probably gonna be able to, but what do you do? Like, what do you, you definitely summon the new level 9 fusion, right? For like a multitude of pops on the opponent's turn. Do you still rely on, you probably still make the 5k guy, right? You still summon the 5k guy and have like some of the older hand trap kind of effects, right? You still go for that. Yeah. Okay. So the deck kind of gets, it might get real with this, but it's still, in my eyes, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think it sounds like game breaking, like completely crazy, but I could definitely see it working. It's like 4 pops and a lot of follow-up. Yeah. The thing is though, like if you really think about it, that is interesting, but not like a guarantee that it's gonna be very strong, right? It sucks in the OCG. Brother, those cards aren't out yet. What is your point? Okay, that's Memento. Interesting. Interesting. Kind of looking for that. Did that already cause? Is it already too late? Well, if I go on Card Market right now and I type Memento, what am I gonna see? It's not that crazy. Combined creation. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not too late again, apparently. Bone Party is a card. It's like, yeah, okay. It's not cheap. It is not cheap, but it also isn't crazy yet. But it's been trending upwards, but okay. Hibana Yori, thank you for the 17 months. And Savyam, thank you for the 14. Appreciate you guys. These, I don't think these are any high rarity. Yeah, okay, anyways. What else did we have? New cards. We had various cards from the commercial. Okay, 3 as 1. During your opponent's end phase, if the combined number of cards they control and in their hand is greater than the combined number of cards you control and in your hand, special 3 normals from your grave. You can banish this card from your grave, then target 3 monsters you control with different names, set a spell trap. Okay. Ojama Pack Filler. We have... Oh, that's the Memento Fusion. Okay. Normal Trap card. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. Which one is that even? This one? You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. If your opponent controls a card, you can activate this card from your hand. When a card or effect is activated that includes an effect that adds a card from the deck to the hand, for the rest of this duel, after this card activated from the hand resolves, you cannot activate Dark, Water, and Fire monster effects. Also negate the activation. Then, if you have a trap in your graveyard, destroy that card. Wrong translation. The translation is wrong? Okay. What is the actual translation then? Overall note, effects are from a pixel crushed YouTube video, so please, on the side of caution, that these can't be 100% confirmed. Okay. I don't want to speculate on this effect, if it's actually, it might be mistranslated. Energy, thank you for the bits, and I'm glad it worked out for you. I am hyped to try decks with that engine, yeah. Well, I'll wait. Honestly, I'm sure we're gonna see soon enough what the thing is, but okay. Howl to the Stars with the new warrior support. Oh, this is Legacy of Destruction. Oh, right, dude, I missed so much because my internet wasn't working. We had the Legacy of Destruction influencer openings, the TCG exclusives, and I haven't seen them yet. Okay, Pyrite Knight, level 5 Earth Warrior, 2000 attack, 0 defense. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can target a warrior monster, earth or fire you control, except Pyrite Knight. Return it to the hand, and if you do special summon this card, then special summon a Pyrite token to your opponent's field and defense position. During the battle phase, quick effect, you can special summon a warrior monster from your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. I'm not sure what you would use that for. The ability to give your opponent tokens makes me a little scared of, you can do stuff with like in weird combos with like, what is it called? The guy that the Geonator Transverser or something like that. In reality, it's probably not going to be relevant. Vanquish Soul, I mean, you would never use that card in Vanquish Soul. War Rock support, I mean, I don't know much about War Rock, to be honest. I don't know enough about War Rock to think of this card. It's not a terrible card, but it doesn't strike me as particularly good either. It's Earth for Vanquish Soul. Yeah, do you know what's also Earth for Vanquish Soul? Every other good Earth monster in the game. Like this doesn't offer anything to Vanquish Soul. What's the point of this? You're gonna bounce this to you're gonna bounce a Raisin to your hand, and how do you get this to the graveyard in the first place? Like this is not it's not good for this deck. Not every single Earth monster is good in Vanquish Soul. You know, dodges Imperm. It's not a quick effect. The first one is not a quick effect. No, it does not dodge Imperm. Battle Guard Echoes. Continuous spell card. When this card is activated, you can add a level 5 Earth Warrior from your deck to your hand, then discard a card. Are there any crazy good targets for this? Any deck that appreciates that? I'm not sure. Right off the bat, I can't think of any level 5 Earth that are actually good. And don't say it searches Pyrite Knight. Even though it does set it up in the graveyard instantly, but sure. Once per turn, if a monster is returned from the field to the hand, even during the damage step, you can activate one of these effects, add a Battle Guard Rage or Battle Guard Howling from your deck to your hand, change a face-up monster on the field to face down defense position. Okay, now this story checks out. This is just Battle Guard support. It's not great Battle Guard support, but this is what you're trying to do together, right? Like if you're playing a Battle Guard deck, you can search Pyrite Knight with Battle Guard Echoes, immediately discard it, and that on its own will let you search one of these cards, Battle Guard Rage or Battle Guard Howling. Or you can like book a card. This is not great, but that's what these cards are here for. And in terms of power level, for TCG exclusives, they are pretty damn good. Let me tell you, if you created a custom format where you could only use TCG exclusives, these would maybe be okay. Because while usually TCG exclusives are kind of on the power level of like GOAT format, where they would arguably be playable in GOAT format, like, you know, these are at least like maybe in 2007 you would play these, right? So they're like way ahead of everything else in the TCG exclusive department. Anyways, double die. Activate one of these effects. If you control no monsters, special summon a level 4 warrior from your deck. Target a warrior monster you control. Special summon an earth warrior with an equal or lower level from your deck or graveyard. You can only activate one double die per turn. As a spell card, this card would be decent. However, it's a trap card. Summon Raisin. I mean, okay, that is not the. That still is too slow for Vanquish Soul. As a spell card, this card would be actually busted, not just decent, but yeah. It's weird because on the one hand, if this was a spell, it would be way too powerful, but because it is a trap card, it is essentially unplayable. So you can't really do a right or a wrong, you know? Like you can't really, you can't hit the sweet spot. You know, what is the sweet spot in this situation, right? It's kind of weird. Abusey Witch, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And Soulside Journey, thank you for the community gift sub. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Okay. Those are some, I think there should be more exclusives, no? How many exclusives do we have? How many do we get? We get the 7 Ashened plus the, is it only 10? It's more, isn't it? New cards. Okay, that looks like one. Overdose on terrifying new reptilian terrors. Burial, the Dragon Undertaker. And that's an ultra rare. Which means that makes me think this card is absolutely terrible. Because it reminds me, even the artwork, it gives me vibes. What was the ultra rare in the last set that was so bad? The... Level 10 Dark Illusion, 3000 attack. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. During the main phase, if a monster your opponent controls is sent to the graveyard, you can activate the following effect based on where the card is active at activation. If the card is in the hand, special summon this card. Field, make one effect monster your opponent controls lose 1500 attack. Then, if its attack becomes 0, you can destroy it. Okay. That is a... It basically... This is like a two-step hand trap. It's like, step one, your opponent needs to... Your opponent needs to send a monster from the hand. Your opponent needs to send a monster to the graveyard. And then you special summon it from the hand. And because it is not once per turn, like you can only use each of the effects once per turn, but you can use both in the same turn. So like they send a monster to the graveyard, you special summon this guy. And then your opponent knows it's there, they see it. And if another monster hits the graveyard, you can reduce something by 1500, and if that puts it to 0, you can destroy it. This is not as bad as I thought, but it is still, I think it is unplayable. I am aware that you can use both in the same turn. The problem is that basically your opponent just sends us... You will always be able to summon this, right? There's no way most decks play into this. They won't play around it, right? Something they link summon or they discard something, whatever. It doesn't matter, right? Goes to the graveyard, you summon this guy. But then your opponent sees that it's there. Your opponent knows that it's there. And this can only threaten monsters with less than 1500 attack, right? It doesn't threaten anything that's actually big, right? And so like, if your opponent, let's say, wants to commit to another link summon, all they have to do is like link off the small things so that this doesn't have anything that it can destroy. And even then, it's like, is destroying, like the maximum thing that this can do is destroy one small monster, right? That is the best outcome. Think of all the things that can go wrong with this card, right? Like your opponent straight up like getting rid of it before you get to use it, your opponent activating talents to take it, your opponent just not playing into it, right? Think of all the things that can go wrong. And then think of the payoff, right? Like what's the payoff? Well, I get a 3k body and maybe I'll pop a small monster. That the card is not terrible, but the risk reward thing just doesn't quite make it worth playing. Because it's not a reliable hand trap. Like you would always be better off using an actual like reliable hand trap than this. But I do kind of like the design on it. I actually don't hate this card. I wish it was a little bit better, you know? Like if it literally, I think it would probably have been worth considering if this effect would have just been destroy one card on the field. And I think they could have done that. And if they had done that, I think you would think about playing it. Because then it would literally just be a 3k body that destroys a card. But it's like in 2 steps and your opponent sees it coming and it's really weak to talents. But it would be interesting then, right? Well, okay. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be. And then we have enter a whole new universe with field spell support. Field spell support. Krishnerd Witch. Which is a common level 4 light spellcaster, 1800 attack. Cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects while multi-universe is on the field. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If a card in the field zone leaves the field by a card effect, you can special summon this card from your hand. When a field spell that is already face up on the field activates its quick effect, you can shuffle one of your monsters that is banished or in your grave into the deck. Or if that monster mentions that field spell, you can special summon it instead. This is Ashen support? This is Ashen support. Is this good in Ashen though? It shuffles back Hugin. It does shuffle back Hugin, yeah. This is an odd card. I don't really know what they are trying to achieve with this. The Runic White Forest stream is going to be banging. Appreciate the 3 months, Starlito. Apparently there's more to this theme. Let's check them all out. Jungle Dweller, another common. Level 8, 2500 attack. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned by card effect. While there are 2 cards in the field zones, your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. You can banish a light or dark from your grave, special summon this card from your hand. If this card in its owner's possession is destroyed by an opponent's card, you can shuffle up to 2 of your field spells from your graveyard or banishment into the deck. Then you can destroy up to that many cards your opponent controls. Yeah, that's not great. That is not good. The effect when it gets destroyed by your opponent is quite good, but your opponent is just simply not going to destroy it. Not very good. Not very good. Okay, and here's the field spell, Multi-Universe. Field spell card, that's a super rare. Activate only if you do not control a face-up card in your field zone, so you can't overwrite your existing field spell with this. You can target one field spell that is banished or in either graveyard, destroy this card, and if you do, place that targeted card face-up in your field zone. You can only use this effect of Multi-Universe once per turn. If a card in the field zone would be destroyed by a card effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard effect instead. This card is interesting because it lets you recycle field spells. It's kind of like a pseudo space. It's a pseudo space. It is funny that the restriction, quote unquote, the restriction on it is not really a restriction. Because it says activate only if you do not control a face-up card in your field zone. To my understanding, you can just set it over your existing field spell and then activate it. So that is not really a restriction. They could have just not put that on there. You can't? Why can't you? You can't activate it if it is set. Why can't I activate it if it is set? Look, while I have a face-up field spell, chat, let's read this. Okay, I see. No, it's my bad. I went too fast. I was too fast. I get it. I get it. Chat, look, we're gonna go slow, okay? Activate only if you do not control a face-up card in your field zone, okay? That means while I have a face-up card in my field zone, I am not able to activate Multi-Universe. Activating a card is placing it face-up into your field zone, okay? That is activating Multi-Universe, right? What it does not stop me from doing is setting a field spell. Setting a field spell is not activating a field spell. So I am allowed to set over my face-up field spell. Okay? That is step 1. All right? And now step 1 has been completed. I have set Multi-Universe over my existing field spell. At which point, I do no longer control a face-up card in the field zone. Do we agree on that? After I have legally set Multi-Universe over my existing field spell, I have no longer a face-up card in my field zone. Nodders. At which point, I am allowed to activate my face-down Multi-Universe. I am allowed to flip it over because I do not control a face-up card in my field zone, okay? Was that at a more, did we go at a more understandable pace now? I apologize for doing that way too fast earlier, okay? Can I go to the toilet? No. No, this is important. We're learning how to read. No repeats. No repeats. You have to take notes. That's going to be on the next test. But you can't set? Why can't I set? Oh my god. Why? Are you see? Why can't I set, dude? What stops me from setting? Where on this does it say you cannot set a field spell? Oh my god. You guys are so resistant to any kind of logic. Anyways, back to the card. Back to the actual card, okay? So what you can do with this card, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think we should just forget about these other two cards. I think they are pretty useless. The Krishna's Witch could potentially be okay in some world. Maybe. The Jungle Dweller is just straight up not good. Multi-Universe, though, is an interesting card because you can do a couple things with it, right? You know what? I'm just going to say it because you guys all knew is that you can... The first thing I was thinking of was that you can use it with Runic Fountain. Now, if you've already used your Runic Fountain, you can put Multi-Universe... you can set Multi-Universe over it, putting the Runic Fountain in the graveyard. Then you can flip the Multi-Universe. Then you can use it to place back the Runic Fountain and use it again. You can do that with any field spell, technically. Although most field spells nowadays are once per turn. So I think it's only... like, the only way I see this card being used is with field spells that aren't once per turn. So naturally, Runic Fountain came to mind. What is other, like Chicken Game is now back. You can loop, quote unquote, you can loop Chicken Game with this. The same way you could do it with Pseudo Space. Dragon Ravine isn't once per turn, yeah. It does give you another alternative thing that you can use together with Ancient Fairy Dragon, right? Let's say I'm playing, I don't know, let's say I'm playing a deck that only has one field spell, but I still want to use Ancient Fairy Dragon in my combos. I can pop my existing field spell with Ancient Fairy, search Multi-Universe, and then I can just Multi-Universe reset the field spell that I popped with Ancient Fairy. I don't think this card is insane, but this one does have potential. I think this card does have potential, especially because it even after you do this, right? After you replace it, it also gives your new field spell protection, right? By destruction protection, which is nice. And it can also place from banished. So decks that would potentially really suffer from having their only field spell banished, for example, Runic, could use this. I don't know if you actually do that ever. It seems like a very niche scenario, and it seems very much win more for Runic, but like there are applications for this card. I think this card is interesting. I don't hate it. I don't think I would put this into my Runic decks, genuinely, unless I was doing some Runic combo with Ancient Fairy Dragon. With Ancient Fairy Dragon, it could be neat. Like, if you're playing a Runic Synchro version that has access to level 7, you could think about that. Like, you could think about activate Fountain, draw with Fountain, Ancient Fairy, pop Fountain, search Multi-Universe, replace it. Basically makes it so that Ancient Fairy gives you another Fountain, but you can't actually search another Fountain. So you could do that, right? It's not completely unheard of to do that. I like that card. That's cool. It's for when Fountain goes to 1. Unironically, first of all, don't say that. But if this wasn't Master Duel, I think you would consider it. Because if Fountain is limited, you might want that, actually. You might actually want a way to, like, if your Fountain gets banished, you want to get it back or something like that. That could be a thing, right? But surely that's never going to happen in the TCG. Is there any more? We have Valmonica support too. I haven't heard anyone talk about Valmonica support. Sing a song of glory with Valor, Valmonican Hallow Hymn. That is a Link 2 water spellcaster for Valmonicas. Attack 3000. 2 monsters, including a Valmonica Link monster. Unaffected by non-Valmonica cards effects while you have 6 or more resonant counters on cards you control. For each level 4 Valmonica you control, this card gains 1 additional attack. Once per turn, when your opponent would special summon a monster, quick effect, you can negate the summon, and if you do, destroy that monster, then remove 3 resonant counters when you're from your field. This seems like it's an okay card to me. I don't remember Valmonica good enough to... I forgot how easy it was to spam the counters in this. But how did you even summon the Link monsters? Didn't the Link monsters require you to remove counters to summon them? Or what? No? Oh, you just need to have 3. Okay, okay. So you need 3 counters to summon a Link monster, and then you can summon the Link 2. Which is, I mean, I think you guys are focusing a little bit too much on the first effect. I think you don't always have to make this card unaffected to make it okay, right? Like, you can just use this as a Link 2 that's 3k and can attack multiple times and is kind of like a walking Solemn Strike, which isn't, like, it's not terrible, but it's also not insane. Like, if I'm comparing this to what Memento got, then yeah, they definitely got the short end of the stick here. I don't think it's a terrible card, but it doesn't make you think as much as the other one. Like, yeah. Okay, this one I've seen people talk about this. We've got a fresh new course of Medolce. We've got Medolce support, Medolce Queen Tiara a la Frez, Earth rank 5 fairy, 3 level 5 Medolces. Okay, surely this ranks up somehow. Once per turn, yeah, there you go. You can also XC summon Medolce Queen blah blah by using Medolce Queen Tiramisu you control. Okay, so it just ranks up. Okay. Once per turn, quick effect, you can detach 1 material from this card. Then target up to 2 Medolce cards in your grave, shuffle them into the deck, and if you do, shuffle up to that many cards your opponent controls into the deck. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't this just Tiramisu, but quick? Dude, whenever I have played or talked or thought about Medolce, I always thought, dude, it'd be crazy if Tiramisu was a quick effect. And now they just made a quick effect Tiramisu. So what you do now, I guess, is you summon a Tiramisu, which is not a quick effect, but you do it on your own turn, obviously. And so you break your opponent's board with Tiramisu. And once you're done with that, you just upgrade it into this, which makes it so you have more interaction on the opponent's turn. Which, honestly, this is exactly what Medolce needed, I think, from my understanding, is a lot of the Medolce cards are actually really, really good. But they were lacking, like, interaction on the opponent's turn. Like, they have crazy combo potential, they have crazy board breaking potential, but they can't make a good end board, actually. Like, they would literally sit on, like, what is it, like the teacher, which wasn't really doing anything. Like, they wouldn't really have that much, right? So this actually is very interesting. Well, okay. If this card in your possession is destroyed, return it to the extra deck. Okay, that is what they all have. And there's a Link. What is this? Link 3? Victor J. Wilson, thank you for the 9 months. I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag. Infinite Forbidden, some of it is really good, some of it isn't as good. From first glance, it looks better than Legacy of Destruction, though. What are we thinking, chat? I think so far, Infinite Forbidden looks relatively good. Like, overall. Okay, we have Madolche, Mugnard, Meow Caron. Oh, it's supposed to be like a macaron, like the French dessert thingy. It is French, right? Anyways, Earthlink 3, 2+ effect monsters, including a Madolche. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn each. If this card is Link summoned, you can add a Madolche card from deck to hand. Okay, that is a much better Link monster to climb into than the Fresh Sistart or whatever it's called, the Link 2. Adding any Madolche card makes it so you can like end on any of the trap cards very easily, right? Pretty good. You can target a monster in your graveyard. You cannot activate non-Madolche monster effects for the rest of this turn. Also, special summon a Madolche from hand. If you do, shuffle that target into the deck. Oh! So you can even... If you... Let's say you don't want to add a trap card with this, but you'd rather... Like, you can add the level 4 that searches the spell traps. What is it? Messengelado? You just search that one, and then you can summon it from hand to search. Because it only searches on special summon, right? It misses timing? Yeah, but and if you do is simultaneous. Guys, and if you do does not make it miss timing. And if you do is the same timing. Also good. Messengelado misses timing? Yes, but not with this card. This card does not make it miss timing. Commentators are talking about round 2. Okay, let me very quickly look at the trap card. Madolche Dessert, normal trap. You can only use one of the effects per turn, only once per turn. Target 2 effect monsters on the field, including a Madolche. Return those to hand extra deck. Then you can special summon a Madolche from hand or extra deck with attack less than or equal. Interesting, double bounce, but one of your monsters and one of their monsters. Not bad. If a Madolche card is returned from your grave while this card is in the graveyard, you can attach this card to an Xyz you control as material. Okay. Not a terrible trap. Maybe a way to summon this on the opponent's turn from the extra deck and then attach it to it so you can activate the effect. It is crazy in the mirror match. That is true. But yeah, okay. You can't do that in one step. But later on. But yeah, you can only use one of the trap isn't that good because you can't use both effects in the same turn. Try it. Okay. Overall, very good Exceed monster and good Link monster. That kind of want to makes me check out Madolche when that set comes out. Kind of good. I don't think it's so broken that it's definitely going to be a top tier deck, but it's definitely good support. Oh, we have Christian Urena on feature. Okay, hold up. We need to focus on this.
Much more powerful card, in my opinion, than Artifact Scythe.
Yeah, Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon is a fun one.
Oh, we got Billy on commentary.
Spin the wheel, see what you got on top. So fun. Both those cards are actually ended up on the Forbidden Limited list. Maybe that's why.
Josh missing the lat support. No, we'll look at the other cards later, but for now, we need to watch back-to-back YCS champion Christian Urena duel in round 2. I sadly didn't see what the opponent's name was for the prediction, but yeah.
This is both the LATAM events, and now he's really put himself on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Hall of Fame. Like, he is one of the most decorated players.
Jose, okay, let's make a prediction.
Like around now. With, you know, I remember when he
Mods,
started
make a prediction.
doing well at events, you know, many years ago, he would top almost every event he played in, make that top cut where you go to the single elimination portion of the tournament, and he would always lose in that first round of top cut, at least for like, what, the first 10? It was like a crazy streak, right?
Yeah, like, not only was it a crazy streak once he started getting those top cut finishes, but before then, it was constantly being the bubble boy. He would always just barely lose out of making that top cut for years. And I think he is a testament to how if you just keep going, you will get there.
Definitely.
He has won 5 events and not a single one has recording. Wait, is that true? He's won. Christian Urena has won 5 YCSs and none of them have been streamed? That's very funny. So you can just choose not to believe it, right? You can just say, like, he tells you he's a 5-time YCS champion and you're like, prove it. And that's GG.
You definitely want to be paying attention to it. If you look at the standings of many of the most recent YCSs, he's constantly in that, not even the top 32, but like the top 8. He is so strong at ending really well within the first part of the tournament, but then in the top cut, he hasn't been able to close it out just yet, but he's trying again here in Raleigh.
Definitely. I'm really excited to see this matchup. We were looking to feature Christian Urena early because, you know, he's been on such a tear. Even though we did have that Forbidden Limited list, there's still definitely so many different ways you can play the Snake Eye deck, as you kind of talked about a little bit earlier. Now we're going to see how some of these two top-level players have adapted their strategies with, you know, Baron and Borload Savage being gone. And, like, while you didn't need to use those cards for Snake Eye before, Christian Urena definitely did. Baron and Borload, you know, I've seen most of his deck profiles before. He comments on those cards and says, these are the reason why you win games. So we're going to see how he can adapt and move on from that. If he's going to be trying to replace them with
this
other
is new
synchros
Banlist.
at
Yes, yes, yes.
levels.
Absolutely.
I know this weekend a strategy a lot of people are looking at is the level 10 synchro Bestial Dispatter, and
I would be very surprised if Christian was not still playing some sort of Snake Eye deck. I'm not sure if he's going to be on Fire Kings or not, but I would be very surprised if it wasn't Snake Eyes. For the opponent, I have no I don't know. Kashtira Snake Eye, maybe? It could be. Omega and Dispatter? We'll see. Okay, we are about to hop into game number 1. And it is Snake Eye versus Kashtira Snake Eye. Now, that is interesting for the... I mean, some people are going to say Snake Eye Bedge, but I mean, it's a meta deck, so we obviously expected to see it. But what I didn't expect was that the first time we see... Dude, they just rolled a 12. That's crazy. The first 2 Snake Eye versions that we see include no Fire King. Okay, Christian Urena on 1 Ash Blossom in hand. No other interruptions. No Board Breaker either. Starts with Wraith Soth. Okay, do we Ash that or not? I think that's a good Ash. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you don't know that it's Kashtira Snake Eye, like at this point in the TCG, you would just assume that that's pure Kashtira, I think. But he lets it go. I think against pure Kashtira, it might be worth ashing that and just hoping they don't have Unicorn. Because now, basically the situation you put yourself in is the Unicorn is going to be summoned, and even if you ash later, you're going to lose an extra deck card. So we let the Unicorn through. Maybe he's misled by the fact that he thinks it's Kashtira pure, because then he maybe wants to ash Theosis. But we just grab Birth, and now we're gonna go into our Snake Eye combos, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Ash Blossom, oh god, opens Wraith Soth Snake Eye Ash. Are we serious? Dude, casually rolls a 12, opens Wraith Soth and Snake Eye Ash. Easy clap. They must have practiced on Master Duel, because that's what always happens on Master Duel. They always have Unicorn Ash. If you're Christian, what's going through your head right now? Dude, I'm sure that Christian has faced good openers like this in one of the 2 YCSs, or in both of the 2 YCSs, plenty of times that he's won over the last couple weeks. This stuff happens. It's 1 out of 3 games, and out of like a lot of matches throughout a tournament. Like, you know, it's fine. It happens. And it's not over yet at least. Like, you're not going to stare down Savages and Barons, so who knows? E1, prove it? I can't. I wish I could. Ooh, we ash here, and that is a clutch one. We still... You know, this is the thing, right? With everyone... And this is what I meant. With everyone respecting Nibiru this much by going for the field spell lines, I think it's interesting to, like... I'm not even sure who's playing Nibiru and who's not here, but, like, Nibiru wouldn't even be that great in this situation. But this Ash was good. We still have Hita. Dracosac, thank you for the 16 months and the kind words. Appreciate you. We still have Hita into equip. Like, we go Hita, Poplar, places 1. We revive the opponent's Ash. We make our own Promethean Princess. Promethean Princess revives Oak. Oak revives something, and then it sends itself and the card in the back row to summon Flamber. So we still have combo here. And this is the spot where we would need a second hand trap that from what I've seen, I don't think we have. Between games, can we look at Urena's extra deck for the spice? Yes. I didn't pay attention to it. Maybe I should have. He has 2 spells. I think they were both wanted, though. There was at least one wanted. Arachnid, thank you for the 23 months. Alright, there's the princess. Princess, revive Oak. Oak effect, revive Ash. We can still use Oak to tag out with the Poplar in the back row. This is where Nib would be good now, after we sent the Poplar away. Even if before. You would probably... Actually, you would probably Nib here. If you had it. Because the field spell bringing out the Poplar doesn't actually do that much, but he doesn't have it. No. Flamberge comes out. The thing that's a little bit awkward here is that because we've already used Promethean Princess, we have no way of putting IP Masquerena. Oh, he just scoops. Okay. Scoops it up. Interesting. Oh, he's citing Skill Drain. I'm not sure if that was a scoop. I didn't quite see his hand in its entirety. I think it just wasn't that good of a hat. Wait, that is not... No, that's not correct. He didn't win game 1. There's no way.
Like Ash Blossom, your strategy isn't so powerful at pushing through the boards because your goal is to limit it as much as possible and just play off your 1-card strategy. But your 1-card strategy was really diminished when you don't have Princess in your extra deck anymore. So he saw that he just didn't have any options left. He's going to play into nearly a full board. He didn't.
Yeah. Christian scooped. Christian scooped. It was just the wrong. They showed the wrong name. That's all. I was confused for a second, but no. Probably just wanted to save some time. Because that's sometimes what it is with, and that was one of the biggest critique points of Snake Eye format, just to emphasize on that, right? Sometimes it really feels like no matter how good you are just comparing opening hands. Like in this situation, Christian had 1 Ash Blossom, Jose had the means to play through that Ash Blossom. And so Christian was like, had nothing, no other option left than to basically scoop it up, right? Without much of a game actually being played. Which is one of the major, like, I think one of the major flaws of Snake Eye format. But yeah, it is what it is. It is not always like this, right? It's not always like this, but some games in this format definitely happen like that. I thought Snake Eyes was skill intensive. It can be. It's not always. Uranus extra deck: Apple, IP, Raging Phoenix, Selene, Dark, Omega, Phoenix, Anima, Typhon, Zelantis, Princess, SP, Formula, Hita, and one other synchro. Well, the other synchro is this pattern. I from what I know, there's like combo lines where instead of making Savage, you make Omega, and then you turn like Formula plus Baron, not Formula plus not Baron. Formula plus Flamberge, because Flamberge is a dragon, you make this pattern and you bring the Omega back to hand loop another time. Which is kind of bold, because it's basically a prediction saying people aren't really playing Nibiru. Maybe there is a maybe there's a line that still plays through Nibiru with that, potentially. You can do it safe from Nib? Yeah, probably. This is what I was afraid of, is that if they take away Baron and Savage, people are just going to figure out other lines, which is why I would have really liked to see actual Snake Eye cards on the list, right? Like at least something. At least like a Ash to 1 or Wanted to 1. Right? Jesse's playing this YCS, to my knowledge, yeah. Maybe we get to see the combo. Definitely didn't break. Opens a Wanted. Goes for a Witch. I'll hit you with another lukewarm take. The secret rares look better than the quarter centuries. Do with that information what you will. But I have to mention that at least once. All right. Field spell places Poplar, which sends that Poplar, which puts it back. I see a lot of hand traps in Christian's deck. I'm gonna be honest with you, I wouldn't be too surprised if Christian just submitted the exact same main deck. From what I'm seeing, like, it doesn't look any different. Which is exactly what was wrong with the last ban list. It was a good ban list, but this is what's wrong with it. The fact that you literally could submit the same deck. Minus Jet. No, he's playing Jet. He's playing the synchros. We saw it. Literally, it's just Savage is now Omega and Baron is now this pattern. His deck list just has the banned cards crossed out. Imagine if he submits the same piece of paper, but just like scribbles out the Baron and the Savage. Like when you have like a wrong card on your deck list and you just go with your pencil and you scribble over it and you put another card under it. That'd be so funny. Like, it's literally like you scribble out Linkaribo, replace it with Anima. You scribble Baron, replace it with this pattern. You scribble Savage and replace it with Omega. And then you submit your list. All right, we get drolled here on the Snake Eye Ash ad. We'll see how much that does. I mean, we're definitely still comboing. That's definitely not going to stop any of that. Snake Eye Ash sends Temple. Okay. That is spicy. What did the Snake Eye Ash search? Was it Jet Synchron? or Oak. I think it was Oak, but I see a 1-for-1. So we can still go for synchro plays. Oak, Revive, Ash. In hand, I see a 1-for-1, a Flamberge, and an Effect Veiler. So these two... What is this? Go for the IP Mask Arena. Okay. Opponent maybe was tempted to go for Nibiru there. Because of the threat of Appaloosa. But isn't doing it. Either doesn't have it or doesn't want to go for it. So is this now, what is this now? A 1600 Apple if we want it. So if you're basically saying if you don't nib here, you won't get to nib at all. I can't see Jose's hand, which makes it, I guess it makes it a little bit more exciting. But okay, we put the IP Masquerena in the spell and trap zone. Surely it's, I mean, the thing is though, if you go for, I think at this point you just have to make the read that Nibiru isn't there, right? Because I feel like if you're Jose, you would Nibiru here because clearly Appaloosa is next, right? It'd be a crazy read to not Nibiru here. Pitches Flamberge for 1-for-1. That gets the Jet Synchron. And he's doing this before making Appaloosa because I think he wants to make an Omega with this Diabell Star. This is where you definitely nib if you have it. Like if you don't get nibbed here, you just don't have it. I hate how this Omega play also kind of counters board breakers because it's just like way less likely you're going to be able to break a board with 2 less cards. Maybe it's just not possible to slow down Yu-Gi-Oh to a certain degree because there's always just replacements for other combo pieces. Vanishes, wanted. The board seems bad though, it's just Apple. Keep in mind, Jose is going to lose 2 cards from his hand and has already spent the draw. So he's going to be down to 3 cards. But we do have to, the last card in hand is a Veiler. We have to discard the Veiler for the Jet Synchron. We'll draw another card with the formula, but if that's not a hand trap, you are right. We literally just pass on. It's gonna be this pattern plus Apple, right? Not even... Yeah, he doesn't even go for it because it's not worth it. It's better to keep the Veiler. Oh, we can't even draw with formula, right? Okay. Caucasian Kyle, thank you for the Prime. It's Ali J, thank you for the 8 months. And Cardwell, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the stream as always. Appreciate you guys. All right. This definitely feels worse than before. No, it is. It genuinely is, yeah. Talents in hand, yeah. Talents is there. But it's only a 1 material. Like, this is only an 800 attack Apple now. But talents to take, we do have a game here to be played. Oh, he draws. That's desperate. Drawing here is very desperate. And scoops it up. Interesting. Okay. I feel like taking gave you a better chance there, but maybe you still think that's not good enough. I'm gonna be honest with you. The thing that I was most surprised by in that game was the usage of Droll and Lockbird. From my personal understanding, especially if it's your only hand, like Droll and Lockbird just sucks, no? But yeah, Snake Eye does not offer the most thrilling gameplay these days. They should have done something about it. As much as I love the Baron and Savage hits, I think the last Banlist is going to be very good in the long run. In the short term, I don't think it does enough. Round 1 was Sword Soul defeating Pearly. And Protoss was summoned before you ask. Protoss did win round 1. It was a great time. So from what we've seen so far, Snake Eye is still kind of bedge. And Protoss is also back. So in the short term, I'm not sure how great this ban list is. We'll see in the long term, though. All right, we'll see if Christian can break the cycle of Snake Eye winning when it goes first. I do think it's gonna be it's possible, because we saw in the main deck he's playing infinite hand traps still. Like literally, it looked like the same list from before. So it might just be a matter of like 15 or 18 hand traps. So definitely likely that he's gonna draw more than just Ash this time around. All right. He's drawn Flamberge again. He's very good at that. I too am a very big enjoyer of the ability of opening Flamberge every time. Jose has opened a ritual monster, which in my mind can only mean one of two things. It's either, unless I saw that incorrectly, I thought it was a ritual monster, but I think that's either got to be Illusion of Chaos or Soravis. And I don't think there's a real reason to play Illusion of Chaos, right? Because Diabellstar is already a target for... It is Soravis. Yeah, it is Soravis. I saw it. Soravis as an extra layer of playing through hand traps. That should be really good against Christian's deck from what we've seen. I mean, there was Valor. I'm sure there's Imperm. So we've got a way around that. We've opened Unicorn again in true Master Duel fashion. There's a Mourner in Christian's hand. There's a Nibiru too. Wanted. Dude. This is even better than he's opened Wraithsoth, Wanted, and Soravis? Yo. That's insane. Okay, Diabellstar sending Diabellstar. Mourners, which I believe does target. Why not send Field? Could have sent Wraithsoth. Kind of weird. Maybe wants to send Wraithsoth for original. So he's currently thinking whether he can combo through that or whether he needs to Soravis that. Using the Soravis. That's kind of crazy. Gonna set original to send the Wraithsoth, which is like opening Wraithsoth for this reason is just randomly better than opening Unicorn because you have a free send later. It's kind of crazy. If Soravis negates the activation, he won't be able to use Kashtira Unicorn. But I do not know if it does that. Like, does Soravis just negate the effect or negate the activation? Activation, okay. Then I don't think he can Unicorn to look at the extra deck. Original sends Wraithsoth, going into the Snake Eye part of the combo. Three. I mean, I'm sure the way this is gonna go is Special Ash, Charge Poplar, which is gonna be 4 summons, and then activate Field Spell. And at that point, you're gonna be fine. Versus Nibiru, right? Special Ash. Dude, these hand trap wars are actually so Resident Sleeper, like unironically. However, I do want to say I am not 100% convinced that it's even the right approach for the format right now. Like, just the question that I'm asking myself now, because to me, I'm expecting Christian to lose this if there's only a Nibiru left in his hand. And to me, it's like, if those would have been 2 board breakers, wouldn't we've been like fine here? Maybe not. I'm not sure, but like to me it feels like maybe it would have been better to not rely on two hand traps. Not if the opponent has hand traps too, but like the opponent drew like cards like Soravis and stuff. That's the non-engine that we're talking about. No, because you get hand dripped. Are they both on the Omega Dispatter? I didn't see Jose's extra deck. They're gonna use it at some point, surely. It would have been more interesting at least. Yeah, it definitely would have. Definitely would have been more of a game. I mean, it's not over yet, so well, let's wait and see, but maybe we can spot. Oh, I saw an Exceeds. What's the Exceed? Dracosac is there. Playing Dracosac. What is that? Puzzlomino or what? Was that Puzzlomino? I mean, Nibiru is still gonna do something here at least, right? Nibiru is good here. It's gonna be a big ass token, and the field spell is summoning out the Flamberge. But the Nibiru does something here. And you know what the deal is here? Like, if you think about it, this all could have happened the exact same way if we didn't play Mourner. Like, you can genuinely, and this is one of the powers of this, or one of the effects of the last ban list, is you can play Nibiru again without having to always draw it with another hand trap, right? Because Nibiru isn't insane here. It doesn't completely destroy Jose. You still get Flamberge from the spell and trap zone, which can put IP Masquerena. But like, you didn't rely on drawing another hand trap with it together here. The birth is good here too, to get the unicorn back. And so, like, what I'm thinking is, if that Mourner was like a triple tactics card, you know, wouldn't this have been better? Like, Nib plus Talents would have gone infinitely harder than Nib plus Mourner. So I think maybe it's okay to just play like Board Breakers and Nibiru. Maybe that is an approach that people could try. Depends what they're doing with Puzzlomino. Maybe you get Protossed for fire. Through Nib? I mean, then yeah, that'd be crazy. No, because Mourner baited Soravis? And why do you care about Soravis? Mourner, literally, you would much rather have a real card in hand than your opponent lose just a Soravis. Soravis is an irrelevant card, pretty much. I wouldn't be surprised if Puzzlo was here for Protoss. I mean, it could be. I mean, legit, look what Nibiru did. Even disregard the Mourner. Nibiru made him pass on Flamberge, IP Masquerena, and then there's a Unicorn because they opened Unicorn, but that was one extra card. But like, that's not terrible. That's like beatable with a full hand. How did the Flamberge was summoned by the Divine Temple? Flamberge was in the spell and trap zone, and when Christian summoned Nibiru, the temple triggered to summon out a card from the spell and trap zone. All right, so this one might actually turn into somewhat of a real game. Snake Eye Ash is being normal summoned, and IP Masquerena is summoned out from the spell and trap zone with Temple in response. Like, imagine this Mourner was a Talents now. Imagine the Mourner was a Talents in Christian's hand now. After the Unicorn activates. He has talents? Oh, well, then even better. I genuinely think you probably have to always go IP into SP in these situations. Yeah. So what do you take from the extra deck here? It might be, you could think about taking Hita. Hita is very strong going second. They are thinking about it. It's Hita or Princess. They decide to go for Princess. Okay, I don't disagree with that. I think that's fine. Chains SP to the Poplar to banish the Poplar. Oh no, that was just the summon effect of SP, not the chain. That was just the trigger effect. So we still have the other one. That's good. No Flamberge. Did not activate Flamberge. Did we forget about that? What could possibly be the reason? Also, who said Christian has talents in hand? You guys are major chatters. That's Lullaby of Obedience. There's no talents. You guys are the worst, man. You guys are gaslighting at all times. It's literally incredible. There's no talents in his hand. I'm pretty sure he doesn't play talents in his deck. It doesn't even make much sense to play talents in that deck. Because he's playing like 18 hand traps. Original, send Poplar. Jose's gonna need one more. I feel like he's one interruption away from doing it. But he didn't have something about this. Birth is good here. Especially if Christian forgets about it and tries to target the Poplar with Oak. He has to target the banished Snake Eye Ash. He does. Okay, I think he does. I think he did. You still use Birth though, I think. Get rid of the original anti... Yep, okay. Fun fact, Christian Urena can now legally Dimension Shifter. It's not a very fun fact, but it is a fact. Why did Jose not use the Flamberge float effect? I am trying to figure out a reason for that too. I am not sure. I think he may have forgotten. Because remember, what happened was he linked off the Flamberge in the same chain as he was resolving Kashira Unicorn's effect to look at the extra deck, I think. So it was like Flamberge hit the graveyard and then he like went and thought about what to banish from the extra deck. And so maybe he just forgot. And then Anima takes the token. And there's Lullaby. However, what do you call with Lullaby? Poplar? You have to call Poplar, right? Or Witch. No, actually Witch. You can call Witch. But what does Witch do without... Oh yeah, Anima. Anima take was on the bingo card. Yeah, I'll put that on there in a second. But like, we've already used original So surely the Diabellstar isn't crazy here. We do get Appaloosa. He's putting the dice on it again. They're gonna tell him to remove it again, probably. Oh, Flamberge in hand is huge for the Diabellstar. All right, and he takes it. He takes it. And so, I mean, you wouldn't think that that's enough. Like I'll go as far and say the third game was actually nice. The third game was actually nice, but like the thing there was, I would go out on a limb and say that before the ban list, he wasn't winning that. Right? I would say before the Forbidden and Limited list, I don't think he wins that game. Because the line through Nibiru are just like so much better before the ban list. Why does that matter? It matters because I'm trying to see if the ban list achieved something or not. And if the ban list achieved that going second becomes more manageable, I think that would be a good thing. It didn't kill Snake Eyes, but no one expected it to, right? I mean, I didn't expect it to kill Snake Eyes. We definitely did see the impact that Nibiru had in that game. I also got food, so let's listen in on what Esala and Billy have to say.
That's how you define these best players, and we're gonna have to see in the interview how G did it.
Yep, so we'll be right back with our player interview. Maybe we'll see both these players again in the finals. They're both excellent duelists. Jose down but not out. Going to have great tiebreakers from a great opponent there in the five-time champ Christian Arena. But we'll be right back to hear from our five-time YCS champion. Stay tuned.
Oh, it's a break anyways. Okay, sick. 5 minutes. All right. So, what yeah. So on the one hand, I think this feature match showcased the obvious, which was that Snake Eyes is still very, very powerful, and the Snake Eye Mirror match can still be very, very like hand trap, back and forth, like not that good. I would argue game 1 and game 2 were not that great. Because it was just like the player going first, starting the combo, the player going second, seeing if they had the hand traps to stop it. If not, they would just lose the game on the spot. That's what happened in both game 1 and 2. And so what's the most annoying, I feel like, about Snake Eyes is that game 3 was an actual game, but that only happens if like multiple hand traps are thrown at it, right? Because, I mean, to be fair, the Mourner was negated anyways. It was only really Nibiru, right? You missed one of the most interesting Legacy of Destruction TCG exclusives. Don't worry, we're reading all of them. Don't worry about it. Like, we definitely will read all of them. I just want to wait for the interview. We'll read it after. Because I don't think they were close to timeout, so I don't think the next feature match goes up, like, super soon. We'll have some time to check them out. If Jose had any hand traps there, it would have been different. I mean, to be fair, he did have non-engine. It was just Soravis, right? I could have played cleaner. Dude, don't worry about it. You played great. Literally. Also, by the way, focus on your interview, dude. How are you like? How do you finish the feature match and the first thing you do is open up the stream and go in here and tell me how you could have played cleaner? I mean, first of all, I appreciate you for that's your first thing you do, but you have an interview to give, dude. You have 2 minutes. Oh man. Also, if you're still here, you're probably not here anymore because you probably have to go and do the interview. But did you be honest? Did you submit the exact same deck list from the last YCS and you just exchanged the 3 cards in the extra deck for Omega, Dispatter, and Anima? That is my one interview question. I don't think he's here anymore, guys. I don't think he's here anymore. That is what I would that would be my interview question if I was interviewing him right now. I would just ask that exact question. Is it the same list with those 3 cards different? I am his lawyer. He does not have to answer you. No, but it would be funny if the answer was yes. Hello, it's me. I changed account. Yes, I did. Curly. That's like one of these scammers on the internet. It's like, hey, it's me, Christian Urena. I am stuck at YCS Raleigh. I need $500 to, you know. Hello, it is me, Joshua Schmidt. I need 3 ulti swap rocks in order to make it through the summer. Okay, Joshua Schmidt, give me your address. I'm gonna hook you up with 3 ulti swap rocks right now. That sounds like a dire situation that you're in. Sam Blocks, thank you for the 15 months. You have a nice weekend. No, you. All right.
And we're back with the winner of our round 2 feature match and 5-time YCS champion. How does it feel to win on the feature match stage?
Felt nice. Usually I don't play on feature because sometimes South America doesn't have feature matches, but it felt nice to play on stream.
Oh, so you only do well in South America is what you're saying?
What? I do well everywhere. This is just, it's nice to be on stream for once because like usually they don't always stream the South American country ones. So
you did just win on the feature match. You're playing for that back-to-back-to-back.
The audio is delayed
of potentially being the second person to ever do that in the history of the game. Was there any additional pressure playing on the feature match stage as well as that going into this round?
Now, I wouldn't say there's more pressure. Obviously, there's more people watching, but I'm still trying to learn my deck because like there's new combos we just got to balance like a couple days ago. So just trying to figure out everything on the spot, like on the fly, especially when you draw these awkward hands with this deck because there's so many combos in it, like lines this deck has. So yeah, just a little awkward hands. But,
yeah, and that was going to be my next question. There was just a Forbidden Limited list. You chose to play Snake Eye. Do you think that is going to be the best strategy even now or even next week when there is a new set available?
Yeah, like the deck still stayed the same. You cut a couple extra deck cards and you switch them out with other ones. So I think it's still really good. Obviously lost a lot of its power, but still very probably one of the best decks for sure.
So if you consider it the best deck, do you also consider it your best and worst matchup, or is there a matchup that you're afraid of playing against in this tournament? Are you trying to avoid anything?
I'm probably trying to avoid Runic Stun just because like that deck can just beat you and it doesn't matter like who's playing better or not. But I think the mirror match is good. Like there's definitely ways to outplay. Like he could have made a different play. I could have made a different play game 1. So I think there's a lot of different options you can make in the deck. So it's not just like comparing hands. So. Yeah,
we're definitely really early in the format. There's a lot of things that are not solved, and when you're able to.
Bro, what does bro mean? I could have played differently game 1. You scooped.
Play as best as you can. How confident are you that you're going to be able to continue doing that for the rest of the tournament and take down potentially the 3rd win in a row?
I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna keep playing the same Yu-Gi-Oh! I've been playing the last couple weeks and see what happens.
Absolutely, that's what we love to hear. Congratulations. I wish you the best of luck in the remainder of the tournament. Hope to see you again in the feature match table. And we'll bring it back to Billy to hear more about going into round 3.
Did he just say that? Tell me he did not just say that. But that is the five-time YCS champion, Christian Arena. I'm glad we got him on a feature match early. He's already off to a great start, 2-0.
What did he say?
But we have some other awesome stuff that is going on throughout the year that we're going to talk about here before we go to our next round. So let's go ahead and take a look at our next image we have coming up. And it is the Legacy of Destruction WCQ National Game Mat. One of my favorite game mats I've ever seen. It features Minerva, the Athenian Lightsworn, the brand new...
Does that count for the bingo? I'll count that. I don't care. The favorite playmat ever, that counts. I don't care. I'll count it. I'll count it, and you guys cannot stop me. No, that counts. Where's my bingo sheet? Where's my bingo sheet? Something else happened. Anima Suck happened, and Billy has a favorite card. My favorite mat of all time. I'll count that. I don't care. I don't care. That counts. Bingo.
We will be right back very shortly for round number 3. We've already had some exciting duels. We've seen Arch Nemesis Protoss. We've seen the 5-time champion on his way.
Dude, don't tell him about Protoss, Billy. We're hiding that. No, don't tell him that happened. What are you doing? No. Cut the VOD. Cut the VOD. No. Okay. Where were we on these new cards? Oh, I guess, yeah, no, YugiTuber does. Christian Urena is a YugiTuber now. You guys go check him out. I don't have the link ready or anything, but you guys go to YouTube and check out Christian Urena. He's been uploading YCS winning deck profiles back-to-back weeks. So you guys go check that out. Yeah, that does count. Okay, so we have looked at these guys. We've looked at Valmonica. We've looked at Medolce. We weren't quite done with Medolce because the feature match started. I just quickly want to, just TLDR. I think the Exceed is really, really strong. The Link is also very good. The Trap card isn't that great. But I don't think anyone was hoping for a good Medolce Trap. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Medolce already has good Trap cards, no? What is it, like Medolce Palooza and Medolce Knights, I think, are both solid trap cards already. Promenade is the one. Which one is Palooza? Palooza might be a spell card. I don't know. Promenade is the one I was thinking of. They already have good trap cards, so I don't think that's a deal breaker. This trap isn't great. But the two extra deck monsters are very, very good. And I think that is what Medolce needed, right? Is like a way to convert their monsters into end board pieces / extra deck pieces. So that is good. You missed a card on the Reptilian page. Well, we've already seen Isa, the deranged. But we haven't seen Haggard Lizardos. You're right, thank you. Link 2 water, reptile, link effect monster. 2 materials, 2 monsters with different names. You can banish a monster from your face-up field or graveyard with 2,000 or less attack. Then target a face-up monster on the field. Make its attack become equal to the original attack of the monster banished to activate this effect. Then, if you banished a monster that was originally reptile, draw a card. Okay. So what you're telling me is I can banish my Hyperia to draw another card. So I can go I can go Gigantic Sprite, summon Hyperia, draw 1, link into Haggard Lizardos, banish Hyperia, draw another one. That's crazy in my Paleozoic deck. You can banish itself. It technically is a generic link 2 that you can get rid of to draw a card. I'm not sure how good that is, to be honest. This card doesn't seem bad to me. I don't know how many decks actually play like reptiles. I think Raika has reptiles. Maybe that's good in Raika. It sets up corridor. Dude, do you know? Can you think? So whenever you mention something like that, right? I want you to think to yourself if that even makes sense. You know, is that something that we need? Because I'm gonna let you know about one other card that can also banish, you know, from your own graveyard. And that's SP Little Knight. This card is interesting though. It's not like crazy or anything, but I could see this seeing play. This is definitely better than other Link Monsters TCG exclusives that they've made in the past. I don't hate it. It's okay. I do think the ability to banish itself to draw a card is kind of underrated, because it basically means if this is in your extra deck, if you're ever in a spot where you would be losing if you didn't if you didn't have this, right, you can always turn any two bodies, even tokens with different names, into this and try to draw a card. You know, maybe you need to top deck that like talents or something to keep playing, and this can give it, you know, like give you one desperate draw. You know, I think it's okay. Can only banish itself if there's another monster on the field. Yes, because you do have to have a target for the attack boost or attack equalization thingy. But still, you know, like that is a neat ability, right? To be able to banish a reptile, to draw a card. New Runic Link 2 to clear extra monster zone. I mean, sometimes we've been playing Donner in some Runic decks just to clear the extra monster zone. This is definitely better most of the time to as opposed to Donner. You know, I'd rather draw a card than destroy a card from my opponent. So it's a good card. I like this one. And is that it? Oh no, we have Become the Lord of Light and Darkness with Chaz's manga support. Now I'm hyped for this. This is going to be embarrassing, but Light and Darkness Dragon, Dark End Dragon, and Light End Dragon are some cards that I find incredibly cool. Now, there's a couple things. I'm gonna sound like Billy Brake for a second. Light and Darkness Dragon is one of my favorite cards of all time. One, I did not know that Light and Darkness Dragon was a combination of Light End Dragon and Dark End Dragon. I learned that right now by looking at that image. I have never noticed that in my entire life, and that's kind of embarrassing. The second thing is that I also did not know that they were Chaz Princeton cards. I thought Chaz Princeton, and I guess that gives away that I have never actually seen GX in its entirety. I've seen a decent portion of GX, but not all of it. And I did not know that. I thought Chaz Princeton was just playing some weird, like, Ojamas and the XYZ Dragon Cannon retrains, you know? Only in the manga. Oh, that might explain it. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, today I learned. But there's Light and Darkness Dragon support, which I find very cool because I love Light and Darkness Dragon. Very cool card. Light and Darkness Dragon Lord, level 10 Light Dragon fusion effect monster. Materials, a level 8 Light Dragon and a level 8 Dark Dragon. That's very fitting. Must be fusion summoned. While face up on the field, this card is also a dark, just like Light and Darkness Dragon. Once per chain, when a spell, trap card, or monster effect is activated, quick effect, this card loses exactly 1,000 attack and defense, and if it does, negate the activation. So with 3,000 defense and 3,400 attack, you can do that exactly 3 times. So technically that's worse than Light and Darkness Dragon, because Light and Darkness Dragon can do it 4 times because it's got 2,400 defense. If this card is destroyed by your opponent, you can target a dragon in your grave, special summon it. Kind of disappointing, I guess. In a way, it makes sense, but it doesn't actually have anything to do with the original Light and Darkness Dragon, outside of the fact that it has a similar effect, but it doesn't have any synergies. It is a potentially relatively easy to access fusion monster though. Like the way I see this is this might be splashable. Like I've seen some people on Twitter talk about the possibility to use this in branded, which I don't know how easy it would be to make it in branded, but technically that could be very toxic. Yeah. How can branded fusion? No, branded fusion doesn't make this. But you could make it with what can like can Cartesia make it? Can Cartesia summon level 10? Yeah, right. Branded in red can do it. Like Lubellion and Albion are dark and light fusions, level 8, right? So they can make it. Now, the thing is, one thing you have to realize, chat, is that you can do a lot of stuff with branded. You can summon a lot of things, and you can fuse into a lot of different stuff. The question is going to be, is this going to be better than what you can already do? The answer to that I can't give you. I don't know for sure if it's going to be better. Then, you know, you can do like gimmick puppet and all that kind of stuff, and that's probably going to be better. I'm going to be real with you. I am still annoyed by the fact that I'm looking at this card and it's meant to be this cool, like, retrain new version of an old card, and the only way I can conceivably think of playing it ever is to make it in branded. That kind of annoys me. I'm not a fan of that fact, you know? And then we have light ends. Oh, maybe these guys can make it. You can only use the first, second, and third effect each once per turn. You can banish a level 8 dragon from your extra deck. Special summon this card from your hand. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn except dragons. Is there anything crazy you can do with this? Is there like a cool level 8 dragon that does something when it's banished? Not sure. During your main phase, you can fusion summon a fusion monster using monsters in hand or field. Okay. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can make this card lose. Yeah, this card isn't great. Like, unless I can banish a cool card for this, I don't think it's very good. And then we have Dark End Evaporation Dragon. Level 8 Dark Dragon effect monster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can banish a level 8 dragon from your extra deck, special summon this card. Okay, this is just the same card. The only difference is target one other attack position monster. This card loses 500 if it does destroy that. Okay, the effect is a little bit better. It sets up corridor. Yeah, no one cares. Yeah. It's Dark End's effect? Yeah. Yeah, this is Dark End and this is Light End's effects, but yeah, they should have maybe realized that Dark End and Light End were like good like 15 years ago, and even then they were only like okay. Well, Dark End was good, but like Light End was only okay. So, I don't know. Yeah, outside of maybe playing the fusion in branded, I don't see a whole lot of potential here. Okay, I'm gonna leave you with the stream real quick, because I'm gonna need to go and check on Charlie, because he's not been eating very well, as what I've been told. So I'll be seeing if he wants some food real quick. I'm taking care of Charlie alone at the moment, because you know, my fiance just left the house, so I'm gonna just go make sure he's okay. That might happen a couple times throughout the next couple hours. But we'll see. I'll be right back.
Okay. So he said, I'm not the only one taking damage here.
Really? You gonna take my
grandpa
card?
has no pathetic cards, Justin.
I'm on pins and needles.
Oh, solemn judgment. This just pays half his life points, negates the dark hole.
Wow. Solemn judgment?
We'll take that. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my god.
Respect the beard, Justin. Respect the beard.
Oh
okay?
my god.
Got 15 health. I knew it! I knew it!
He has Raigeki too! Ooh, he has Raigeki as well.
God told me you were gonna do it! I'm out! I'm out! I knew it!
This duel suddenly got so much scrappier.
Very.
No, I'm scared. I don't know what you have there.
Good. I don't want you to know. I'm about to get roasted for this play, right? Side by side, baby.
He looks
Only way
good.
to
He
do
looks
it
good. He
is
looks
side by
good.
side.
Stylistic choices.
I think it's checkmate.
Yeah, this might be, unless that's a monster in Vicious's hand right now.
Oh!
Wait, it's not even made of
It's not
bug!
even made of
The wall of illusions.
That's kind of rough. Bro, the fact that I can't kill it
Yeah, yeah.
makes it even worse, man. Do not tell me he's got the blue eyes right now. Oh! That was rude. That was rude.
Is it rude?
All right, now if
So
Jay
450 is enough to kill Vicious's life points off here.
If Jay Wong's been paying attention to my lessons,
Okay.
just, yep, go straight to battle phase and attack with the bug.
And your bug?
Hey, man, GG's, bro. All right.
Oh,
That's
so
the second
scared.
time.
That's
gonna
it.
be it.
That's the
Maneater
game.
Bug wins the game.
That's the second time with Man-Eater Bug.
Man, your bug. Let's go.
It's the second time with Man-Eater Bug.
Excellent.
That was very tense.
These competitive fighting game players are different.
Yeah, they're built different. Yo, that game, you guys.
Crazy.
That game.
Woo.
I didn't expect it to get as intense as that.
I was being taught. You taught me, Joe, to put all the eggs in the basket. I'm just playing lame.
That was really great dueling.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Congratulations to Jaewong. He wins.
You
but,
are our first champion.
Thank you.
But I have to say, congratulations to you both for a game very well played.
Thank you guys for even having us, man. It's been a lot of fun. Like it's such a cool like full circle kind of journey.
Thank you. It's an honor, right? It's an honor playing with also Jeremy as well too.
Thanks for watching. This has been Deck Flexing. Stay tuned for next week where we'll have 2 new competitors compete in our next theme, anime decks.
That's right, and you guys can download Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel today. Available on consoles, Steam, and mobile. Play for free now.
See you next time.
Okay, he is eating as we speak. It's all good. Da, da, da. Wait, where's Pack? Did you guys see Pack? Oh, it seems like pairings for the next round are happening. Is it a puppy or a cat? It's a cat, but it's not a young one. We adopted one from the shelter. He's already 8 years old. But let me tell you, dude, having a pet for the very first time, it is stressful. You know, you worry about so many things that you were never worried about before in your life. You know, it's kind of it's exciting and cool and all that, but it is it also is it is stressful. Cause, dude, while he was, you know, when they scratch themselves like this, right, behind their, like on their neck, he hurt himself on the neck with his own claw, and now he's losing fur around that spot where he, you know, cut himself, and it looks very you know, it I don't know, we might have to go and let that get checked out soon. That is a sign of stress. I mean, it could be. I heard that moving is sometimes stressful for cats. He's been handling it very well, you know, for most things, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's a little stressed out, or if he was a little stressed out. He's been doing okay now. Show him, please. I'm not gonna drag him into the stream, okay? That's not something it's we're talking about my cat, it's not a show off for the stream. If he wants to be in here, he can come in here at any time. He only goes into this room very rarely though at the moment. So I'm not gonna drag him into my room. No photos? There's plenty of photos. I've given you guys photos on Twitter, on the Discord, all that. Don't complain about that. It's just your own fault if you're not following on Twitter. You missed the card for the dragons? Oh, did I? New cards. Oh, there it was. Oh, I did 2 cards. Okay, my bad. Hold up. Night Armed Dragon. Well, that's probably not Light and Darkness Dragon support. That seems like Armed Dragon support. Level 3 Wind Dragon. You can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn each. If you special summon a level 5 or higher dragon, you can special summon this from hand. If this card is special summoned, you can make its attribute and level become one of your banished dragon monsters. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target a dragon you control. It gains 1,000 attack. Okay, so just like an extender that can become different levels for dragons. I don't know if that's good for anything. Sounds like Bestial support. Technically, it turns a Bestial into a rank 6 Xyz, right? Because if you banish one Bestial for another Bestial, you can like summon this and make it a level 6. I don't know if that's like, there's plenty other level 6, you know, materials out there. Oh, okay. It gives 1 more negate. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target a dragon. Yeah, but that's funny actually, because it cannot be responded to. Because normally, that is one thing I want to point out with this guy. This, like original Light and Darkness Dragon, negates your own cards, right? Not only your opponent's, and it is mandatory, so you can't choose. And this thing being unable to be responded to means that you can boost this without it negating it, because this makes it so it cannot actually negate it. But I don't know if that is, you know, what you need. It does kind of like, I think the way they want you to use this is let's say you have one of these 2 in hand and the other one in the graveyard. You can banish one to summon the other. Then you can summon this. It can copy the level and the attribute of the one that you banished, which makes it, you know, light or dark. And then you can fuse into the guy. But you guys are correctly pointing out that it doesn't give defense, which then in return is useless. Moving on. Dragon's Glory of Light and Dark. Quick play spell. Activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect once per turn. Shuffle a level 8 dragon from your hand into the deck, and if you do, add a level 8 dragon monster with a different attribute from your deck to your hand. So, okay, that is -1 to search a level 8 dragon. You'd have to be very desperate to want that. Target a dragon monster, it gains attack. That's pretty irrelevant. When a card or effect is activated that targets a dragon, you control negate that effect. I do kind of like it that it's a searcher on the one hand, and it also stops Veiler and Imperm. It is kind of like a very, very budget Chaos Space, though. All right, not great. But the card looks good. It's a pretty card. It is a pretty card. I like the artwork. But okay. Worst case, it's a battle trick. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The second and the third effect on this card isn't great, but I don't hate this design of making a card like this that has like a search function, consistency function, and give it other options. That is okay in my book. And these other options don't have to be crazy at all times. It's just like, okay, clearly this card is meant to be used as a searcher, and if you ever don't need the searcher, you have other uses for it. I think that's good. I just think that the primary effect on the card isn't quite good enough. Right? Would be better if it gave attack and defense, so it adds 2 negates to the fusion. No, it would not need, it would get negated by the fusion, because the fusion would negate it. That doesn't work. Okay, people are sitting for round 2, so I'm sure we're gonna get a feature match real soon. I'll just quickly check if he finished his food. Let me see. Yeah, almost. Almost finished it. It's not bad. All right. Oh.
To YCS Raleigh, we are just about to head here into our third round of Swiss. The
That was good timing.
VIPs have just entered into the fray. We're looking at over 1,700 players. Steven, are there any first impressions from these first couple of rounds?
So what's been really wild to me is we are seeing people show up with all these go on through the tournament. That's still going to be one of the decks to beat for sure.
Especially when you see it piloted like from players like Christian and Jose, who are really maximizing the efficiency of that deck.
Incredible. Seeing that Cerevis stop the Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Shield was just incredible. So the players are still evolving the deck too, and obviously that was a very new innovation there, since notice the rarity difference between the rest of the deck. That was clearly a new idea. Some good stuff.
Yeah, going into the weekend, everybody knew the Snake Eye cards themselves were really powerful, but they lost their go-to extra deck monsters, like, of
Did
course,
you just call him poor?
Baron de Fleur.
For having a
Linkredo.
rare Soravis?
So that deck needed to adapt to this new situation, and they clearly found good extra deck strategy cards. We saw Omega, for example,
just call
featured
him
in that
Baroque?
previous round, something that it looks like a lot of players this weekend have elected to play.
Yeah, you know, and Mega I was a little bit suspicious of. I know it's a weird way to say it, but it's different to take cards away from your opponent in advance than actually negating those things that you know, this is the card that I want to stop. But as we've seen from the duels, honestly, it's turned out to be a really good play, and being able to use Bestial Dissipator to recycle that and get 2 cards instead of 1, all of a sudden, hey, Illusion Chimera is not the only thing that can hand loop.
Players had the option of playing those 2 cards previous, but they elected to do the Baron, sort of the more typical lines that we saw over the course of the last couple of months. But now the players have to adapt after the recent Forbidden and Limited list. Clearly, after seeing that previous round, this Omega-based Dispatter strategy is sufficient.
Absolutely, absolutely. So now that we're on round 3 here.
Dude, I am not surprised that there was a replacement combo for Synchro's Snake Eyes. I genuinely am not surprised. But I am still disappointed. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect anything else, but I still was disappointed. You know,
Champion, who's brought probably one of my favorite decks of the format to the table
I don't want
today.
to spoil any surprises too, but there's Mr. Aaron
Furman!
Furman himself. You might recognize him, somebody who is no stranger to the commentator desk.
Nice.
Favorite card is Maxine.
Oh my god, he's doing... Furman is such a baiter, dude. He's doing that just to bait people, and he knows it.
He'll be up against Nicholas. Nicholas is from Orlando, Florida, and his favorite card is a throwback, Dark Paladin.
Also no stranger to the featured match stage, himself being one of the great judges from our judge program. So this is going to be great because you've got 2 great duelists who are comfortably being up here, playing interesting decks, just feeling themselves.
So if we look over some of the choices in Aaron's deck, one of the things the players typically don't elect to do that the viewers will notice very quickly is Aaron is not playing any monsters in his main deck.
Oh, that is a very
Oh
light
my
deck list.
God.
We can see. You guys can't see it back home.
What
but
is
it
the
true
deck,
that
Furman?
His version of the runic strategy is just
No!
spell cards as far as the eye can see, and a few traps.
Yeah, definitely spell trap cards as well. So we've seen runic strategies implemented with a variety of different cards. We've seen runic Sprite have success. We've seen runic Bestial with
Is it
cards
stun?
like Quem find success. We've seen runics with Naturias. Runics have been splashed into a lot of different strategies over the course of the last couple of years. What's interesting is you don't see runic-based deck-out strategies as much, but if you actually read the runic cards,
it's
they're
runic
inherently
stun!
designed sort of in their own, if they're not being combined with something else, to potentially play towards a deck-out strategy. And it looks like that's something that Aaron has elected to bring to the table this weekend.
No, that's exactly right. Certainly what Runic can do as a side effect of banishing those cards from the deck, it allows you to accomplish
Why
the
would
goal
you
on the
feature
card,
that
whether
in
it's
round
destroying a
3?
spell trap or maybe protecting one monster through Runic Slumber, but you're also taking away options from your opponent. But collectively, yes, all of those Runic spells really are meant to get your opponent to the deck out stage. However, because they all have those different numbers of banishing,
But
Aaron's
does
gonna
Runic
have to
Stun
watch
really
when he gets
not
down
play
to the
any
wire of
monsters?
How many numbers he does so we can get to that exact
Maybe
zero
it's Runic
to let Nicholas
Striker.
draw for turn. Well, not draw for turn and deck out.
And then in terms of Nicholas, it looks like Nicholas has brought to the table a interesting strategy himself. He has the voiceless
Opium? No,
cards,
I am
which we've
coping.
seen
I am
feature
coping.
Previous events, but he's incorporated the branded strategy. I'm not sure if we've actually shown that at the feature match table between the recent YCSs, but we've seen a lot of players who have elected to go with the voiceless strategy incorporate branded fusion, because
Ooh, is
branded
it
fusion
branded
obviously
voiceless?
allows
Okay.
you to get access to Mirror Jade, one of the most powerful extra deck monsters in the format, but it's also a way of putting cards like Low into the graveyard or Saphira into the graveyard, maybe Trias into the graveyard. There's a lot of different cards that you can send to the graveyard that happen to be light monsters and line up really well with that package. And it's also a deck that doesn't necessarily need to go into the extra deck, into non-fusions. Like, absolutely, Dynamondo is a powerful card, but it's not a necessity.
It's interesting, too, though, when you think about Voiceless Voice combining with Branded. Well, we're about to see when it gets combined into as we go into Game 1 of our Round 3 here at YCS Raleigh.
With this
of course, they wouldn't call it Runic Stun. They just put Runic on there.
Based effect and Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice. Aaron really wants to play first so that he can establish some of his Runic spells and traps, draw a bunch of cards, maybe set some of those powerful trap cards.
The skill drain at the synchro zone.
I think I also see a time-tearing Morganite. It's a card that so many duelists are just fascinated with because of the ability to get that extra draw.
How could this happen?
But you cannot use any monster effects from the hand. Obviously, it's not going to be a problem with Aaron not playing any monsters here. But he is going to go ahead and notate those mandatory effects, which of course you're allowed to do under the official tournament policy guidelines. So again, he is going to get to draw 2. Now, he doesn't get that investment now. That's for later. But next turn, he'll be drawing 2.
He also doesn't normal summon because he has
no monsters. Yeah, you're right. That really is just for the draw.
Now he's going to follow that up with a copy of Pot of Desires.
So a great looking set of sleeves, by the way, there too. Shades of Duelist Kingdom. Speaking of Duelist Kingdom, we all know spell cards love drawing too. Taking a look to see what he lost there. Certainly a lot of great spells, but that's the price you pay.
So with his specific strategy, the actual runic names, not typically that big of a deal, but if he banished both of the fountains, this might have been a pretty difficult game. I noticed he did banish one, but there is a runic fountain still in his deck, which he's going to search out here with Terraforming.
Guys, it's not Runic's fault.
Certainly good that Aaron got to go first. This might be difficult in Game 2 if Nicholas does lose, because again,
it's not Runic's fault.
Voice is really the last easy Omni negate in the format right now. I mean, certainly there's a lot of great
fault is it? Skill drain.
No one's trying to pick on any particular deck, but Voiceless Voice's Skull Guardian being that beautiful 40/50, being protected by low and all the various spells and trap cards, but also just having the ability to say, hey, no, and that is a very powerful effect. But still, we're going to have to see what Aaron cooks up for Nicholas first. And it seems like it's just going to be setting 4 cards and calling it a turn.
In terms of how Aaron could play
that's a UDS and YCS champ for you guys, by the way.
It as Chainlink 3 is
what
the
has he become?
Most effective way. And the runic strategy, you know, in theory, does have some speller traps that could be negated by Skull Guardian that would then allow Aaron to chain skill drain.
Well, the skills can't be drained from the graveyard as we see Saphira discarded to go ahead and send a spell to the graveyard and grab a Voiceless Voice card. Taking a look at that branded card just to be excited about it, but no, we're just going to shuffle that in, and there's the Skull Guardian, sort of monster of the moment.
You did this? What did I do?
Voiceless Voice strategy, it's really important to prioritize getting Barrier of the Voiceless Voice onto the field against a runic-based strategy, because it shuts off a lot of the potential ways that Aaron could combat the Skull Guardian or other effects.
Well, you're right about the skill drain. We're paying 1,000 life points now to shut down any face-up effects here.
So this is one of the advantages of going first. Aaron's able to preemptively activate skill drain. That way, when the Skull Guardian touches down, although low is in the graveyard, he's unable to utilize that Skull Guardian to negate.
And Skull Guardian will be at that very awkward.
I can think of one out for Voiceless Voice to skill drain. Well, outside of, they have the trap card, obviously, but there's one other one. There's one other out to skill drain that I can think of. In the Voiceless Voice deck. Like, don't say Cosmic Cyclone, dude. Maybe there's more. Maybe there's more that I'm just not aware of. The one that I was thinking was you normal summon Diviner, you activate effect, and you have to hard draw Trias to chain it to get the Diviner off the field, and then you can send Entis. That's the one I was thinking of.
Extra deck with your runic cards. So it could
Which honestly, you should have probably sent. You can even send that with Branded Fusion, the Trias, right? Because it's a light monster. They probably should have sent that one, unless they don't play it.
To be a drawn-out duel, unless Aaron just quickly decks out his opponent.
Nicholas does have access to Chaos Angel, a pretty common inclusion in some of these voiceless strategies, so he's not able to do that this turn because he used Branded Fusion, but if he ever could construct a game state where he's able to go into Chaos Angel, he is able to at least put a Synchro on the field, not that he'd be able to utilize the effect because Skill Drain is active.
Definitely a old school tale of which came first, the negation or the monster that negates, right? Skill Drain versus Jinzo. But now we're seeing some draws here from Aaron, and he did get into 2 trap cards, which aren't really necessarily going to help considering he has this very well-established board, but he's got to consider what it is he's going to set here.
Once this deck establishes this current game state, you're usually in pretty good shape. Your draws are probably just going to be a lot of trap cards or runic cards, and even filtering a runic card isn't necessarily the most necessary thing right now.
We'll take a look at the graveyard here on Nick.
Chat, answer me one question. Which cards so far, which cards are stopping Nicholas from playing at the moment? Is it Runic Fountain? No. No, it's not Runic. Oh my god, it's not Fountain. It's not Fountain. Fountain has just been sitting there and has done nothing. Oh my god.
The unfortunate thing for Lightning Storm is it doesn't necessarily always line up very well against Hugin.
True. Runic is very well equipped for jumping into the middle of things and saying, hey, I actually do not want to be destroyed. And of course, you can use those Runic things. Maybe this is a case for Feather Duster and Jowgen being the only way out here.
Another reason to consider cards like Cosmic Cyclone.
Cosmic Cyclone obviously finding popularity during the reign of Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. It's very nice to get rid of that field spell, especially the Fire King variant. Very powerful, but not seeing as much play this weekend, so maybe they're just locked in the side deck somewhere.
A lot of players were able to realize that with the IP Masquerena in the spell and trap zone, between having the field spell and actual Flame Burge, if you didn't just shotgun the Flame Burge effect, if your opponent went to Cosmic Cyclone when you were able to use the field spell, you could just chain Flame Burge and put IP out of the spell and trap card zone into the monster zone anyway. So most players found a way around that.
Well, speaking of chaining, looks like we're going to be summoning out Munich of the Runic Wing. Excuse me, a little bit of a tongue twister there. And then revealing a bunch of cards off a Pot of Prosperity there.
So this is
Is that Nemesis Corridor?
If Nicholas is able to navigate his way through this, which is that copy of
Was
Barrier
that Nemesis Corridor?
Collection of
Invoice this voice.
Aaron's counterplay.
Unless it is counterplayed itself, right? We're going to go ahead and destroy that card, or at least attempt to.
I will say it's a bit of an interesting choice to set that in the column of Skill Drain. Obviously, the destruction's just going to take care of it.
And why is Prosperity
is playing
vibing?
Infinite Impermanence, and although Aaron's not playing any main deck monsters, there are going to be possibilities where there's a monster in the extra monster zone, specifically a fusion monster. I would personally want to leave open those columns for a future Infinite Impermanence because it's going to be one of the only ways that he can potentially get through this field, because although he can only attack with Synchro monsters, if he's able to Infinite Impermanence in the column of Skill Drain, it might open the door to getting access to some extra deck monsters that allow him to push through this field.
Well, trying to push through the field, Runic Tip is activated. Again, those double draws are really helping Aaron from the Time-Tearing Morganite just be able to rip through the deck and get whatever it is that's needed. And it is going to be difficult, of course, to get through when you can't attack. And Aaron's gaining life points now every turn.
Tip is the fairest card ever printed.
It's going to be important for Aaron to manage his resources in terms of, as you were commenting on earlier, ensuring that he's able to deck out Nicholas, because the 2 draws off of
what was that trap card?
Time-Tearing is not optional.
What was the last trap card you drew? It was Synchro Zone, a spell card, and another trap. What was that trap?
You're on your own deck out timer, right? You can't.
I've never seen that one before. Is that like another? Oh, that's Rivalry. No, that was another one that I haven't seen before.
All of these effects and be able to banish enough cards. Perfect.
What was that?
To mathematically make Nicholas deck out. And looks like we're just going to be setting. Is that what I think it is? There is no way that is a Tyrant's Tirade.
It is. You're actually playing 3 copies of Tyrant's Tirade.
Oh my goodness. Students of Duel Academy will remember that card. But this is a throwback, if I recall correctly. That's tribute 2 monsters, and then what, no summons?
It's no effects.
No effects.
I'm really...
But how does he tribute 2 monsters?
As to the manner that he's putting 2 monsters on the field.
Oh, you summon Sleipnir.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And that's
when
a
the
really
opponent draws for turn.
way to do it. Yeah. It's just weird to see it. I had to double check.
Chain tries.
2 monsters, effects, and effect monsters that activate in the hand or on the field cannot be activated. That is so cool to see. And so just a really thorough strategy here, making sure that Aaron
What do you mean
checkmates
that's
his
so
opponent's
cool to
deck
see?
out. It hasn't happened yet, but he certainly has a strong field that
Sleipnir's
indicate
fault.
he's going to get there eventually.
It's not Sleipnir's fault.
Did bring out
It's not Sleipnir's fault only because it puts 2 monsters on the board. Shut up.
that monster and banish 3 cards.
So this is important. As Aaron is able to use the actual runic effects themselves, not to special summon, he's going to be able to quickly banish cards off the top of Nicholas's deck. And some other things to note just about Aaron's strategy. It has a single copy of Smiting Storm, which is one of the runic cards you don't typically see because it doesn't have a lot of utility outside of an actual deck out strategy. But he's going to be able to continuously get access to that runic Smiting Storm, which is going to banish cards from the top of Nicholas's deck up to the number of
You
cards
guys
they
are
control,
mad.
which here it looks like they control 3 cards, and sometimes it could be up to even 4 cards if there are some of those continuous spells on the field or traps.
Well, the good news is, too, is that Smiting Storm is the magic key to that puzzle box that is trying to get that perfect deck out number of 0. So what does all that word soup mean? It means that it is optional when you use the effect of that runic Smiting Storm to choose how many cards you banish. So if they have 4 cards, you could choose 3, you could choose 2, 1, which means the effect will always resolve and you get that perfect 0. So you can pass turn and let your opponent freeze over just like in Master Duel.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you, my bodies, Reggie. Thank you for the 20 months. Runic cards are based.
Looks like we
This
are
is not
determining up. Lost a card there, but got right back in where it was supposed to. I'm gonna go ahead.
It's floodgates. We hate floodgates.
And here
I think they were just ensuring that Aaron actually drew his second card off of Time Tearing Morganite.
Certainly important. It's kind of hard after playing so many years of Yu-Gi-Oh! You only draw 1 card per turn, and then all of a sudden you're drawing 2. It's almost like a little soft nod to Rush rules. Speaking of draws, looks like we just picked up a Pot of Desires there.
Did he banish for the tip?
I don't know that he has the cards to banish and draw 2 at this point.
Even if he did, there's no chance he's activating that.
Definitely feels like something you'd want to hold back on. Certainly a lot of tools, but without any way to consistently put up the runic monster and its token, doesn't look like we're going to see that Tyrant's Tirade just yet.
Razor's Edge, thank you for the 4 months. Bruno,
Question
thank you
here
for
for
the
Nicholas
3.
is
And
he ever
Troll
gonna be able to
Warchief,
get
thank you for the
access
3
to
months. Appreciate
Radiance of the
the
Voiceless
support, you
Voice?
guys. Hope you guys are
Aaron
enjoying the
needs to
watch
be
along
wary
so
of that
far.
and maybe preemptively activate runic
How,
destructions during the end phase. Oh, here we go. Here's our friend Chaos.
Who's I just asking for a
So
friend
using
who is
Runic
picking
Slumber
these
again,
feature
not only to
matches.
protect the Munich of the runic, but also banish another 3 cards. So we're going to draw 1, and that's going to be the recycle from the field spell. Then afterwards, gaining life points and drawing 2.
Yeah, so that Chaos Angel just attacking into the Slumber every turn is quite interesting to watch.
And if that runic slumber, wow, and there it is, could be recycled properly, you really can just protect it. And yeah, grabbing right into the runic slumber, basically keeping the loop. Very interesting that even with Synchro Zone being penetrated by the Chaos Angel, the defenses are impregnable. I mean, you literally still have that runic slumber to
The
just
runic
protect your
zone?
monster,
The
banish
Synchro
3,
Zone is
send
what?
it back to the deck, draw a card, and continue from there.
Penetrated.
With this type of strategy, Aaron is just trying to ensure that he's covered the bases for all of his lose conditions.
And that is very important. This is, to a degree, the way the field's set up, it's Aaron's duel to lose. If he loses track of this very careful strategy
not
that he's
the
put together,
corridor!
it is going to be problematic. But obviously the Chaos Angel went in, and here goes the Runic Slumber back to the bottom of the deck.
No!
Gaining more life points and drawing more cards. What an insane setup.
Looks like Nicholas is counting the cards at the top of his deck. Doesn't
Didn't
look
seem
like he
there
has
were
too many.
Was that 6, I think I counted? And with 3 cards on the field, that Runic...
You didn't need to change your name to paid chatter for that.
He's just going to be able to eventually activate Smiting Storm. And when you start to activate the runic cards that destroy numerous...
Wait, why are we
banish
in
off the
slow
top rather
mode
than
anyways?
destroy, but banish off the top in
Or
larger
chat.
chunks, it ends up being okay.
It looks like we're getting down to
Disable
the wire
slow
here
mode
with 3
now.
more cards off the top, and we know he's got the Smiting Storm. It looks like there's
I actually
4
don't know
cards
how to
left.
do that.
I missed a spot. Activating Pot of Duality just to flip through another Runic Slumber. And that's exactly what we're taking here.
I heard, actually, I think it was last weekend or the weekend before that Aaron was able to pilot this strategy into the top 8 of a regional, I believe in California. So he is no stranger to this runic-based deck out strategy. He's been practicing it in the weeks leading up to this event.
Representing his roots well, certainly, but it's just wild to see it. You know, this is the type of deck that usually doesn't pop up except maybe online and so on. But again, this is really getting it done. Now, that Nemesis corridor, though, that was just drawn, honestly may not be the worst thing here, but that seems like we're just backing it up.
It's interesting to see Nemesis Corridor incorporated into a voiceless voice strategy. That's a card that obviously a lot of people were talking about in combination with Nemesis Flag in order to search out Protos or special summon Colossus from the extra deck. However, seeing it in a voiceless voice strategy is not something that I was anticipating this weekend.
The problem is here, if it is for the Thunder Dragon Colossus, it may be difficult because Runic draws all the time. It's not searching those cards except by Runic Tip and a few others, so it may not really feel that hindered by it.
Well, it has the Hugin, so it depends how early it hits the field.
But here comes the pass turn. There's no cards to draw, so that is a game win by deck out. We got to see Exodia a few YCS ago. It is really cool to see alternate win strategies at this level of play.
Skill drains fault.
That's also a really important game just for compiling information. Aaron learned that Nicholas is in fact playing a copy of Chaos Angel. So by knowing that, although Synchro Zone was really powerful that particular game, Aaron needed to back it up with constant activations of Runic Slumber. So going into this game, he has that new information pertaining to how he needs to strategize with Synchro Zone. Not every strategy this weekend has a Synchro monster in their extra deck. Nicholas does in fact have one that's actually quite easy for him to have access to.
You guys.
Well, it also means that Aaron might decide
Amin Gibbs, thank you for the 9 months. Still more entertaining than Snake Eye Mirror.
That are part of the Chaos Angel formula, right? Doesn't have to always have a chainer,
definitely funnier, but I don't think it's more entertaining. No.
On the field. So if he happens to see that, we might see him shotgun effectively one of those cards.
They really went from
just banish those.
They really went from here's round 1 after the Forbidden and Limited list. Look, it's Sword Soul and Pearly, 2 decks that have received some interesting changes from the ban list. So let's see them duke it out together. I'm actually I'm joking. Now it's a Snake Eye Mirror in round 2, and then hey, you forgot about Runic Stun? Well, it's still here. Dude, what is this? What is this? What are you guys doing? Dude, are you guys all going through the effort to change the numbers on it? Oh god. CB Kula Cakes, thank you for the 8 months, and Royce, thank you for the 3. Okay, guys, it's enough. It's enough. I've gotten the joke. Yes, it's you are all pretending to be view bots, saying hello, Mr. Joshua Schmidt. I'm here to defend Runic as previously discussed. I get it. I understand. Very funny. Very funny. I understand. Noted. Noted. Paleozoic Opabinia, thank you for the 5 gifties. Appreciate that. No, don't use slow mode. No. Actually, I guess maybe you can leave on slow mode for like 30 seconds until they've calmed down, and then you can disable it again. That's fine.
Being an inherent negate, so there's actually quite a lot of pieces that Nicholas has in his
He even floodgates chat. I didn't do that.
And then if you look at his...
See, I'm the runic portion, and my mods are the skill drain portion. I'm not actually stopping you from doing anything.
Spell and trap card destruction or banish it.
My mods are the ones that are floodgating you right now. It's not me. I stand for the runic portion. I'm gonna let you cook. I don't care. The mods are skill drain and synchro zone.
Runic, not just this runic deck out variant.
Well, I think you actually brought up a good point, because when you think about it, every one of our duels so far has shown the impact of the Forbidden Unlimited list, right? At first, we were saying how powerful Sword Soul is, and then we got to see how good Snake Eye still is as well. But in this duel, it'll be interesting if he did put the anti-spell fragrance into the main deck. Is it enough to just have the 1 copy out there, or it's just the heart of the cards, right? You're just hoping to draw it. So this shows maybe this is the best time to play Runic, especially the way that Aaron is, because there's just
Would you
so
side
few
in as a
cards out
voiceless
there that
player?
say
I mean, it
no
heavily
to spell
depends.
cards.
I would have to see
one
their
less
side
copy
deck.
of anti-spell
Common
fragrance,
cards, I would
obviously
expect
much-
Cosmic Cyclone to be
much
relatively common in
more
this event.
beneficial for
Like
strategies like Runic.
the situation was, I would feel like in the beginning of the format, last format, when we got the Snake Eye cards, a lot of people were playing Cosmic Cyclone because they expected Fire King to be more popular. I think it might be the same now, you know. Duster could be there. I don't know if Voiceless Voice would play Lightning Storm evenly. That sort of stuff. I think this matchup it should be pretty good for him when he goes first, right? What do you side in as Runic stun player? What do you want advice from me? Is he reading Branded Fusion? Okay, you guys underestimate how little Aaron Furman plays the game these days. Like unironically, I think for most of these cards he doesn't know what they do. Like Aaron Furman was very, very good at the game at some point, but I think he sadly doesn't have the time anymore because he's doing a lot of vending. He's got like his own store and all that kind of stuff. So I think he's just very busy with other things and only goes to, he travels to like YCS's. He used to do commentary. Well, yeah. I mean, that is probably unironically why he's playing stun. Oh, we figured out the thing that we should have done game one. By the way, that is something I want to point out. Game one, we could have done exactly that. And then when we drew the Diviner, which we did at some point, we could have gone Diviner, Chain, Trias to go and pop one of the things. So maybe that could have helped game one. So even with all that happened, it may still have been a skill issue. I'm just saying. Even though it was against the stun deck, even the player that is not playing stun still needs to know what to do. The Runics banished the Trias. It was Runic's fault. I mean, they banished the Trias way later. Dude, Mirror Jade Pass. What is this? Ash the Fountain. Ash the Tip. Okay. Interesting behavior. It's sometimes that's fine. It's Morgan time. Can you Ash Morganite? You cannot Ash Morganite, no. Ooh, set 4 pass, skillful behavior, okay. Top deck Prosperity. That is very likely to find the low now. So what is in the back row for Runic Stun here? I mean, if there's Skill Drain and Synchro Zone again. Low. Duster. I mean, Duster is less reliable than Cosmic at dealing with a Floodgate, because if there's one Hugin, like one Runic card invalidates Duster at the moment. You could keep Duster. You could take Duster if you had a way to bait Skill Drain. Like if you had a play already. I don't think just activating Duster here is good, because it just trades with one Runic card. Yeah, it is. No, I don't think that's correct. Dude, he's reading Hugin. Yes, you can. Yes, you can protect. Yes, yes. That's such a bad Duster. Yeah. Why did we... So I think it's okay to take Duster there, just to make sure you have it. But like, you have to wait until the opponent activates Skill Drain, because under Skill Drain, this does not work. Under Skill Drain, you cannot use the Hugin to protect your back row. So you have to like wait until you force the Skill Drain, and then you can Duster this. Synchro Zone, Judgment. Why didn't you Judgment the Runic? Huh? Flashing? What's the point of flashing fire here? He's reading his own extra deck. It's so funny. Frecky! What's the point of Frecky? The hell does Frecky do here? Add tip, but only when it battles, no? It just gets mirror jaded. Skill Drain, I mean, even if, but if Skill Drain is the last back row, it is Skill Drain. Dude, the Duster was gonna win you the game! Why is it Frecky and not Gary? Oh my god, why? Wait, does that work? Wait, Frecky does that? Also, Mirror Jade has to send for cost. You guys are right. Oh, wait, when it dies by battle, okay. Dude, what you? Why didn't you Judgment the Runic? What? Okay, I'll tell you why. There's only one explanation. There is only one possible explanation. He must have not known that Hugin can do that. So from his perspective, it was just, oh, my opponent is just chaining the Runic just because he's gonna lose it anyways. Right? That was the only possible explanation. Yeah, you get cooked now. I mean... We did see Cosmics in the deck. We did see some Cosmic Cyclones. So you can draw into those. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This game, Nicholas cannot complain about anything. This wasn't a Runic issue. This wasn't even a Floodgate issue. This game was genuinely a skill issue. At which point, it doesn't even matter what you're playing against. You got no excuse. You got no excuse. You got no right to complain about skill drain, synchro zone, runic fountain, runic tip. None of that you can complain about. When you just activated a duster into 4 sets, they chained a runic card and you didn't judgment it. You had it anyways, no matter what your opponent was playing. Like, you had it. Why are we setting? Instant runic destruction. Insta. Why did we set? Anti-spell. Yeah. Why did you... You do not set against runic stun. Spell traps. Bingo? I guess that counts as bingo, yeah. Anti-spell on stream. Dude, he's crazy with the tips, though. What? I mean, he's recycled it a lot with Frecky. But still. Call him the US restaurant system with all these tips. Oh, God. Can you turn on the commentary? I mean, sure. Let's listen in on what the commentators have to say about this.
Cosmic, draw Solemn Judgment, draw another Cosmic, and do it all in one turn.
Well, we'll see if he decides to pool his resources, but for now, Aaron is struggling to decide which card from his hand he's going to activate. Feels like we've decided upon, nope, maybe that one. Now we've got the Runic Slumber protecting the Mirror Jade and then banishing some great monsters from the Herald of the Diviner to the Saphira to Low Prayer of the Voiceless Voice. And now the Runic Tip will do the same here. Take one off the top and grab another Runic Slumber and lose another low.
I think that's all 3 lows banished.
Interesting also, just watching the way that this game is unfolded, where if Nicholas just passed and never put Mirror Jade on the field, he would have shut down some of the runic cards that Aaron has access to.
It's true that you would have had to at least eat one of those runic spells in order to put a monster of your own on the field to continue to use Runic Slumber to protect it and cause banishing off the top of Nicholas's deck. But maybe he thought the Mirror Jade was the right answer, and maybe he was thinking about Hugin, but with the skill drain on the field, doesn't do a whole lot. And interesting, do I see Artifact Lancia?
Another thing to note is Mirror Jade is a cost. He could be sending... I don't know how many Albions he's playing per se. I think he actually used his single copy of Albion, which would kind of negate what I'm about to say. But in theory, if you were playing a more committed branded strategy and you had multiple copies of Albion, you could actually still be activating Mirror Jade because it's a cost.
I definitely play a lot of 2-part decks, but I see what you mean where, yes, you get both of the toolkits, but not nearly as much of one or the other.
But in doing so, he would be able to set branded cards and at least slim his deck of draws that aren't desirable. Branded Fusion right now is not a desirable draw, but if you can filter it out of your deck, you theoretically could increase the likelihood of drawing cards like Cosmic Cyclone. But for this particular case, that's not viable. Nicholas is only playing one single copy of Albion. But just word to the wise out there, anybody that plays against decks with skill drain, you do want to try and maximize your likelihood of drawing spell and trap card destruction when you're staring it down.
Just anything you could do. Thin the deck down, draw the cards, whatever it takes, because in the alternative, it is going to be a little painful here. Runic Golden Droplets, of course. Yeah, you get to draw a card, but technically a -5 from the overall health of the deck when it comes to decking out.
Yeah, we're not calculating life points right now. We're calculating deck damage.
Golden Droplet is a -5.
Deck out is certainly a viable strategy. You know, there were certainly older decks at the beginning of Yu-Gi-Oh! Things called empty jar. I probably sent flashbacks to so many people who played against Morphin Jar number 2 and 1 and Book of Tiger.
No, actually,
but it is cool to see these alternate.
If you think about it, if Pot of Desires is a -9, because it's draw 2 and then -10 banished, right? So Desires is a -9. If you think about it that way, Golden Droplet is a +2. Because you lose a card, your opponent gains a card, but then they lose 4. So Golden Droplet is literally a +2. Insane. Best runic card. Ban Golden Droplet. Ban runic Golden Droplet. I'll give it to you, runic haters. Okay. This is my compromise offer. We will ban Golden Droplet.
Trap removal. You kind of run into trouble here.
There's our 1 day of peace.
Oh, that's the perfect number.
Yes.
That's it.
And once Aaron passes the turn, we will see our second deck out in a row.
That is just incredible. There's the handshake. And
good
again,
game.
I don't think I remember seeing a deck out at the YCS level, maybe ever. That might be the first time we've really seen the runic strategy work that way.
With runic specifically, absolutely. Obviously, throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history, we've seen deck-out-based strategies. I think whenever we've actually seen runic-based strategies...
That game they genuinely just had in the bag, right? If they just judgment the runic card. Wow.
Game really added up, and the deck-out suddenly became a plan B.
Well, Aaron keeping his cool, even though he won. Not even just a change in his demeanor, just another day, another duel, and off to the next one.
Yeah, deck out is not his plan B this weekend, that's for sure. This is his plan A.
Which is incredible, too, because it shows you there are so many alternate win conditions, and they are making their way to the top table. So, again, we saw Exodia last year. We're seeing deck out this year. How long before somebody achieves Destiny board? Be interesting to see maybe Vinomanaga, right? But jokes aside, it's just really cool to see some great games.
I'm bringing
There's a lot of
Runic
cards in
Destiny
Aaron's
board
deck that are throwbacks.
to the next
cards like
YCS.
Cursed Seal
Watch out.
And the side deck, one of my absolute favorite cards of all time. So it's a strategy that really requires you to dig into a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh's history and past to pull out cards that are necessary for the strategy.
Well, certainly we've talked all weekend about what is your legacy going to be, but really Aaron's legacy is just, you're never going to be able to take that away from that duelist. It is an incredible runic performance there. And here's the good news.
It wasn't a runic performance. It was a floodgate performance. Oh my god, dude. No one has got my side on this.
We're just gonna play
oh my god,
traps,
everyone
so
is
don't go
against
away.
me.
We'll be right back.
So basically, like, don't even leave anything on board. Just kind of just let it ride. Okay.
You guys clearly are out of your mind right now. You guys are all out of your mind. I'm gonna refill my water real quick. I'll be right back. I'll let you guys calm down and think about what you have done and the stuff that you have uttered, you know. I'll be right back in time for the winners interview. Dude, this feels incredibly loud. Is that just me? Or just me? My speakers are kind of high up. It is? I like this music. I mean, it's the, what is it? The Duel Links music, right? Did you see the new Memento card? I did. Gion, thank you for the Prime. Positive Sean, thank you for the Prime. And Draco Predators, thank you for the 20 months. All right, let's hear it from Aaron. What is the problem? Floodgates or runic cards?
And we're back here. What an incredible duel. I'm not trying to be like too excited, but you do not see 40 card decks here that are just no monsters. So I gotta say though first, you have been to this stage before. They recognize you. We've been seeing hearts from the crowd. Does it still feel any different to be up here as a duelist?
Honestly, I still get nervous every time I get a feature match, especially with a deck like this, which is not really the norm for the format right now. I wanted to really do well with it.
Well, you did a great job. We really loved seeing just the recycling of the Runic Slumber. I was so hyped to see things like Tyrant's Tirade and all these obscure cards. What is it that made you just look at the deck box and say, this is it, this is what I'm coming to the tournament with?
Well, I really didn't want to play the Fire variant decks, so last week at the Los Angeles Regional, I tried this deck out, which I just kind of copied from the person who got second at the YCS before, and then I played throughout the tournament. I was like, oh, this is really good, but I can improve on it. So I personally feel like I improved on it. Someone else got top 16 at last YCS, so I took some notes from his deck as well, and I think it's like starting to actually get there to where it's a very consistent and scary deck, especially for all the people who want to play like these combo-based decks.
Makes sense, makes sense. Now, Runic is already kind of a weird deck to play, and your variant is certainly difficult. Is there any deck that you just don't want to run into, like maybe something running a bunch of synchros or something?
Honestly, the one deck I probably wouldn't want to play against is Generator. I played one at the Los Angeles Regional. They have an Exceed monster that can tribute itself to take two
She shifted my dimension till I'm banished. Oh, man.
Last week he took my skill drain, took my Runic Fountain, and that's just like nothing I could really do about it. But I upgraded my deck this week to play Tyrant's Tirade. Hopefully like that will stop that problem.
Well, hopefully we get to see it. Good luck, right? 3 rounds down, only a few to go. We're going to go ahead and send it down to Joe back at our...
I want to note, for what it's worth, because he's a UDS champion, that was actually the first round he played with the deck, so...
Now show up here at the YCS stage, going 3-0 over the course of these opening 3 rounds. You know, we've seen these runic strategies over the course of the last year or so, and seeing this variation with the deck out incorporated into it as a feature as opposed to a plan B, it's really something I'm looking forward to seeing for the remainder of the weekend. But with that being said, we're going to take a look at another game mat that can be won at some upcoming events. This is a game mat that features the Silent Magician and Silent Swordsman. This is the game mat for the 25th Anniversary Rarity Collection 2 release event. These events are taking place between May 22nd and June 2nd at participating OTS in North and Latin America. Release celebration events are hosted at OTS and allow duelists to participate in a sanctioned tournament starting on the release date for a chance to win one of these beautiful game mats, and a second game mat will be randomly distributed as a door prize at each participating OTS. I know I am personally looking forward to Rarity Collection 2. The first Rarity Collection had a ton of very exciting cards with all of those upgraded rarities. I have no idea what's in the upcoming Rarity Collection 2, so just like you at home, I cannot wait to get into May to see some of the new cards that will be upgraded in some of those beautiful quarter-century rares. But with that being said, we're going to wrap up here round 3. Stay tuned for our round 4 feature match.
All right, I'll check in on Charlie real quick, and I'll be back with you guys in a second as well.
Welcome to the next episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Deck Flexing, the show where we put 2 competitors to the test in the ultimate duel.
But there's a twist. Each week we have a themed deck that our competitors must build for the duel. Competitors will duel in 2 rounds. The first round for practice as I hands-on coach one of them and Alec coaches the other. And then we let them duel it out and crown this week's Master Duelist. And along the way, we'll also get to see who the better coach is, right, Alec?
It's gonna be me.
All right, let's get into it.
For this week's episode theme, we are very excited to throw it back with anime decks.
As the dawn sets, the dusk rises. Suddenly, in the air, Lights. A D. It's Doppio Drop Site. Let it be known, Niji Sanji Ian's Duke of Dueling, Doppio, has arrived. The D stands for Doppio and Duel Monsters and Destiny.
Destiny has arrived, just as I have.
And his opponent, from Niji Sanji Ian's second wave, Obsidia, the Rose Maiden herself, Rosemi Lovelock.
Woo! I will take down Doppio, and that's all that matters.
I am here to take my crown as the ultimate duelist.
Villain.
I'm no villain. I'm the main character. I'm the protagonist. Yes.
It's okay, we got this, and we will take down Doppio. Alright, we got... See, I told you he's a villain!
Boo. Doppio, I have a question for you. What's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh anime, and why?
My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh anime is easily gotta be GX. Jaden Yuki is the coolest. That's exactly how I want to be when I show you my cool moves later today.
Okay.
And Rosemi.
What did we do all the new cards? I think we're done with... Oh, we need to update, hold up. We need to update our bingo card. What did we have? We had Runic Stun. We had one more. We had Anti-Spell. I think that's it. And free. Yeah, that's it. Dude, we were so close to Colossus. Oh god, this means they'll play our deck flexing episodes as well, doesn't it? I haven't seen your episode though, but I assume that one would be very fun. You and Syriax also always do some fun stuff. What was Billy's favorite card this time? Okay, so Billy technically didn't say a favorite card yet. We didn't watch all of the rounds with commentary, but I counted it because they showed the Legacy of, which one was it? The Legacy of Destruction playmat. And he just called it his favorite playmat. So like I counted that because I think that counts. I think that counts because there's no way that's actually his favorite playmat. It's just like it was the Minerva playmat for Legacy of Destruction or whatever, and it was just like, yo, that's my favorite playmat. So I'm a count that, and it's my bingo, so you guys can't stop me. Are you going to upload the reaction of the latest Ascent cards on your second channel? I already have. It's already there. It's already up there, I'm pretty sure. Hold up, let me double check for you. But I am like pretty sure that's already there. Yeah, it's there. The one from 3 days ago. Mad about the Ascent cards that they're so bad. Unironically, I don't think that's my problem with them. I've said that in that one before. In that I think I'm talking about that in the video, but that's not actually my issue with the Ascent cards. Where are the Ascent cards? Here. Like I unironically, I don't think that these cards are bad. Most of them. Like in terms of comparing it to other TCG exclusive archetypes, out of the 14 cards that we got for Ascent, I would say they have gotten more solid cards than average. The problem is that with 14 cards, I don't think you can actually make a good meta deck. If you want to give them some extra deck cards, like Fusion is Fusion. One thing you have to understand is that Fusion as a mechanic needs a lot of cards to work around. Like, if you want to make a fusion-based archetype, you need to design like multiple extra deck cards, probably multiple main deck fusion cards as well, and that takes up a lot of space for this archetype, because the TCG exclusive archetypes, they only have 14 slots available. So the problem here is that we have, out of these 14 cards, 2 of them are fusion monsters, so we only have 12 main deck cards, and then some of the main deck ones are dedicated to the fusion mechanic, so that subtracts a couple other ones. This one is bad. Spearhead is terrible, and so you just, as a result, you just don't have enough good cards for it. And I'm not saying it's impossible to make a good archetype with few cards, because you guys are mentioning other examples. Like, you can if you make the cards really good. But if you want to make like a viable deck that isn't completely broken with only a few cards, you just can't be giving us stuff like Rekindling the Ascent or Spearhead of the Ascent City, right? You simply can't do that. That's not a luxury that you have if you have limited number of cards available, right? Like, releasing cards like that is fine if you're designing for like a branded archetype, which is getting like 200 cards for no reason, right? It doesn't matter that there's a couple bad branded cards, because there's enough good branded cards. Here, it's a matter of, it really hurts when you waste even 2 or 3 of those 14 precious slots that you have for a TCG exclusive archetype. You simply can't do it unless you make them broken, like they did with Dangers or something like that, right? But you'll notice a trend where most of the time, when a TCG exclusive archetype was good right off the bat, they didn't have any like super gimmicky stuff like fusions, I don't think. Like, you look at BA was good with just one extra deck monster, right? They only had Dante, that was fine. Like, nothing else, nothing crazy, nothing fancy, no like 4 or 5 cards committed to the extra deck, right? They got more extra deck cards later, I think, but I think originally it was just Dante, right? And Danger as well. Danger didn't have any fancy extra deck tools. They didn't make Danger into a fusion archetype or anything like that, you know? So a trend that I'm noticing for like good TCG exclusive archetypes is that's the one where they don't focus, they focus on making the main deck cards good, you know? Virgil was in the first wave, was it? There's no way Virgil was in the first wave, because Rubik was not. They didn't have a tuner. No, it's not first wave. You guys are capping. First wave of BAs did not have Rubik and Virgil. And the same is true for, what is other, like the Cosmo. You guys mentioned Cosmo. Cosmo, to this day, Cosmo doesn't have an extra deck card, right? Not a single one. All right, they just made like a bunch of pilots and a bunch of ships, and that's what they needed, right? They didn't need a fancy like fusion mechanic to be good back in the day. And I think the same was probably true for Ashen, you know? Like, I get the idea behind the fusion monsters, but I simply don't think you have that luxury, right? Like, to design fancy stuff like that when the core of the archetype isn't even good yet. You know, this is a cool and good mechanic for a deck that has a sufficient main deck, but it doesn't have that. So they spent all this time developing this cool like strategy around VODs, right? They were like, oh, give your opponent VODs and then fuse with it and blow up the entire board and all that kind of cool stuff. And they focused so much on designing like stuff for that they forgot that the deck actually needs to function in the main deck, you know? Like the deck actually needs a functioning pile of 40 cards that can access those fusions. And I think they kind of left that behind, you know? Gold Pride was too cute. Gold Pride has a very similar problem. Because Gold Pride has so much extra deck, the number of main deck Gold Pride cards is super limited. And they just didn't make enough good main deck Gold Prides, right? Like, it's like and once again, it's the same thing. The Gold Pride cards and the theory behind it and the idea behind it is neat. It's cool, right? The fact that all of the Gold Prides have like a corresponding extra deck monster that they can like summon, and then it tags back into the original one and all that. It's really cool. The problem is that if you only have 14 slots available, it's really, really flawed if you make a deck like that, because then every single monster basically takes up 2 of those 14 slots, because Leon was not just Leon, it was also Gold Pride Star Leon, and Carrie was not just Carrie was also Captain Carrie and all that kind of stuff, right? And so you simply don't have the room for gimmicks like that if you limit yourself to 14 cards only, which for some reason, it seems like such an arbitrary limit. Am I the only one who finds that kind of frustrating, that it's always limited to 7 cards in the first wave and then 7 in the second? Because certain archetypes just need more cards. You know, sometimes you think of a cool gimmick and maybe that archetype just needs more cards to function. Why is it always 14? I don't get it. Like, why does it always have to be exactly 14? Because some archetypes, you can just, the way they work, you can play all the cards like as 3-ofs, and that's fine. And then maybe you design an archetype where some of the cards are only 1-ofs, and then that's never going to be enough. So you need more different cards? I don't know. Are we going to look at all the newly revealed cards today? If so, the new hand trap might be wrongly translated wherever you look it up. We have already looked at all the new cards, and that hand trap was apparently mistranslated. And so the only thing I think out of the new cards that we haven't really looked at is that hand trap. I was waiting for like a confirmed right effect of that card, but I've seen it. The thing is, it reads like it could be an interesting card depending on the how exactly it works. But I don't know. Maybe tomorrow or in a few days. Yeah, the image is really bad. Actually, is it that bad? I feel like someone who knows Japanese should be able to read that. It's not that low quality, is it? It's unreadable. No. I don't know. I feel like if that was German or English, I could read it in that size. I know Japanese a bit, and that is not readable. Okay, my bad. It is just worse Ash. Dude, do you realize what you just uttered? Just worse Ash? Has the thought ever crossed your mind that if this card is actually slightly worse Ash, that because Ash has been a staple for pretty much 7 years, some people would like to play even a worse copy in addition to it? That's like looking at the Mulchummy Parelia and saying like, oh, that's just worse Maxi. You know? That is very out of touch, you know? People play a lot of cards that are worse Ash, you know? People play Valor and Imperm, for example. People play Ghost Bell and Ghost Mourner and all that kind of stuff, which are most of the time worse Ashes. It depends on the format, but there's definitely formats where you would definitely take another copy of that. So I guess we'll have to wait and see because the thing is the restriction on this card changes a lot. Because this is what I've seen a couple different versions of it. It seems like this first part of the translation, most of the time when I saw it was the same, right? It was like a trap that you can activate from hand to stop an effect that would add a card from deck to hand, which in theory is a really, really good card. But then what these translations differ in is what the drawback is, right? What is it? Like, literally, this Dark Water Fire thing comes kind of out of nowhere for me. Like, I saw a version earlier that said, for the rest of this duel, you cannot activate a card with the same name as the card that you negated. Right? That's what I saw. Or that someone sent that earlier in chat while we were talking about it. Right? And so, like, and there's that would also kind of make sense. Right? It makes more sense than locking you randomly out of dark, water, and fire. What the hell is that? Like, why does it randomly lock me out of 3 out of 6 attributes? Don't nudge me on Divine right now. You know? So I don't know. So maybe you're thinking like, hey, dark, water, and fire are the best attributes in the game right now. So we want to give a new hand trap to the other half of the decks, which seems very arbitrary. No idea, right? No idea. But the thing is, an effect like this, right? A trap card that can be activated from hand if your opponent controls a card, which I'm gonna be honest with you, this is the stupidest. This might also be a mistranslation, honestly, because if your opponent controls a card, you can activate this card from your hand. What kind of restriction is that? Like, what? Name a card that you cannot negate with this. I can think of Thunder Dragon. Max C? Oh, right. You can't negate Max C if you're going first. That makes sense, actually. Okay, I take it back. They didn't want it to be another called by or cross out for Max C. Okay, that I like. That's the one. I definitely did not want another called by cross out card in the game. For like Master Duel purposes. That's fine. But it can negate Max C when you go second, right? So, yeah. It doesn't even mention drawing. I'm pretty sure drawing is still considering adding a card from deck to hand, right? Does Ash even specifically mention drawing? I wouldn't even know. Hold up. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Does that even mention drawing? Okay. Aschenblüte und freudiger Frühling. No, it doesn't mention drawing either. It only says eine Karte vom Deck der Hand hinzufügen, which is add a card from deck to hand. Yeah. It's the same wording as Ash. So yeah, it stops drawing. But this works going second, so now you have to deal with 2 ashes per turn into a board. I mean, I don't really know what your point is there, to be honest. I generally this is it's a whole nother discussion, and I am kind of torn on it. Like, do we need more hand traps in the game? Because on the one hand, hand traps help balancing like combo stuff. On the other hand, I'm looking at this format right now, and I'm really thinking like, damn, I think the game should be in a better place if we didn't have, you know, hand trap formats like that. I hate hand trap formats where everyone plays like 20 hand traps and just throws them at each other, hoping that they can't actually play the game. I don't like that. I do understand it's kind of like a band-aid fix for a lot of these problems that modern Yu-Gi-Oh has. I can't help but think they should be tackling those problems in other ways than making more hand traps. So I'm kind of torn on it, you know, like I am kind of torn on it. I'm not sure. The 1-for-1 ones are fine. I don't know if my only issue with hand traps are the lingering ones. Because okay, listen to we've talked about this in the past, but I would definitely agree that they need to make going second better, or they need to help the player going second a little bit. However, I used to be on the same boat of like cards like Imperm, Valor, Ash, and so on are fine. But I honestly feel like, depending on the format, they really aren't. Because at the moment, in Snake Eye format, for example, and you could argue this is more of a Snake Eyes problem than a hand trap problem, but in the current Snake Eye format, the goal of using hand traps is literally to stop your opponent from playing the game. Because there is two outcomes when you're using a hand trap like Imperm at the moment. Is like, when your opponent plays Snake Eye and you have Imperm, you probably Imperm their Snake Eye Ash, and they either play through it and do exactly what they were gonna do, so the Imperm didn't even matter, or they don't have a way to play through it, and then they just pass without doing anything, right? And both of those outcomes are not great, to me at least. Like, in my opinion, hand traps are in a good spot in a format. I think hand traps are well designed when you throw them at a certain choke point that doesn't stop your opponent from completely playing, but it makes their end board weaker. I don't know what a great example of this would be right now off the top of my head, but like, I'm thinking like, hand traps should be good enough to stop some parts of your opponent's board, but they shouldn't stop everything that they do, right? Kind of like how Nibiru works against Snake Eyes at the moment. Nibiru doesn't stop them from playing. Nibiru also doesn't completely kill them because they have ways around it. But we saw it in the feature match earlier. Instead of doing full combo, they ended on Flamberge, IP Masquerena, which is more manageable, right? You spend a card, you get something out of it, you get some mileage out of it. The board that you play against now becomes easier to deal with, but it doesn't straight up stop your opponent from playing, right? And so, and other ways to do it would be like, you can also create cards that give you something in addition, rather than taking away from your opponent with cards like Imperm or Valor, because you don't gain anything from using Valor or Imperm. You just take away options from your opponent, right? On the other hand, I think they should be making more cards like Phantasme that give you more cards to work with, right? They don't stop your opponent from playing, but you get more stuff to work with, which is also why I'm kind of looking forward to the Mulchummy Perelia card. I think that is a good approach. Not like Maxi specifically, because Maxi is just too broken. Maxi is too powerful, because Maxi stops your opponent from playing, if you really think about it. Like, in theory, maybe Maxi does that. Maxi doesn't actually say your opponent can't play, but in practice it actually does, you know? So Maxi is not a great example. The coverage is continuing.
In the previous format, and with the new FNL list, it may have gotten even just a little bit stronger as the other decks got a little bit weaker, and we'll have to see how he ends up doing for the rest of the tournament. But that's the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a lot of different viable decks. We are in the 4th round of Swiss with 1,793 players in attendance, just shy of 1,800, and after those first 3 rounds, we're left with 225 undefeated duelists, including all those VIPs that came into the tournament last round. It's going to be exciting to see how it plays out, but let's go ahead and get ready to meet our players that are ready on the stage. That's right. It's round number 4 here at YCS Raleigh.
Let's see who we get to meet first. First up, we have
Ediception. Let's go.
Hometown. It's actually Los Angeles, California, but he currently lives in Las Vegas, Nevada, but he has to represent Los Angeles. Favorite card, Injection Fairy Lily.
That's a good one. Love to summon that off Giant Rat. And his opponent, a veteran of the Yu-Gi-Oh scene, just like Ed, it's Matthew Bishop. He hails from Ottawa, Ontario. That's right, a
I feel like
Canada
I've heard
duelist.
that name
And his
before.
favorite card, Fiber Jar. He's trying to reset the duel, shuffle everything back, and let's keep going again. I think that card would work really
Dude,
interesting.
the
with
last
runic
time I've
strategies
seen
as well.
Deception on a
Get some
feature
cards
match,
banished
he
out of your opponent's
literally
deck, flip that
invented
Fiber Jar and slowly
the
stack
Acid
them out of
Golem
cards.
Mikanko lock.
Unfortunately,
So
Fiber
what
Jar
have we
still finds
cooked up
himself
this time?
on that
Surely it's not
forbidden
just Snake
limited
Eyes,
list.
right?
You know, something about today, I really want to talk about.
Surely it's not just Snake Eyes. Surely we've got some technology here.
You want to talk about those percentages it takes to be a tier 0 deck? The actual number is 100%. If something is tier 0, it cannot be beat by anything else. So unless the top
Snake
cut
Eyes
is filled
Mikanko?
with
I wouldn't be
100% of the
surprised if
same
it was
exact
that.
deck, guess what, guys? We are not in a tier 0 format. We are in a format where you can find different avenues using similar strategies.
That's a
And
bold
this-
statement,
since
Billy
the
Break.
FNL list, there's a lot of other strategies emerging. The cool thing is both these guys are huge veterans of the scene. They've probably attended, I mean, I would say I've seen Matt Bishop at over 100 YCSs. I know I use that as like my frame of reference. I kind of just go off like, well, we had the
He's right though.
220th, you know,
The thing is, guys, one thing you have to realize is whether this is a tier 0 format or not, we simply don't know yet. Most of the time, if it's a tier 0 format, it will show over time. You won't know that immediately. Dude, look at this. Look at this earring, by the way. A true duelist. Let's go.
He's always on something new, something innovative, something fun.
Yeah, if we're talking about creativity, that's definitely what you look for with that Deception. He is always playing something a little
Dude, what is
off
that?
the
Call
wall.
of the Haunted?
Doesn't
It's
want
Call
his
of the
opponents to
Haunted. It
know what he's
flipped.
up to. And that is just like one of the key things.
Bro activated Call of the
in our
Haunted.
game, right? We see that so much is focused on just preparing for what's most popular. When you play something so obscure that no one's heard of, you just get some like potentially free wins just from your opponent not knowing how.
Guys, what would be on your earring?
Yeah, definitely. There's a,
If you had an earring
huge
like that,
advantage
which card
to
would be
playing
on
cards
it?
that other players might not be familiar with. But, you know, Matthew Bishop is a veteran of the scene, as I mentioned before, has multiple tops under his belt. He is someone who knows going into an event you have to account for everything, prepare for the unexpected. But when you're up against someone like Deception, it is almost impossible to prepare for whatever deck he's going to bring to the event because, as you mentioned, yeah, he loves to catch his opponents off guard. But the cool thing is his decks usually work really well. It's not
Shout outs
just
to everyone
some
saying
surprise.
Runic
It has
Fountain.
a really good strategy going into it. So we're going to have to see. His deck is very interesting. We're about to have the deck types revealed. I won't say it until they're up on the screen, but you're not going to guess what he's playing. And even when you see the deck name, you're still not going to know what he's playing, I promise.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you're not playing a different
What is
strategy
it?
just to play something
Show
different
me
for
the
sake
deck
of it.
name. Oh, God.
You are trying it, you have a reason to. It has some sort of edge in the meta that you are trying to take advantage of. And we're going to start with game number 1 here. We'll see if his deck can do what it was built to do and play against the most popular strategy in the current meta.
Yeah, he definitely has an edge for sure
Oh
in this
my
matchup.
God.
But here we go.
Adventure
Ed,
Kashtira
sorry,
Horus.
Ed. His deck is Adventure.
What the hell?
Kashtira
At
Horus.
exception.
What does that mean? I'm not sure. We're going to have to find out.
And
but we're gonna have to
Kashtira
wait
Snake
a
Eye
little longer
opening
to
with
find out
Wraith
what
Soth.
the
What's
strategy
new?
is. Matthew is on Kashtira Snake Eye.
What's
strategy that we've
new?
seen before. It's definitely become one of the more go-to strategies after the FNL list.
Odds
He's
on
going to start with pressure
Snake Eye
from
Ash in
Wraith
hand
Soth
as well.
Kashtira
Probably
Unicorn.
100%.
Your Unicorn's going to activate the effect to add Kashtira Burst.
They always have it, dude. They always have it.
Have to use it immediately, just keeping it in the back as more extension, and then hopefully having some Snake Eye cards to be able to play from this point on. We'll be seeing the normal summon of Snake Eye Ash, potentially a Bonfire be activated, or even just a Wanted.
Where he goes next with this. The Canadian duelist, Matthew Bishop.
There's the typical Snake Eye Ash normal summon. This is ideal here.
I hate it here, man. Why, dude? Why? Dude, the real life shuffle algorithm is broken, man.
Ed choosing not to play any of those interruptions.
The real life shuffle algorithm is freaking broken.
With those powerful spell cards, and he's built his deck around it. He has all those typical engines that you see supplementing other strategies, but instead of just supplementing other strategies, they're supplementing each other and just having all 3 of them in one deck without any, major engine such as Snake Eye.
That's right, and having something like the Adventure Engineer deck, you're not having to rely on your normal summon. Adventure stuff.
There must be some sort of frame perfect,
Maybe you can get a
like,
Griffin Rider,
tactic that you can do to always draw Wraith Soth Snake Eye Ash.
Plays into going second, but Matthew is going to add Snake Eye's Poplar, special summon it, and since it was special summon, he's going to add Divine Temple, the Snake Eye of the hand.
He's got Wanted as well, by the way. I'm pretty sure that's Wanted in hand. Oh no, it's a Wraith. Is that 3 Wraith Soth?
But we'll have to see if he values information from Ed before going forward, because we know that Ed's not playing any interruptions from the hand, but Matthew doesn't.
I think that's 3 Wraith Soth.
be diligent here. You do not want to overexpose your resources. Unless he has information prior, just because...
You missed the frame somewhat.
Sometimes knowledge just comes out very early. It's not entirely impossible.
Are you saying Matthew has perfect information?
Billy!
Shout-outs to anybody who might be watching the stream that might know that reference.
Hey, Billy, shouts out to you.
Divine Temple of the Snake Eye is going to replace the race off to get Snake Eye's Oak.
Dude, I love Billy, man.
Snake Eye Ash is going to send the Snake Eye Oak to special summon Flamebird's Dragon from the deck.
He does know. He does know.
Going to be linking away that Flamebird's and that Poplar here. Into what? Not necessarily sure.
Yeah, taking a moment to consider. Yeah, see, we always talked about you like leaving Flamebirds up on the field to have a little bit of Nibiru protection, but it looks like he is going to.
So the way you're supposed to do this, if you you link these two off, and now Poplar is gonna place the Flamberge, I think, in the spell and trap zone, and Flamberge revives Ash and Oak, yeah. And so if you get nibbed here, you have the Flamberge in the spell and trap zone again to summon out with the field spell. Oh, this is how you do that.
So he's gonna summon back Oak and
the two spells in his hand are not actually double Wraith Soth. It was triple. Yeah, he has one birth. I forgot about the birth. Nib goes hard. See, that's the thing. Nib is good here. This is the exact same situation that we had earlier in the other feature match with Snake Eyes. Nib is decent here because it prevents a portion of what's to come, but you still end on Flamberge with IP Masquerade. Right? So like you kind of need a little more than that. I mean, like it's still fine.
In the previous format, at least, you just want to really.
And you would have Unicorn back from the birth, yeah.
Reaching numbers that were kind of unheard of up to that point, like 18 copies.
Which is relevant.
Of those points of interaction, just to make sure your opponent
evenly matched and soul release one time. I mean, Ed. I would be very surprised if this Adventure Kashtira Horus deck was relying on hand traps. Like, I think we are just trying to gas through this board, and maybe even.
You have to play so many to actually try and stop.
What's it called? Maybe even
the ridiculous numbers of 18 to 20.
Play some board breakers.
Looks like Matthew used the Snake Eyes Oak to summon another.
We'll see what exactly happens, but
use that effect to put the IP Masquerena in the spell.
Adventure Kashtira Horus sounds like a lot of gas.
Is he going to link into a link 4 or link 2? Looks like it is going to be the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix.
Now at this point, it would be very easy to just have a Nibiru the Primal Being. You're definitely vulnerable to it now because both Flamebridges will be removed. You are able to special summon the IP Masquerena, so you'd have that token and the birth, but you're at least removing all the Flamebridges.
All right, so he's going to be able to link away the Raging Phoenix straight into World
am
of
I?
Atlantis. He's going to use his effect to banish.
Maybe I'm just confusing something, but was he really supposed to send the Flamberge from the spell and trap zone away? Because what if you get nibbed here?
Also potentially
Isn't Nibiru just crazy here? If it were to happen?
Opting to put it in the middle zone, so not going to have the option to protect an Appaloosa if that is what you opt to link for.
Because what happens if you get nibbed here? You bring out IP Masquerena and pass.
Oh no, because yeah, playing around Anima potentially.
I mean, yeah.
This was weird.
Like, you always have the option to go for Little Knight instead, but I suppose
he has birth. Yeah. So what? He gets nibbed and gets to bring back a unicorn. Congratulations.
Based on this positioning.
Definitely, I think that is very.
All right, Ed, show me what you cooked. There's a trap card.
Now it looks like
what is that? Canopic Protector or what?
Turn and now plays to Ed.
Do you think it's correct to not?
Or Trivi Karma? What is that?
Not try to remove anything from the grave because you
is that Trivi Karma?
It's tough because yeah, especially you don't know what your opponent's playing, but you are playing against Ediception, so you think that something crazy might be at hand here. And
it's not Imperm. I think it's Trivi Karma.
I can't see what he discarded. Is it Rainbow Bridge?
I think it's Rainbow Bridge or something.
Oh no, Rainbow Bridge makes a lot more sense.
A lot of value. That is an
I was like, what target does he play for Trivi Karma? But it's probably Rainbow Bridge.
To add the King's Sarcophagus, and then he'll get to draw a card. And the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, you can banish from your graveyard to add a field spell along with the Crystal Beast from your deck to the field. We saw it be played a lot in tier limits format, since you can send it from your deck to the graveyard and then be able to add.
Ooh, that's a lot of crazy stuff in there. Numeron Dragon is there.
We already seen Mseti. He might be using the field spell from Phantom Nightmare, Walls of the Imperial.
He's playing the Numeron OTK package with rank 8s.
feelings when you're activating Kashir Unicorn and you look at your opponent's extra deck and you have no idea what's going on.
That's you take. Yeah, I would probably agree. I would tend to agree that that needs to
A lot
go.
of Fire King decks don't even opt
That's
to play the
scary.
Sacred Fire King Grunix, but this rank 8 strategy is going to do it, and he did discard Rainbow Bridge of Salvation.
And it looks like we are hitting, I believe that was numerous.
This is definitely one of those decks
That's a good one
that
to
I
get
was
rid of.
referring to
That
when
is
I
scary.
said
Anytime
like
you have a rank 8
beforehand it was definitely not possible to break a Snake Eye board with all engine. This deck, I can easily see it breaking this board. Dude, Sapphire Pegasus.
Crystal Beast, Sapphire, Pegasus. And there's a Pressure Planet.
Like this might just be able to do it, unironically. This situation, like King Sarcophagus, a Cash Tira card. We have 4 other cards in hand. No, 5, right? Because we drew 1, yeah. No, 4, because we discarded. We had 6, discarded 2. Yeah, it's 5. Plus the Sapphire Pegasus.
Out the Divine Temple here, so we won't have to summon up the IP with the Flame Burge. So at least he'll be able to go into something like SP Little Knight. But yeah, the Fenrir checks that really well, as you mentioned.
So the thing about Fenrir in this format, the thing about Fenrir in this format that I wanted to say, or that I think it needs to be considered, is like a lot of people are saying Fenrir is bait for Promethean Princess. But one thing you need to realize is that you really don't want to use Promethean Princess first action, because that locks you out of so many other things. You really would rather use Promethean Princess like towards the end of your interruptions, which is exactly why Matthew doesn't use Promethean here to stop the Fenrir. He actually uses Effect Veiler. Like he's throwing actual disruption at this Fenrir, and Fenrir into Effect Veiler is a very efficient trade-off, because it's like you still keep a 2400 body that didn't take up your normal summon, and you've baited the Effect Veiler, and now we're using adventure cards.
He's going straight into the Enchantress. He's not even just using the Kingstar to destroy it or like discard it to get maximum.
Notably, did not make the SP Little Knight with the Flamberge, so didn't float. I find that interesting. Why didn't we want to make sure we get the float? I guess because we need to keep fire monsters. I mean, we would keep fire monsters though.
Really useful, but you're going to be able to banish the
He has Princess for it? Yeah, if that works.
Ramos here is going to special summon that Adventure token, place Faithful Adventure from the deck, face up on the field.
Because now Ed could try to, like, for example, he could go Draco back and try to bounce the Flamberge.
To force out this SP Little Knight.
Going to be using the effect of Faithful Adventure now?
Do you just go after the Adventure token with the SP
Like,
Little Knight?
Hmm.
Because I'm sure he's using the effect right now to try and go after Wandering Griffin Rider. He's using the effect to add a monster from his deck to his hand and then send a card to the graveyard. Yep.
Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and remove that token.
Token won't come back.
Yep, once it's banished, it will not return to the field because it's not an actual monster.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't take anything away from our tokens. Yeah, but once they're banished, they are banished.
So now he's just going to be able to... It looks like he's going for another Enchantress here.
Just to add and send it for follow-up for the following turn.
Decent option here. Not revealing that he has the King Sarcophagus. Oh, they're going to be discarding the Duamatef.
Duamatef is a good one. If he has access to another King Sarcophagus.
Yeah,
and he does!
This is horrifying on so many levels. Because not only do you know that multiple of these Horus monsters are going to be coming out, he plays Duamatef. So you know he's playing all 4.
Yeah, that means Kabesu Nuef is in the waiting as well, more than likely.
Yep, Imseti hits the field as soon as priority is passed.
My favorite part about the Horus cards is you can make like a rank 8 with a couple of them and leave happy on the field, to where if your opponent does sort of do something to alter your board, you're going to get that awesome effect to add 2 cards back. But the special summon Imseti is going to prompt Matthew to use Promethean Princess,
and this,
targeting his Flame
for all we know,
Imseti. And now he's going to
this is it with the disruptions, right? This is all.
You mentioned being co-linked with the World Sea Dragons Atlantis will help him during the battle phase to have a little bit of destruction interruption.
And this is where, before the ban list, we would have just gotten Savage negated on the Imseti discard and probably lost the game right there.
Does protect the Horus monsters from any effects that do not target them. But
Which is just a weird thing to like.
Why did they go for Zelantis? Okay, so some people like to turn their rank 4, their link 4 into Zelantis because it's better into Super Poly, that because it's a water. And it also now, actually, the Zelantis still needs to be played around because he has 2 co-linked monsters. So if Ed wants to go into the battle phase, he can pop with the Zelantis at the moment. So it can help to like protect your SP Little Knight and stuff like that.
A Snake Eye Speller Trap. I don't think he used original last turn, so he'll be able to add that.
Yeah, definitely lots of follow-up here. We'll see if Ed's able to actually close out the game with the resources he has right now, because I'm not sure if he's going to be able to put up enough.
Okay, so now
actually keep himself alive if the turn goes back to Matt here. He has so many cards in his hand, so many resources available. He does have that Kashira Birth to bring back the unicorn from the graveyard as well.
World C cannot destroy Horus monsters? Yeah, because it doesn't. Does it not target?
Format besides the raging.
Does World Sea Dragon not target?
Rises from the ashes just like a phoenix.
It does not target? Okay.
But we'll see how Ed's gonna.
I mean, all you need to do is get rid of the one of the like either the Promethean or the Zelantis.
He's looking for, but that battle phase effect of
Okay.
World Sea Dragon's
So which one is that? Dua Mutef? We still have a Draco back search.
What do you think he does with the Sapphire Pegasus?
Ed,
Is that just the one he chose because
Ed does have a lot of free discards for this King Sarcophagus. I would be surprised if he was only playing 2 Horus monsters. It's probably more than that. So he can like discard the Sapphire Pegasus. He can discard goods. I guess he doesn't need because he's already gotten Rainbow Bridge. Yeah, he plays Happy. Does he also play Kebes Sunuef or whatever it's called?
Of Happy Guidance of Horus to the graveyard.
Discards and Enchanters as well. Probably. Okay, all 4.
Look, you get a little.
All 4 Horus monsters. I'm assuming. I didn't quite see, but I don't think he would do that to send another copy of one that he already has. So the Imseti has already been revived this turn, so he's not going to be able to revive that, but he does have access to 3 level 8 monsters.
Trying to make sure he knows what that battle phase effect.
Unless the deck has any more tricks up its sleeve. Like, we've seen the Kashtira engine, we've seen the Horus cards, we've seen the adventure stuff. Not sure if there's anything else, but I think whether I like this deck or not is gonna depend on whether you can win in exactly this position. Because, and this is something that I think is now possible after the ban list. I think a lot of different decks are going to be able to get into pretty much this position, right? I think a lot of decks can bait all of the interruption from Snake Eyes and then still do a little bit after. The question is that little bit enough
There's another one potentially in his deck as well, but doesn't work the same way as
to win the game?
Yep, want to check which one does what. Although they have an effect if another card besides themselves leaves the field, that will activate. So it's good to know which one's doing what.
Hoppy being the most dangerous one, being able to potentially banish or put 2 from the banish or graveyard back in the hand or back in the deck, I believe. And then I'm not.
Yep, it's a choice between your hand or deck. Yep.
And I don't really remember what Kabesnuef and Duamatef do.
They have good effects, that's for sure. We can pull up one of them. I mean, Imseti destroys a card.
Yeah, Imseti destroys a card. Duamatef, I believe, gains a certain amount of attack for every Horus monster.
Yeah, it gets really big. Yeah. Kabesnuef has played a lot less than the other ones.
Oh, looks like we're going to go into a rank A here. Ed trying to be really careful. He sees that he's in a powerful position. Oh,
okay, who is that? Ooh, Garunix.
The Garunix rank 8 monster, which I believe destroys all monsters your opponent controls.
Kabesnuef is targeting protection from attacks and targeting if another card leaves the field.
Makes sense why that's not the most popular one.
Yeah, it doesn't. I knew it wasn't something that would be too impactful here, but it definitely has an impact, especially when there's a card that might target in a lot of decks. And it looks like, is it a Sacred Fire King Garunix?
Yep, it is Sacred Fire King Garunix.
And that's going to destroy all the monsters on the field. We're not playing.
Okay, why does Happy stay? Oh, Happy can't be destroyed because King Sarcophagus.
are here. I think he's also going to be.
The Raging Phoenix can come back.
Poplar is going to be putting that Flame Burst back in the Spell and Trap zone.
But not quite enough yet.
Requirements for Raging Phoenix. Does it have to be exactly one fire monster? Just
I love the way Ed is studying his extra deck right now. Look at that.
You have the text in front of you? I do think it's
How
just
big
different
is
fire
Happy?
monsters, so it's destroyed.
24?
I don't think it has to be exactly one.
And there's a Typhon.
Oh no, Typhon has to go on the Garunix. Yeah.
Enough monsters to attack for the damage.
There's so even without the Numeron Dragon, there's so many different ways for his deck to find.
How
You
big
see the
is
Pegasus going
Garunix?
down, and the 1800 attack actually does matter. I wonder maybe with Topaz Tiger, it does go to 2000, so maybe that one might do a little bit more damage.
Is that just the threshold?
28?
Yeah, like finding a normal summon that does enough damage.
3k?
Yeah, no, Raging Phoenix is
Okay.
just- it can
So
do this is what I thought.
Garunix is 3k, Happy is 24, Pegasus is 18. Wraithsoth boosts everything by 200 at the moment.
And then going to be able to use the effect.
So 32 plus 2 plus 26.
Detaching immaterial.
Oh, it's 7,800.
The Pegasus. Hoppy gets in as well.
Garunix is 35. Why is it 35?
And the Garunix, he still has Pressured Planet Wraithoth on the field as well, just adding
Its
more
own
damage
effect?
onto it as
Yeah,
well.
that incremental damage.
Hold on, I need to read the Garunix.
Looks like that is going
It
to be
was enough.
and
It was
that is
enough.
Going to
Hold up, let me read the Garunix. I didn't know the Garunix gave attack
first
boost.
and playing uninterrupted.
If this card can see summoned... Oh, you can detach one material from this card, then target one spell trap on the field, destroy it, and if you do, this card gains 500 attack. So that plus 500 wins the game.
And now going into the
Because,
side deck, I mean,
no, Wraithsoth was not plus 300. I'm pretty sure Happy is Wind, and Sapphire Pegasus is also Wind. So it was there was only two attributes on the field, which were Wind and Fire. So the Pegasus was 2,000, Happy was 2,600, which made it 4,600. Garunix starts at 3,000, gains 200. So that puts us to 7,800. So we win exactly because the Garunix gains 500 more, which puts us to 8,300 damage there. So it was barely enough. And the question remains, why did we not bring back the Raging Phoenix?
So if he ends up with the wrong half of his
from Matthew's end.
many engines, I just don't think that's what he
But
wants.
he could,
And
right?
I think that could be a huge detriment here because that's the reason to not play the adventure cards currently, right? It just gets really bricky.
He forgot. It doesn't feel like he forgot. I feel like he checked his graveyard between like when that happened.
The level 7 monster doesn't really do much.
Happy can send it to the graveyard with Gold Sarcophagus, but isn't that in the damage step? Do you get a replay if you do that?
Yeah, we didn't see the Griffin Rider.
I feel like King Sarcophagus does that at the start of the damage
I
step.
think the threat of Griffin Rider forcing out the SP early to get rid of the token, it kind of sort of did something there by forcing the interaction before he could get to that point. So instead,
Once per turn at the start of the damage step, if your Horus monster battles an opponent's monster, you can send that opponent's monster to the graveyard. Yeah. You do not have a replay if you do that.
go as the way you planned. So having some backup.
So that does not actually work. From what I've seen, I don't see a way to OTK through the Raging Phoenix. If Matthew just remembers that.
Little Knight kind of just checks the entire adventure engine by itself, right?
Is Ed's deck a blind second deck? We haven't seen it. I think he lost the dice roll. I'm not entirely sure. It didn't feel like he actually wants to go second. It just feels like the deck is a lot of engine that you just throw against your opponent when you go second, and that also can be enough. I don't think he wants to go second. I'm pretty sure he just wants to go first.
Your field will take care of that.
He was playing Skill Drain? Yeah. And the thing is, even though Snake Eye is still the best deck by far, these sort of strategies are now a lot more viable than beforehand, because no matter what version of Snake Eyes your opponent is playing, they simply won't have like all the Omni Negates in the world. Like, unironically, even if your opponent is playing like the budget pure Snake Eye version with like Omega and this pattern, that version is also much more breakable than Baron and Savage. So, yeah.
there is always the option to let him go first. I don't think that's a risk you're taking in this position, but the consideration's there.
We'll have to see if he does consider that option. It's game number 2 here of round 4 of YCS.
They can hand loop your engine? They could. But there's a big difference between... So basically look at it this way, right? If your opponent is playing the Omega Dispatter combo, they are taking 2 random cards out of your hand. And when your opponent is playing Savage and Baron, they are selecting which cards they remove from your hand. They are basically playing your... They are removing the 2 best cards from your hand. That's a difference. Whether it's 2 random ones or 2 of the best ones that they care about.
I think it's more risky
right?
to go for Appaloosa than...
What's budget about it? Yeah, budget was the wrong word. I meant like the what's it called? The
like a full board of like Appaloosa and like
I'm missing the word. The
Appaloosa SP. So you have 2 chances.
The slightly the replacement, you know, the replacement version. The Walmart version, whatever. Bootleg, I don't know. You know what I mean. Savage and Baron at home.
So he's going to want it for the Black Witch. Send a card from his hand to the graveyard. It looks like it's a Kashtira Birth. Means he probably doesn't have any of the Kashtira cards. He's going to be able to set the original Sinful Spoils from the deck.
Right. I mean, if he wanted to, he could have activated the Birth and normal summon the Diabell Star. But so this should signify that he has a potential normal summon still available.
I mean, Snake Eye Ash can always grab you a normal summon as well, which comes up more so in the Fire King strategy. But it's always nice to have your normal summon in your back pocket no matter what you're using.
Yeah, so this is the weaker version of the combo that just leads with Diabell Star. But...
Doodle BB, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the subs coming in throughout the weekend. I hope you guys are enjoying the watch along. Appreciate all the support. Zemio, thank you for the 8 months. Siat, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back, you guys. Thank you.
Mainly spell cards and things to interact with the field after it's been made. So he can just go full gas here and try to make as big of a board as he can.
All right, we are doing... This is pretty much the same combo as we did in game 1. This time we didn't open Unicorn. So I'm assuming if we still respect Nibiru here, we go for the same end board as we had last game, but we simply won't have the Unicorn.
You know, I talked about him having...
So what I'm expecting here is unironically something that feels very breakable to me, which would be like
and I think this is a pretty ideal situation.
Promethean Princess in the graveyard, Zelantis, Flamberge, IP Masquerena setup. Unless something changes because we haven't normal summoned, right? Because this was off of Diabell Star. So they could still have the normal summon. At the same time, they went Sinful Spoil for the Snake Eye Ash, so I don't think they have tuner access if they play it.
2 starters, 3 in a row.
I see an Ash Blossom in hand, an Effect Veiler, and a Cosmic Cyclone. So if anything, that might be the problem this game for Ed. The problem here, I don't think it's going to be the Snake Eye board. I think it's going to be the Snake Eye board paired with 3 non-engine. That's scary.
You're going to see a Link summon, linking away the Poplar in the IP Masquerena.
The deck feels less evil without Baron and Savage. I agree. It's still incredibly strong though. Like I do think it is hard to evaluate. Oh, Ed made a mistake. Ed drew Sapphire Pegasus. That's not something you're supposed to do.
The kind of play you're doing when you're ignoring Nibiru.
Yeah, definitely going to put IP Masquerade in the spell and trap card zone.
Why not just make Lambda alongside the Omega Dispatter loop so you end phase you could search Gamma Delta? I think the combo makes Appaloosa. Because otherwise you are super weak to Nibiru if you commit for all that. I'm not sure if the combo has the luxury to do that.
No, there's definitely some feedback from the microphone from the main stage. But we are...
Alright, Promethean Princess revives. I'm not sure if Matthew is sequencing this. I'm confused by the execution of this combo, because what happens if you get nibbed here? What is this line? Like, unironically, if you get nibbed here, what do you have?
The Raging Phoenix and Zelantis is pretty much doing the
you have Masquerena and a token.
So now he can reposition everything. And I think he's... Yeah,
that can't be right.
Chill here. He has plenty of... Well, he should definitely use the Wanted to get another draw.
Which is weird because he's been, like, he started his turn by respecting Nibiru. You know, he's starting by, like, Temple and all that, and sequencing... He's sequencing his first couple summons correctly, but then at some point, he's pivoting into a version of the combo that just dies to Nibiru.
to add to the collection here.
Yeah, keep in mind, Asala can see more cards in the hand than we can on the live feed. So it's nice to get a little bit of insight into the cards that they have.
I'm seeing what they're seeing. I just like.
You know what I think? You know what I think it might be? I think it might be a situation where you present your opponent with a couple of spots throughout the combo, right? Where your opponent thinks that you're gonna be summoning Appaloosa next, right?
Yeah, we saw Valor the Finraid
So,
game 1. He's gonna
and now you think that through, and you're like, okay, if my opponent saw that I could have made Appaloosa, and he didn't Nibiru me there, they might not have it, so I'm gonna go for a different version of the combo that's better if they don't have Nibiru. But then, in return, what you can do if you actually have Nibiru is you can just act like you don't have it, and then if they go for that version of the combo, you can nib them later, right? It's a very like mind gamey thing to do that, right? Okay, we've opened Wraithsoft and Unicorn, so that's kind of weird.
Definitely not.
We go for a Rite of Aramesir. This Rite of Aramesir makes it so that even if we get Birth to normal summon Fenrir at some point, we still can't use it, which is a little awkward. Unironically, I feel like if Ed wins this one, if Ed loses this one, I don't think he loses to the Snake Eye portion of it, funnily enough. I think he loses to Cosmic Valor, and I think it was, what was it, Ash? Or Imperm? I think Matthew just opened 1-card combo plus 4 non-engine. Like the Wanted draw also, I think, gave him non-engine.
Try to use your Little Knight Banish on the adventure cards here. Then you will have you will just not have.
The question is, do we Cosmic Cyclone Fateful Adventure, or do we Cosmic Cyclone? Do we keep it for King Sarcophagus? Is this the same game? I mean, this is game 2. Oh, he ashes the Fateful Ad. That's interesting, because Draco back on the token is still gonna threaten your back row.
IP Masquerena potentially. It's tough. I mean, you have to IP the token, I think. Yeah, or SP. Yeah, IP and SP.
So we're gonna go into SP here. Okay. I feel like if you are willing SP Little Knight the token, you may as well have not used that Ash. Because you can just let him search Griffin and SP the token anyways, right? Like, why did we have to Ash the Fateful Search? We don't care. Okay. King Sarcophagus.
Yeah, you mentioned the downside to running 3 engines, where you could draw more of one than the
Cosmic
other.
Is clutch, and we scoop it up to the Cosmic. Yep. Okay.
It's pretty incredible. Did he concede?
Yeah, there was Cosmic Cyclone to check the King Sarcophagus.
That was a little too much there.
Cosmic did. Okay.
But
I looked away for just
that
a
was,
brief second, but that was
I want to say, a little bit sloppy by Matthew, because I feel like that that Ash was kind of wasted. Because once again, if you know that your opponent has a Draco back in hand, and you also know that you're gonna SP Little Knight in response to that Draco back to banish the token, you don't need to Ash that Fateful Search. But it was, he just had so much non-engine that it didn't matter there.
I mean, like, obviously, the difference between points of interaction in hand, which are useful on either turn, because, you know, they have a lot more value. But the spell cards you can't really use on your turn 1, so I think maybe game 1 he wants to choose second, but post-side he definitely wants to have that option to go first, right? He's just going to be able to side in cards that are really strong at going first to replace those cards that are mainly just only useful going second.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Ed shines, is the deck construction. It goes beyond just the main deck. It's not like he's just trying to pick up something gimmicky and have fun with it. He plans his decks into the format. How can
Alright, be right back while they're siding for game 3. I'll just check in on Charlie real quick.
These decks do every time. My deck can beat that consistently. It's practice. It goes beyond just theory. And then, yeah, having that side deck incorporated, taking out like those cards that are only good going second for other cards that are going to be potentially great going first, will also be advantageous if Ed wins game going second, maybe his opponent's like, oh, I'm going to make you go first in game number 2, and then he gets caught off guard because Ed was already prepared. But I mean, that's why I like having Ed on the feature match stage, because he's always bringing something new, something innovative, something exciting, and certainly living up to his. You know, I mean, the first time I remember hearing Ed was what, Infernity Randomizer?
Yeah, the randomizer in like 2010, 2011. Like.
Yeah, like that was so long ago, and he has still been innovating since then. A decade later, still innovating here in the feature match. Both these players 3-0. If one of them lose, like, you know, it's not great to get a loss, but you're not out of it with just one loss.
Yeah, you're definitely more comfortable at 4-0 than 3-1, I will say.
Definitely. So there's definitely a lot of pressure on the line to win this round.
Guys, I think that there's especially pressure for Matthew here because he's the one that has to do all the guesswork, right? Ed knows what he's going to do. He knows if he's going to go first or second, but Matt looks at that strategy. He recognizes from just the history of the game that a deck like that can easily choose to do either.
Yep.
So
he knows what we know.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All of Canada on Matthew's back right now. Will he be able to do it for his country, or will Ed be able to rise up? Shout out to, you know, the Torrance. You know, it's funny, like, yeah, Ed doesn't live in California anymore, but now I live in the city that he used to live in. It's pretty awesome.
Ed represents LA every day. Don't you worry.
You won't let him forget where he comes from, his
his
roots.
Forget.
The roots. All right, looks like the players are shuffling each other's decks. They are side-decked and ready to go into it. I can't wait to see who's going to go first. A quick offer of the fist bump to say good luck.
There.
I like the good luck before game number 3 in an important match like this.
All right.
They're ready to go.
Game 3.
It's game 3.
Let's see what Ed's deck can do going first. It seems like it has a lot of gas.
I feel like these players are more stressed than normal because of the situation here. I think this is a high-pressure game. Even if it is as early as round 4, it just feels as pressured as round 11.
I see Mourner, I see Imperm, I see Cosmic. Lots of non-engine. Matthew is really good at drawing non-engine. Heat Wave.
No. So
Heat Wave. Wait, what does Heat Wave say?
Summon monsters, right? That's what.
Yep.
Normal summon or a special summon or nothing?
Neither player can normal summon. Essentially like Cold Wave, but
dude,
a little hotter.
Little hotter, way hotter.
No normal summon nor special summon?
Strategies that normally go second to catch.
So what's the plan? You just set up?
They can side in cards like Heat Wave. It might be a card that's going to be gaining.
Does he just set up the Horuses in the graveyard?
Yep, that's right. The 10-Pie Dragon strategy, known for needing
so
to go second because it has
his
to go
plan
to the win
when
the
going
game.
first
You force them to go first. They do have this ace in their back
is to
pocket,
just
Heat Wave, and Ed preemptively already including that in his deck.
It makes sense, right? He's playing adventure cards. You are allowed to summon normal monsters.
Dude, Rainbow
so
Bridge as well.
The Fateful Adventure. Put the token on the field. Keep the Griffin Rider for your opponent's turn. Well,
he's going third.
Then either, but you just have a body that does something relevant. You're not going to be able to do anything else with it, but you are able to activate whilst the Imperial Tomb, which is essentially King Sarcophagus while on the field.
It literally counts as King Sarcophagus on the field and lets him access.
We're going
from
third
the deck by just adding a Horus monster and then placing a card back to the deck.
So basically what Ed is saying is, I want to go first, but with a battle phase.
These are the high value turns that Ed wants to see.
And we saw
I want to go first, but with a battle phase. Why are you activating? Oh, well, I guess you want to dump.
Gonna discard the Pegasus he just added.
Dude, this is just 10-Pie Dragon. You said people should start thinking about turn 3. Yeah, but that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant when I said I wanted more like games that go to turn 3 and all that. That is not what I meant. I also saw a secret village in the deck right there. That deck is toxic as hell. What the hell?
Absolutely nothing. And so you get to go just straight to the battlefield with a bunch
oh
of
no!
And be able to end the game as quickly as you can.
Dude,
I like this is something a lot of players have been talking
dump
about. Dump
Horus's pass, Giga Chat.
But you know, Ed's saying I don't have to wait for Legacy Destruction. I'm showing you that you can use this with. And this is something that's been viable like even before our.
No.
It really just shows you there's
Cosmic,
so much more than what you
double
see
Cosmic.
that's
Hold
viable.
up.
There's innovation. There's room to be had to find new ways to play the game, which I love.
Double Cosmic might actually cook, no?
Guy has a somewhat acceptable answer to Heat Wave in Temple. Once they start summoning on their turn, you can at least put some bodies on the field.
That's a good point.
But I think I did see Matthew draw quite a couple answers into the current situation. So we'll see if he's able to get his way through. Yep.
Cosmic's a good one.
One Cosmic Cyclone down on the field spell here, removing one King Sarcophagus, but there is still another one. You're going to want to be able to get rid of that too, so make sure.
Does Ed have another one in hand?
Sets a couple cards face
Why
down.
is Heat Wave legal? because it's a bad card. Like, it's only good in very, very few
Will
scenarios.
there be anything prior to the main phase? Nope. So going straight in the main phase. The Fenrir comes down, which makes sense. He did give up one already, so high chances of being multiple.
Dude, they just die, no?
I wonder if there's any merit to summoning a Horus monster first. That way, if there is like a cosmic cyclone, you would at least get the effect of a card leaving the field.
Well, you can't summon the Fenrir if you use.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That you'd have to decide you're not going to use Fenrir at all.
Which I think, honestly, the value of a single Horus monster might have been worth it. And I'm very surprised because we saw Matt does have another copy.
Mourners
copy
the
of Cyclone. I'm
Fenrir.
surprised he's leaving the Kingstar office on the field this long.
What stops you from just dying?
Oh, and he's using the Mourner.
Triple tactics talent.
To look at the hand, there is a Diabellstar as well as the Poplar. Just gonna go.
What stops you from just dying to these monsters coming out of the King sarcophagus now? Like,
So
Bob,
Duamatef.
Okay.
Oh, no, looks like Matt
you have to
wants
cosmic
keep
it, but
open
I'm
after
pretty sure,
resolution.
I'm pretty sure Ed opened with the field spell, and then searched another field spell with the Imseti.
As soon as multiple of those bodies hit the field, there's not gonna be.
With the Rainbow Bridge, I mean, not with the Imseti, with the Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah, the Horus cards are really
So
strong. I'm a big
double
fan of
cosmic isn't enough here.
I
It's
guess
just
you
not
had to
enough.
say
You just
any of
die.
Those engines would be the main one. It has to be the Horus one, right?
Oh yeah, for
I mean,
sure.
he's
Bob.
like the
Bread and
full
Bob.
Horus engine. He's like
Bob.
Oh, he's letting it all happen. Okay. That is 3 large bodies. Did I see that? Like I could have sworn that was a Cosmic Cyclone set, but maybe it's not.
Must not be. And now looks like Ed has so many monsters on the field. Looks like he's looking at the extra deck, how to clean up the board before trying to go to the battle phase.
Oh, we're going into the extra deck here. Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord.
Very surprising considering he's
Is that Photon Lord? Oh no, it's like, oh, okay, Photon Dragon. I know those cards. Duel Links players, look away. Look away now, Duel Links players.
the King sarcophagus as well, but it doesn't change its name.
We'll definitely be able to still access more of those rank 8s that can just
No shot, this man is hard playing into Nib.
Photon Dragon.
No shot, you just commented that after they looked at the opponent's hand with triple tactics talents.
Honestly, kind of surprised that.
No shot, right?
The monsters were pretty big already, right? Alright, just clarifying something here real quick, and then just attacking.
Oh yeah, right. This guy only pops face ups. Yeah, dude. The heat wave. The heat wave into just OTK. What the hell was that? Dude, you know what? You know what? Unironically, that's one way to ignore the fact that Snake Eye just plays 2 million hand traps. You just say like, you know what? I don't actually care about going first. All I need is a battle phase. I don't care about your imperms, your whatever. I'm just gonna dump a bunch of Horuses in the graveyard, pass turn. You can't do anything, and I'll just attack you next turn. Dude, that was crazy. Okay. Dude, Ed always comes up with the craziest technologies. Ed really was just like, hey, what is this Heatwave card hyped for? Tenpai Dragons? No, I'm gonna use it in my Horus deck. That was funny. Okay, well.
Because to be able to interact with the actual Horus monsters is fine, but you don't really have.
Please check Heatwave price. I mean, yeah, I know Heatwave is incredibly expensive, but that's because Tenpai. Yeah.
I've played against them a few
Basically,
times, like,
if you guys were ever wondering what Tenpai can do going first, literally that is one of the things that people are doing in Tenpai in case your opponent makes you go first. It works the exact same way. You activate Heatwave, you pass the turn, you kill them next turn. Literally that's it. That's the trick.
And you know, I'm just excited to see how Ed's going to finish out the rest of the tournament. As I mentioned, he brought like the Myconko deck that skyrocketed in popularity after he used it on stream. And I think we even saw someone else take that deck to win one of the LATAM events right after that. And I have to think it was inspired by Ed.
Absolutely. Michel Verismo take it down with the Myconko deck, popularized by Ed. It might not have been invented by Ed, but Ed definitely brought it into the forefront of the meta, and he might have done that again today. We'll have to hear from him very soon.
Battle Fader going second versus Tenpai for that reason.
Don't go anywhere.
So what are your thoughts on the fact that Tenpai can completely invalidate Battle Fader? because they have a card that says your opponent cannot activate cards during the battle phase. They need to attack before making it. Maybe. But then, like, why wouldn't you just play like Vaboku or Threatening Roar, you know? Jesse versus Pack. Wait, Jesse was playing versus Pack? Was that round 4? Or are there already pairings for the next round? Jesse was X1 round 3. So he basically lost his first round, right? Because he starts 2-0 because UDS. Okay. Pack lost round 4 to Pearly. Oh, right. I haven't been following the Twitter updates. What have I been doing? So yeah, okay, I've got some people on my front page. We've got Jesse is lost round 3 and wins round 4. He must have had a blast so far. Lost round 3, I hate Snake Eye. Round 4 versus Runic Stun, dude. When you're down bad, dude, when it rains, it pours. Or whatever they say. And Pack lost round 4 to Pearly. So Pack is 3-1. Okay. Alright, we've got a winner's interview coming up. With the man, Ed Deception. Also... Guys, look at what arrived today. I had an order from Cart Market that was still arriving from like a week ago. What do I do with these now? Anyone know? These were in the mail today. They are nice collector's rares though. Make tokens. No, I will keep them as a reminder of my market, of how smart I am with the Yu-Gi-Oh market. I feel like it's a good reminder. MBT 3-1? That's cool. Is MBT doing the cool thing and playing heroes with the third malicious? Or is he doing the boring thing where he's tryharding? Booble, thank you for the buck. Josh, can we discuss a good list for branded? Yeah, we can discuss a good list for branded. My favorite list for branded would be banned Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. And that's it. Everything else I don't care. But that would be a good branded list if you ask me. How much did those Barons cost? They like $3 or something. It's not like the end of the world. I mean, Rarity Collection did a lot of good things to these kind of cards. I can check though. They were $6 actually. I sold QCR for 25. See, people are very confused when it comes to quarter century secret rares. They look at the Rarity Collection, they're like, hey, these quarter centuries are harder to pull than the collector's rares, so they must be worth more. What they don't realize is that they look terrible.
Round 4 re-feature match winner, Edception. How does it feel to win on the feature match stage?
It's pretty good, but I have way more of the tournament to go, so I just want to win those also.
Absolutely. It's still very early in the tournament, round 4, but you're going comfortably 4-0 with a very obscure strategy. I don't think anyone really prepared for it like that. Talk to me about it. How did you even develop this strategy? Why did you choose this? What are you really trying to do here?
I'm trying to not let my opponent play. The deck is called Hack because it's a
Don't
Forest
say that.
Adventure Kashtira, and I'm a hack. That's why I play it. So there you go.
Now, you mentioned trying to not let your opponent play, but you're actually not playing any of those points interruptions from the hand, like no Ash Blossoms, no De Beers. You're letting them play it out, but you're trying to end the game immediately as soon as it goes back to your turn. So explain that
they are
strategy. Why did you
forcing
choose
them
to
to
go that
say
route instead of
points
playing
of
some the more
interactions from
standardized
the
strategies?
hand. They are not allowed
hand
to
traps
say hand
require
traps.
like good knowledge of the format, but if you just play infinite board breakers, you could just like not care what your opponent's doing, and if your deck works or is built correctly, then you could just like push through everything. So that's I went second against Fire like almost every. I've lost the roll against Fire like every round, and I've literally killed them like turn 1 every single time. And if I go first, I just set a board where they just can't play.
Okay, so it makes
Why
sense.
not?
So you've built your strategy to play against the Snake Eye field, I imagine. Is there a strategy that you just cannot beat, that you're trying to avoid at all costs?
So with no hand traps, that means I'm going to automatically lose to Branded if they can just resolve their combo. So I side very heavily for that. And then I have like some main deck answers to like the Gimmick Puppet Lock, but it's really scary. I'd rather just not to play against any FTKs or any like crazy wombo. I just want my opponents to play fair Yu-Gi-Oh! So I can play like unfair Yu-Gi-Oh!, you know?
Absolutely. I wouldn't even go so far as to say you're unfair. You're just trying to take advantage of
You
the
don't
openings
use that
they give
word.
you, because I wouldn't say Snake Eyes is very fair, but it leaves a lot of openings, and you're just taking
we shouldn't have gone
this
this thing.
And it's really cool to see.
Get
So
head away
I look
from the
forward to
mic
seeing
as
how you
fast
do in
as
the rest of the
possible.
tournament. 4-0, very comfortable, but we're just going to bring it back to Billy and see what's going to happen next.
That's good. Thank you. Let's go back to
Thanks,
Billy.
Sala. The only fair I know is the State Fair of Texas, but it's awesome to see an innovative strategy take our feature match here. And Ed moving on 4-0, looking good for day number 2. We're going to have to hopefully see him at the top 10 tables
dude,
as well.
I love Billy
he's
Break,
no stranger
man.
to them. But let's go ahead and take a look at how the Bounty Duelists are doing.
Oh, God. Okay, so to that previous topic, they do try to keep it so their goal with these streams is essentially to make it like accessible to as many people as possible, because the goal is obviously, when it comes to these streams, obviously you want the people that already play Yu-Gi-Oh to watch them, but even more like importantly, or even more like exciting for them is it for when people tune into the stream that are not yet playing you know, the game, right? Or maybe are interested in playing the game, and so on and so forth, right? And to an extent that does make sense, but then what that means is they want to keep terms away that might not mean anything to someone watching that hasn't been playing the game recently, right? You know, like, what is a hand trap? What is a floodgate? What does it mean to FTK someone, right? And that's so to a degree, I understand why they're doing it, right? It's just that for the people that are commentating, it's really hard to get those habits out of you, right? Like, it's really hard when you've been calling it a hand trap for years to switch to a different term. I can say that from my own experience, right? It's like I understand why, but it's really hard to switch these things like just off, right? If you've been calling it that forever. But yeah, it does make sense. New players tune into the stream and watch Runic Stun. I mean, to be honest with you, unironically, someone who isn't playing competitively yet probably watches that feature match and doesn't care, or maybe even thinks it's cool that the quote-unquote meta deck got like decked out. You know, I actually don't think that's that big of a deal for them, right?
Welcome our first competitor, Syriax, the founder of
Oh, there's
Power,
the Syriax
a
rhyme
level
style video
beyond
that he
just
told us not to
power.
worry about.
He's a master of unique decks like the Egyptian gods and cubic cards. He prides himself on building off-the-wall decks that steer away from meta staples to keep his opponents always on their toes.
All right, I'll
Welcome,
leave you with
Syriax.
that for a second and
What's
check
up?
in on the
I'm
cat
glad
as
to
I
be
do.
Here. I'm glad to, you know, flex
I'm
a
sorry
little bit
I'm
of
leaving like
that
every
games
round,
knowledge that I have.
but I'm
See if I
nervous
can
because I'm
master
alone
it
with the cat, so I want to make sure he doesn't do something, you
Introducing
know?
his opponent, Rhyme Style.
I'll be right back.
Known for being an expert in the art of anime decks, you can find him rocking Dark Magician and Blue Eyes White Dragon on the regular. Welcome, Rhyme Style.
Thank you for having me. I feel like if there's anybody to have to take out Syriax, it's me. So, Dion, thank you for showing up for this easy win for me.
We gonna see. We gonna see.
So Syriax, when you think of Xyz summoning, what comes to mind?
Honestly, I was introduced to that form of summoning through Duel Links, but Xyz is just very simple. Two of the same level monsters, put them together, and you get a big, beefy monster out of your extra deck. I always thought it was really cool.
And Rhyme, I'll kick the same question back to you. What do you think of Xyz summoning?
The first word that comes to mind is Zeus, and I love it. It's funny, actually, when I came back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, one of the very first decks I built was Blue Eyes, and I remember Dragalubion and Numeron Dragon were like my go-to cards.
Syriax, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. It's been out for a little over a year now. What do you think of this game? How has it just, been as an experience for you, and what do you hope to see from it in the future?
I mean this in the nicest way possible. I have a problem. It's just me. It's not the game. I'm addicted to this game. I can't stop playing. It's just been so much fun to have like a convenient way to play the game that I loved as a kid at any time that I want, whether it's on mobile or PC. There's almost no reason for me not to play. I'm glad that it's here, and I can't wait to see what more they have to come.
And Rhyme, same question. What do you think of Master Duel, and what about the future of Master Duel?
Master Duel is literally everything I've ever wanted in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. Like, literally, I will wake up, and the first thing I do is I hop on Discord, and I hit up like, hey, you want to play a couple games? And next thing I know, it's 4 o'clock. And then we record. It's a problem, and it's a good problem to have.
Awesome, well that sounds good. So, now that we know a little bit about our two competitors, we're now going to split off into teams. I'm going to be coaching Syriax, and Alec will be coaching Rhyme Style.
That's right, I'll do my best.
Yeah, I don't know how much we can really teach these guys, but we're going to find out. So, let's get right to it.
Let's go.
All right, he's vibing
Syriax,
downstairs.
So, what deck do you have here? What are you planning to bring into this match?
I was cooking something up here, so I got a little something.
What is this, Boojins?
So first we got DD Crow, just in case there's any graveyard shenanigans that Dino tries to play. It banishes a card from the graveyard, and I can
Didn't
just activate
Rhyme
it from
say
my
they were
hand,
playing
so
Edison
it's a really
format?
convenient card to have, just in case he tries to do anything slick with me.
Yeah, now it seems like your main strategy
Does
is
Rhyme
Boojin.
Style
I
know
it's a
what
very,
Edison
sort of
format is?
Protect the tower control style deck.
Yamato, I remember that kind of being like a very important card for them to kind of get the deck going, like a starter.
Once he's managed to stay in the field for a turn or two, then it's really easy to just do an Xyz summon with him and another Boojin monster afterwards. And that is where things get really fun, because the extra deck is pretty much just a toolbox. The safety pick is always just going into Bujinte Susanoo.
I swear Rhyme Style was here earlier in the chat and said
I believe in the heart of the card.
they're gonna go. They're probably gonna show our Edison episode later, but maybe I'm misremembering.
All right, guys.
He said hat,
Rhyme
I'm
Style,
sure.
And we're gonna take a look at his hand, artifact, and trap tricks deck.
Maybe he did say hat format.
I'm ready to win. I'm gonna be honest with you. Something I love about this is the fact that you have the ice and the fire hand, which are
Dude,
not
hat format?
insane to me.
Now these cards are crazy, but
Hat
if your
format
opponent
is-
doesn't have a monster or they don't have a.
What do you guys
a
think
spell or trap
are
card
like
to destroy? You will not get to summon the
potential
next time.
contenders
So watch
for
out for that.
And then we also have the artifacts,
other like future
Sanctum.
Mhm.
And then these also do
Time Wizard formats that can be really successful?
Yes, Moraltech can destroy a card on the field.
Because
I mean,
Gold
extra monster
and
too.
Edison are kind of already very, very
Silent
big.
Monarch was a huge card.
Yeah.
You can just steal your opponent's
Aren't these
monsters.
pre-recorded? They are. They are pre-recorded. I haven't seen it yet, but like,
love playing out the
I don't know what
graveyard.
else to
So
do in the
if you get
meantime.
shut
I don't
down
think
for
we're gonna
a
have a
turn or
large
two,
break between
you can
rounds
make this
because
matchup
the
really
last
simple
feature
with
went
this
to
card.
game 3 and it was almost timeout already. So I don't think we're gonna have to wait very long. So it's kind of whatever. We can just check in with these. Honestly, I'm not opposed to some good hat format duels, even though Boojins is kind of resident sleeper.
About to get it started, guys. Our practice round.
All right, let's do this. This is about to be the easiest win for us.
Bologna format. Do you guys? You know what?
Soul Charge, a huge.
You know what? I'm not live. To an extent, it feels weird to think about very recent formats as retro formats. But do you guys think in like 10 years, we might go back to like pre-Phantom Nightmare, you know, and look at it as like a Time Wizard format. Because I think there's a possibility for that. Because like, I mean, no one thought of this during Edison format, I'm sure. Like, no one was like, dude, why is it lagging whenever I click to the live button?
Reality.
Let's get some free cards.
So he just got Artifact Sanctum.
Okay, I think I just set Ice Hand because I know he's going to attack. And then we set
I mean,
both of
Toss
these
is almost in that
for the
spot.
next turn. And he's
Dude,
going to head right
unironically, if I have some downtime between 2 rounds at a YCS, or if I'm at locals or something, and someone comes up to me and says like, hey, I've got a Salamangrade and a Sky Striker deck from 2019. Do you want to jam a game of Toss format? No, I'm down. Genuinely. Or like Orchist. Just don't hit me with the Thunder Guard Dragon, you know? But like, I'm down for that. I've been talking to the Law YGO like last week, cause I don't know if I meant to spoil it, but I don't think it's a big issue. I've been on one of his like, he has a series where he plays Time Wizard formats with other people, and I was on the episode for Edison format. And we talked about like, and he said like he really enjoys Meadowlands format as well, which is basically 2014. It's like, I think Mono Mermail, or maybe it's 2013. It's like Mono Mermail, Infernity, and some other stuff like Fire Fist. That seems really fun as well. It's like I think it's right. It's either right. I think it's right before Dragon Rulers. I could see that one honestly being good. Like, it's Mermail. You guys don't know this about me because it's a long time ago, but Mermail is one of my favorite decks of all time. I was in love with Mermail at the time. Mermail formats were so dope. All this stuff you guys know me for these days, you know, the frogs and paleos and all that, that's relatively recent, you know. I mean, paleos is 2017, but still, in comparison to how long I've played this game, it is relatively recent, because I've been playing this game since like 2003, and I've been playing tournaments since like 2005. You know, Runic, yeah. Paleo actually 2016. Yeah, we don't talk about 2016 Paleos. Troll despair. If Billy didn't draw that Vanity's Emptiness off of Metal Foes Fusion, we could be talking about 2016 Paleos all day. The way it happened, though, I'd rather talk to you about 2017 Paleos.
That's nothing.
Oh, it's so unfortunate.
We had it, man. We had it.
Okay, it's okay.
In the
though.
real
It's
duel,
okay
in the
that we
real
won.
duel, I'll make you proud and I'm gonna cook.
That's game.
Well, that's it. Okay, cool.
I'd rather lose to Billy, though.
I get the deck now.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. The way it went, I'm also fine with it. Because I think the way it happened, we both get a pretty awesome story and friendship out of it. Whereas, like, if one of the two finals had gone the other way, I think it would be, obviously for the one who would have won both, it would have been pretty sick. But on the other hand, you know, what we got out of it is also pretty special, you know. So I'm not too mad about it. It's fine. We need one more Billy comeback for the tiebreaker? I don't think so. I mean, I'm down for a Billy Bray comeback, but I think that story is finished. You know, there's certain stories are better when they're left the way they are. You know, you got to know when to stop. You know, who doesn't know a bunch of different like shows and movies that get ruined because there's more sequels. You know, why can't we just leave it at a tie? The story is finished, and it's a pretty good story. You know. What exactly is the story? I'm new, Smile. We're talking about the time where in 2016, Billy Brake, who is one of the all-time most successful Yu-Gi-Oh players and now works at Konami and is also commentating this event. Billy is from the US and traveled to some European YCSs. And the very first European YCS he traveled to was YCS Bochum 2016, where he won the entire thing and beat me in the finals. And then he came to the next European YCS, which was YCS Prague 3 months later, I'm not sure. And we played in the finals again, and that time I won. That is the story, essentially. So we played, it was the two European YCSs back to back had the exact same finals. Which in itself is a crazy thing to happen. Like, honestly, that's a story. If you told me that and I wasn't there, I probably wouldn't believe it. That's a crazy story. You know, the odds of two people making YCS finals back to back is insane. What's a Euro YCS? Yeah, I guess that is a concept that you guys wouldn't be familiar with. A European YCS. That is crazy. Dude, did you guys realize that it's been, how long has it been? When was Bologna? December? Or November? I think it was December. Who knows? You're still the last European YCS champion? I am the last European YCS champion. No one knew it at the time as well, but that was the last opportunity to win in another verse Glutonia from Europe. Out of like, because you know how the YCS prize cards now say at the bottom where you got them, right? It says like, this prize card was awarded to the winner of the first European YCS of the season. And then it says this card was awarded to the winner of the second YCS of the season, you know? No one knew it at the time, but there was never going to be another opportunity to get a European Glutonia. So if I didn't win Bologna, I could not have completed my ultra rare Glutonia, another verse collection. I'm the only player alive with a complete European another verse collection, by the way. Ultra rares. No one else can ever have it.
C-Rex is firmly in control of this game now.
Yeah, he really turned this around. This is brutal.
You could Sharen at any moment in
How
time.
far are we with the bingo? I don't think we got anything new, did we? What happened? It was no, I don't think anything happened here. No, we got nothing. We got nothing on the bingo sheet with that land. Sweet Bean, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Appreciate all you guys for hanging out. The viewer numbers, obviously, as always, when we do YCSs are insane. Hope you guys are having a good time so far. Thank you for hanging out.
This car right here.
We've got 5 more rounds today, which I am planning on streaming the entire thing, even though that's going to be very late for me. It is already 9:30 p.m. But I'm probably going to stick around. And then we'll also stream. The more exciting portion is going to be tomorrow when the second day of the YCS happens. So we're going to be here for day 2 and Top Cut tomorrow as well. So if you guys enjoying the show today, you might want to follow and tune in tomorrow. In general, we'll probably have a lot of people here who are not followed to the channel yet, because I usually stream on weekdays. So if you're not followed yet, do me a favor and hit that follow button. That'd be great. You guys are enjoying the content. We stream Yu-Gi-Oh! At least 4 times a week if my internet doesn't fail me like it did last week, but
I tried to warn you, all that barking. You was doing all that barking.
God, that TV girl saved your life, bro. That's fine.
Let's have a word with our 2 competitors, see how they're feeling after this one. All right, so our champion, our master duelist for episode 3 of Master Duel Deck Flexing is Syrian.
Congratulations, you did it.
Now, why couldn't you beat Rhyme Style in the Invitational, Syriax? Why couldn't you do the exact same thing when I was relying on you to beat Rhyme Style, you know? Why did you play a Chaos deck against Branded? Know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of needed you to do that, you know? Why did you lose to Jesse then? Dude, we went 2-2. You call that losing? What do you mean? Anyways,
For
you guys are triggering me.
Duel Deck Flexing episode 3.
That's a wrap.
We hope you guys enjoyed it, and stay tuned for the next one.
And if you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel,
What's the reason why Heatwave would be bad in Snake Eyes, for example? Can't you easily OTK on an empty board? You guys are severely overrating Heatwave as a card, you know? You know that like this entire idea of just activating Heatwave and then passing and then killing your opponent is like not that likely to actually work in most Yu-Gi-Oh decks, right? And so the thing is, what you're gonna be competing against, right? Say you could just play your first turn normally and try to make a board. And the only thing that your opponent has to stop you is a potential amount of, like, you know, hand traps, right? The problem is you're going to face the same problem when it passes back to you and you try to OTK, right? Your opponent is still going to have those hand traps plus potentially one more because they draw for number 6, right? And so if you can play through those hand traps on the 3rd turn, you could have also just played through those hand traps on the 1st turn and made a maybe winning board, maybe not, right? And that's the thing, right? The only way where that makes a lot of sense is if you can easily OTK ignoring hand traps, which is what Ed was doing, right? Ed, the King Sarcophagus, the Horus cards are really, really good at putting stuff on the field without caring for any sort of hand traps, right? Like, try stopping the stuff from coming out with like an imperm or an effect veiler. Can't do that. Like what we saw in that game, right? If your opponent has imperm veiler, you're never killing them with Snake Eyes, but you're killing them with Horus, for example, right? And so that is a key difference as to why that doesn't work in every single deck. Heatwave is not that good. A scenario where that would be good, it would be an insane meta call though, but you could do that in an environment where everyone is playing board breakers. If you ever find yourself in a position where you think everyone is playing board breakers like Talons and Thrust and all that, and you really don't want to make a board into that, but you also don't want to blind second because maybe they're still playing like Snake Eyes with board breakers and you really don't want to let those start, then you could do that. But that's a very, very niche scenario and is not looking very likely that that's ever going to be the case, right? Also, part of the reason Ed can run it is that the adventure cards still work under Heatwave. Not really though, right? Like, if you cannot, normal or special summon effect monsters. So you can make the token, right? Because that is not an effect monster. You can summon the token. And in theory, if you get very, very lucky, you could chain Griffin to Heatwave if you draw it. You can summon Griffin on the opponent's turn. Can you? I think Heatwave just says neither player. Not just the turn player. Yeah, no, it says neither player can normal or special. You can't, it applies to, it still applies to you in your opponent's turn. So you cannot do, you would have to open the Griffin. If you open the Griffin, you need to open Heatwave, Griffin, and a way to Fateful. Then you can go Heatwave, chain Griffin to summon itself, and then make the token. But then at the same time, what are you really negating with the Griffin when your opponent can't play the game? So I don't know. I don't know what the point of that is, right? You can summon it on turn 3. Yes, you can, but that applies to every single card in the game, right? Can you Heatwave plus linkage? You can Heatwave chain linkage, yeah. But then Sky Striker is probably one of the worst decks for Heatwave because you simply do not really capitalize on the turn skip because your deck is incredibly slow, right? It's not something I would call a power play to go Heatwave chain linkage, summon like Shizuku, and then pass, search one, and then next turn you're not gonna win the game probably, you know. We do have a view at the venue here. While we're waiting for the next round to start, we see, I think that's Simon He facing off against, is that Cody Manabe? I think so. And we have Mike Albanese here. That's it though. That's all I recognize. I sadly can't see the number at the table. I don't know if this is like top tables or what. You would think it'd be a high table if it's Cody Manabe against Simon He. But yeah. I see Kamal Crooks over here. That is Kamal, right? I can't. You guys say you see Pac. Where's Pac? I can't see Pac. Someone is bumping into the camera as well. Pac is on the left side. Dude, stop shaking the camera. Jesus Christ. Yo, I'm getting dizzy actually looking at that. Stop, dude. Oh my god. Oh, there. Pac, it says Pac TCG on the thing. Okay. His shirt literally says Pac TCG. So this row, we know that Pac is tier is 3-1. So we know this is not the top tables, but not far down the line. So it could be like this is like the second row of tables, and then here we have like the X zeros. Oh yeah. All right, here we are. Feature match time.
YCS Raleigh, we are just about to enter here into the 5th round of Swiss. Steven, so far today, walking around the tables between rounds, have there been any decks that have surprised you?
Oh, yeah. So we've only get to cast and show so many deck types. When you actually walk the tournament floor, you see things like Unchained, Yubel, Marincess, completely undefeated. And what it shows you is this format is not solved. A lot of people are trying to figure it out. And you to see our duelists out there being assisted by our lovely judge staff. There's so much diversity in this format. And so because of that new Forbidden and Limited list, it shows you it's not just the old cards coming back. It's new cards that haven't been tested. undefeated, and I'm really excited to see how this shakes out and what tomorrow looks like.
So this is
Thinking about our
undefeated
stats,
duelist,
we
right?
are
Ed
currently
was
on round
undefeated?
5, so we're reaching that halfway point. We had 1,793 duelists, but we have dwindled down to 111 undefeated duelists.
There's
Looking at the
Joshua
matchup this
bottom right.
particular round, it's really going to piggyback
Yeah.
on what you were saying a little bit earlier. The changes on that forbidden
You're not
and
wrong.
limited list. We've seen a couple decks so far this weekend in the feature match area try to summon Thunder Dragon Colossus, but I don't think it's actually touched down. However, this round we're going to see one of the players really fully commit.
Zippier Tunic, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
We saw a couple years ago. But this
Always
one's gonna
appreciate to
incorporate
see
the
those
Bisteel
first-time
package,
primers
which I
because it
think has
means we're
always slotted
growing
in
the
really well
community.
with the Thunder
Appreciate
Dragon
that. Thank you
cards.
for using
So I'm
that
really
on the
curious
channel.
to see
Helps a lot.
A deck that's devoted to summoning Colossus as a primary feature as opposed to
Is there written coverage for this, by the way? They usually do have that, right? Let me check. Maybe they
No,
give
it's
us like
definitely true
deck
that you could
breakdowns and
use one
such.
of those fan favorite cards like Nemesis Corridor, which is super easy.
Let me
to get
check that
into.
out
But
in the
speaking of
background.
getting
We might be
into,
looking
we're
at
gonna
that
go right
between
into
rounds.
our round 5 featured match here at YCS
There is
Raleigh.
one. Okay,
Take
who
a
do we
look at our
have
first
here?
Player here. It's going to be Joel. He is from
Joel!
Morgantown.
Oh my
And
god,
his
don't let
favorite
Farfa
card,
viewers see it.
Ratha, Dragon
Do
Lord
not
of the
let
Dark
Farfa
World.
viewers see it. Oh no, it's over. It's so over. Oh, I knew it. Oh god, the chat is
He'll be up
lost.
against Howard
The
from
chat
Chesapeake,
is
Virginia.
lost.
His
It's
favorite card is
gone. Why
Ian
did
the
they have to do that? Oh no.
Some classic stuff, and
Dude.
I'm really excited to see these two duels.
They
clash, because
specifically
again,
picked that feature
even though we've
match
seen all
to
the
ruin my
nemesis
stream
flags,
chat.
all the
Oh
dark nemesis
god.
you can eat, we haven't just seen Thunder Dragon.
All
So
right,
people have
mods,
been
make a
asking for
prediction.
Colossus to come
Joel
off the
against
list for so
Howard.
long,
It's
and
probably
we
going to be
really
the
need to
highest
see
prediction
duelists
ever
who
for
have
Joel.
dedicated their entire deck to using those cards.
If
Yeah,
Joel
Joel
is
be playing
playing
that Bisteel
fishes,
Thunder
it's
Dragon
over.
deck that I
If that's
commented on a little bit
goatee,
earlier. He's actually
it's
incorporated a
Jover.
pretty robust
The
runic
universe
package
will
as well, so it's
explode
really a
if they
Bisteel
feature
runic
Joel
Thunder
on
Dragon deck.
goatee.
We've seen the combination of Bisteel and runic cards successful. Joshua Smith piloted a deck with the Bisteels and runics in combination with cards like Quem a couple formats ago.
Oh my god, I love Quem.
Deck a different avenue. We see here that Joel's elected not to play any of those Quem, Blazing Cartasia, Ecclesia type cards, and has basically swapped all of those out for the Thunder Dragons. So we'll see.
Oh, it's
to what
Thunder
extent the
Runic.
Bisteels combine better with the Thunder Dragons.
Joel
On the
is
flip side,
based.
Howard
Joel is
going to
playing
be
Thunder
Dragon
Runic.
Link, and people at home might be just saying, "Wait a sec, Dragon Link without Borreload Savage Dragon, without Link Karibo."
Dude, is this
But
Runic
all of those great
Thunder
Dragon
against
Link cards
Dragon
have
Link?
A number of different targets that they could get into from the extra deck, and we're going to find out if the rest of the package is
Let's
able
go.
to hold their own, especially against a deck like that Thunder Dragon deck that just kind of keeps going and keeps vomiting bodies on the field.
Dragon Link has been one of the decks that's been able to evolve more than any other in the past handful of years. Just imagine all of the
Today I
limitations
learned
that
about
deck has
Thunder
faced,
Runic.
but it has still found a way to continue on. It lost Chaos Ruler. It lost versions of the Gar Dragons. Yeah. LP, for example. It's
Dude,
lost,
they
as
really
you just
were out
mentioned,
here
Borreload Savage Dragon. So just bit by
saying
bit by
like,
bit, it's
oh
lost
my
cards
god,
from
we
the extra deck,
finally
but it's
need to
found a way
get some
adapt
base stuff
and
in this
continue to
feature
be a
match.
top-tier deck.
Well, I think it just shows you that how powerful those sort of core dragons are, right? When you think about it, Striker Dragon is so important to getting everything started. And then you get a lot of freedom to be able to go in different directions with Boot Sector Launch and Quick Launch. So as long as there are dragons, as long as there are Link monsters, I don't think Dragon Link is going anywhere.
The Dragon cards have just always combined so well with each other, and you know, we talk about the limitations. We should also comment on the release of the Bisteels a couple years ago. Really gave the deck a whole new dimension. But it looks like we're ready to head into our round 5 feature match, game 1.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take in this information, this Runic deck, as much as I can. Bestial Runic Thunder Dragon, sign me up. Yes, against Dragon Link, which is also kind of cool. Wait, no! Howard is on Runics! Or is this Joel? I'm confused. Okay, so who is Joel now? Are the names incorrect or just the deck tags? I guess
really
I'll
like the
have to
upgraded
listen in to
rarities
find
of some
out.
of the Bisteels. Cards like Serenair, for example, I love the prismatics.
They are well-deserved effects on that.
What's interesting here is, you know, Howard doesn't necessarily know that Joel is also playing the Bisteels. Any deck that incorporates the Bisteels when it plays against the Bisteels adds a layer of interaction that's really interesting
I
to
think
see.
this is Joel.
You know, you only can activate the Bisteels as quick effects if your opponent has monsters, and it adds this layer of counterplay against one another.
Speaking of layers, we went ahead and got
Names are incorrect. Joel's name is Clay. He's my bud. Where's Clay coming from? I was like, who's Howard? Who's Joel? And you're like, nah, that's Clay. I'm like, what?
Go ahead and get rid of Lubellion.
Beautiful synergy here between Seyfert and
Where's
Lubellion.
Clay coming from?
Blade allows you to banish that Seyfert from the graveyard. You know, traditionally when Seyfert and Dragon Link was becoming popular.
No, that's Jim. I know him from school. Oh my god, dude.
Now he's actually still playing a copy of Levianair, but the fact that you can also use it to banish to return back to Posterior Lubellion adds another layer to the deck's potential.
Oh my god.
It's definitely some good stuff here. And
nah,
yeah,
that's
Saronir is such a powerful card there. You know, it's one of those things where before people started commonly using Saronir, Bestials were good, but Saronir just adds so much consistency, and so it's good to see that people have leaned more on it and less on Magnemite. But speaking of Magnemite, it's going to go to the graveyard here with Romulus in order
Let's
to
just
make
call them
the
Dragon Link guy and Runic guy for now.
That Magnemite is special summoned by banishing the Striker Dragon.
That is the only thing. It's just going to have to be Dragon Duelist and Runic Duelist for now. I have no other options. Because I don't know who's Joel, who's Howard, and who's Clay.
Cycle through some of those extra deck monsters that you may only play one copy of. I know, for example, in those runic-based strategies, being able to.
All right, Dragon Link Duelist is making a seals, using Ravine to dump Absorouter and grabbing a.
Well, what's also going to be interesting is
Tracer.
once his opponent finds
launch
out that they're both
activates to summon
field,
Tracer from the
every
hand,
time they are activating those
special summons a White Dragon Wyver Burster and makes a Synchro 8 that is not going to be Savage. So we're going to be sad. No matter what happens, I don't know. What do you make?
Right now is Borreload Savage Dragon.
Yes, that Rocket Tracer
IP
would feel pretty
okay.
good if it could turn to Borreload Savage
enough,
Dragon.
not a synchro
we're
summon.
Go for IP Masquerena instead, and then use the effect of the White Dragon Wyver Buster to get the Collapse Serpent.
Is this deck actually? Is this deck actually just Dragon Link now?
Too bad he doesn't have the Chaos space to be able to.
I mean, it probably still plays this pattern, but for the most part, it's actually like a Link deck
when you
now.
mentioned that Dragon Link players are just so adapted.
Finally, Dragon Link is actually Dragon Link.
Just a few lists ago, and now they've lost a few other cards.
Okay, I'm more interested in that Runic hand out there. Why am I stretching my head to see the hand as if that would work?
I think we gotta look at a main deck copy of Rivalry.
I see Runic Tip, Runic Fountain, Runic Destruction,
because you didn't traditionally see that card
and 2 Thunder Dragon cards. Ooh, End Phase Thunder Dragon Dark.
Interesting. Looks like we finally did the Thunder Dragon Dark, discarding it to go grab another Thunder Dragon Dark.
Yep, it is a quick effect, so you can activate it during Howard's turn. It's one of the beauties of the Thunder Dragon strategy is having at least one that you can activate on your opponent's turn, because it sets you up nicely. The Thunder Dragons, for those of you who are unfamiliar, because
another Runic Destruction.
A little bit better with the unbanning
Not
of
the
Colossus.
best.
You only can activate one of their effects per turn. So the fact that you can at least activate
it's probably a good idea to start with Runic Destruction.
Is valuable.
All right, never mind.
Speaking of a turn we're going to have here.
I was going to say, I think in order to test for hand traps, I think it was a good idea to go for Hugin.
But this is where it gets dangerous. Imagine if you accidentally ban it.
One thing I really like doing, this is some Runic advice, I suppose. In a hand like this, where Howard has Fountain already, Tip, and multiple other Runics, I think it's very good to go and act and summon Hugin, try to search with it, and most of the time that prompts your opponent to negate it, right? Because like if they have Valor or Ash in those situations, right? They probably use it there. And then you just be like, okay, I have Fountain anyways. You just wasted that, and that's a pretty good way to pull interruptions with that. Because if you just start with Fountain, they know you have it, and they won't stop you from getting a second copy, right? And worst case, if they don't use an interruption on your Hugin, you have a second Fountain anyways, which is fine. Discard Fountain. Okay. Instructions unclear. I discarded Fountain to bait a hand trap. That's very funny. Oh, wait, it was it? No, he searched that. Yeah, see, now he's summoning a Hugin anyways. Did we just go Chainlink 1 Hugin, Chainlink 2 Fountain? Yeah. Did them. And where did Thunder Dragon Roar go? Where is Thunder Dragon Roar? Why did we discard that? That was the only live card in your hand. That was the only card that was actually live. You have a second destruction that's not live. You have a Thunder Dragon Dark that doesn't do anything on its own. Okay, now you're just gonna throw this Runic Fountain into this SP Little Knight. You're just like, please finish me off. Please, I don't want to win anymore. Please, take this away from me. I don't need it. Yup, sick. You know what? No, you know what? Keep doing it like this. Keep doing it like this. Runics are not a problem, guys. You see? Runics are not a problem. Actually, I think after seeing the performance here, I feel like we could talk about putting Fountain back to 3. What do you think? What are we thinking? This, you know, I feel like it's fine. You know? Okay, so now it says this is Howard. This might be Howard, guys. What if it's Clay, though? Okay, I think now it's correct. I think now it's fixed. Joel, I think, is on the right side and Howard is on the left side.
Some other strategies do. However, naturally drawing Nemesis Cordo would give him a way of special summoning Colossus, so you essentially have to
I still want to know who Clay is. I still need to know who Clay is.
If we do go into a game 3 and Howard goes first, I presume
that chatter, they seemed serious. They were like, no, I know that guy. That guy's name is Clay. But who is Clay?
The Runic Fountain effect. So, you know, Thunder Dragon Colossus does stop so much in terms of being able to add these cards from the deck to the hand, but it doesn't prevent the draws. And so maybe the fact that the Runic strategy allows those draws, those manual, just whatever it is off the top of the deck, I'll take it. That might be the determining difference. Because think about it, Branded Regained lets you go ahead and draw. And, well, so does the Runic Fountain, so we'll see how that plays out. But Howard did take the first game here, so Joel's going to have to figure out what he wants to do in reply.
Joel would need to naturally draw the Runic Fountain because he wouldn't be able to search it through Hugin or Tip. So although, yes, Joel does have access to drawing through Runic Fountain, he would need a pretty ideal opening in order to do that. Now, obviously, he has cards like Freezing Curses in his deck that allow him to kind of play around Colossus, but depending on exactly how Joel opens, Colossus could be quite detrimental if Howard were to do that on the opening turn of the third game, but we'll see if we even get there.
Well, we are getting there right now, going into our Game 2 here of our Round 5 feature match at YCS Raleigh. And what a day it's been so far. Again, we haven't reached the halfway point just yet, but our duelists are...
All right, there's one thing I want to say, and that is that, first of all, that last game was probably winnable for Runic, most likely. And the second thing I want to say is if those Thunder Dragon Thunder Dragon Roar and Dark were Quem and Ecclesia, you do not want to know what I'm doing to that duelist with that hand. Unthinkable things, unspeakable horror is happening to that man. if I'm giving a hand of 4 Runics Quem Cartesia. I'm just saying. Did that tip just summon a Hugin? Did that tip, guys, did that tip just summon a Hugin? I need to know. I need to know for research purposes if that tip just summoned a Hugin. All right.
Well, it looks like the cards are going to combine after all.
I'll be right back.
But instead of something big, it's just going to be an SP Little Knight.
Oh, this is interesting. He actually can banish his own Dark from Graveyard.
Oh, that is a good play. Again, now he's going to get the Dark's ability. So reaching deep into the deck here and grabbing a Thunder Dragon Hawk.
Yeah, this is an interaction that it's obvious once you see it, but until you see it, you might not realize. SP Little Knight, it's one of the most powerful cards printed in the last handful of years, and all of the various ways that it enhances decks, the more you see, the more you learn. And this is a good illustration of, okay, I might not have a way to banish my Thunder Dragons via Bystials, but I'll always have an SP Little Knight in my extra deck. This is a deck that very easily puts a fusion monster on the field through the runic cards. So this interaction, now that you actually see it, is really quite simple and very for the first time.
We finally get to see it. It's Thunder Dragon Colossus. You should see me behind the stage. I actually just kind of jumped up because it is cool that we finally get this card back.
Oh.
And just like that, I got the Nibiru. However, you can get rid of that with the SP Little Knight, dodging it. So Thunder Dragon Colossus lives to fight another day and comes right back to where it was. Pass turn.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. The interesting thing with Colossus is people this weekend have commented on how it's not quite as powerful as it was a couple years ago. It can be hit by SP Little Knight by the opponent so easily. However, SP Little Knight plus Colossus does give you that insurance against Nibiru.
Not too bad. Unfortunately, though, those extra draws that would have worked under Thunder Dragon Colossus are no more as the Cosmic Cyclone banishes Runic Fountain.
It does look like he has a Bystial Lubellion in his hand, so there's at least one card in his hand that's been shut off by the Colossus effect. That beautiful ultimate rare, might I add.
All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it. Not setting the branded beast is a mistake because you at this position you are probably resolving Fountain to draw, or what you're thinking you might be resolving Fountain to draw, so you could draw into Bystials. The second thing, not setting Runic Destruction, is also a mistake. So, because you might get Cosmic on Fountain and then you can't use it, in case your opponent does some stuff afterwards. The activating tip to summon, I'm not even gonna talk about. I refuse to talk about tip to summon. That is not happening. Especially because Ash was already used. Like it couldn't even have been like he wants to guarantee a runic summon because he doesn't want to get Ashed on. Nah.
Definitely can, and a great answer to a lot of different decks. But speaking of answers, looks like we might get a few more with the Runic Fountain. Going to go ahead and activate the Runic Destruction there.
Unfortunately for Howard, although he has 3 hand interactions with Effect Veiler, Nibiru, and Magnum, none of them line up well against Runic Fountain.
Fortunately, no. You need might be time to bring out Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit again.
Okay.
Looks like we're going to use Runic Slumber to go ahead and protect that Runic Fangs and go ahead and banish 3 additional cards off the top. Count them out. Nibiru. Looks like we're going to say goodbye to Quick Launch and finally Lubellion. The Lubellion is good, but because there's a Lubellion in the graveyard, we might see a Branded Regain recycle that anyway.
There's also the possibility of summoning back
Thunder Dragon Dark. And dude, your deck doesn't do anything.
This deal Disbatter quite well and having large lightning.
Why are there
monsters
Thunder
like
cards?
Lubellion,
I am
for example,
so confused, man.
Increase damage output.
Certainly can. Now, Joel just trying to figure out what he can do with this hand of Triple Tactics talent, but there's no monster effect that's been activated. You've got a Thunder Dragon Dark. And finally... Oh, looks like we are going to go ahead and discard the Thunder Dragon
When
Dark.
I asked you guys on the synergy between
well
Runic and Thunder Dragon, you guys didn't have a commanding answer, and I think I know why. I think there is no answer.
Deck, but it would certainly help to have a skill drain here now, just going to have to take it by the numbers, but with no runic
You guys were
spells
all in
the
here
hand,
like, oh, what's the
in a very
synergy?
fragile
What do you
position
think
here.
of this deck? And I'm like, what does it do?
Yeah,
And
Joel
you
has
guys
not
were like,
brought
I
the
don't know.
deck out variation of Runic.
Well, I don't
here
know
this
either.
weekend.
Tribute
He has
summon Thunder
incorporated
Dragon
a
Dark.
strategy that doesn't tend to win through the primary way that most
Don't
duels
tell
are-
me you're gonna make
are
another
finalized, which is
Colossus.
through life points, as opposed to what we saw earlier at this tournament.
Deck out is pretty cool, but it's true also, though, that the runic cards are just great in and of themselves. Not only do they do a number of basic utility effects, like destroying a spell or trap, negating something, protecting something, removing cards from the hand, but it's true that even if you're not trying to deck your opponent out, look at that banishment. You know, look at the fact that that card was able to get rid of Quick Launch, Nibiru, and Lubellion, that second copy. You are not going to see that. And it shows you why these runic cards work so well in so many different decks.
I'm really glad that Howard activated that Magnemut. A lot of times you see players when a card like Colossus on the field not realize that Magnemut can add from the graveyard. So even if you're under draw at Lockbird, you can actually still resolve Magnemut's effect. So I'm really glad to see that he understood that interaction well enough, activated Bestial Magnemut when he special summoned it, and was able to add back that Rocket Recharger from the graveyard.
Well, you don't play Dragon Link in the year 2024 past April 15th without really knowing that deck, and it shows that Howard, he is a true duelist with Dragon Links. He didn't just show up, he clearly knows how to pilot this deck, and now he is piloting it right to that Branded Regain, that powerful card we've been talking about this entire set of games, just because of how important it is. Think about all these banished cards. Well, now you get to draw, now those runic spells kind of have a downside.
So Colossus can protect itself as a destruction in battle, but I highly doubt we're going to get to the battle phase. It's probably going to be the case that SP Little Knight hits the table. I could see Herratic Seal maybe, but I think actually you can't go into Herratic Seal. Little Knight makes a lot of sense, yep.
Definitely does, being able to banish it, and now you banished a light monster. Or dark, excuse me.
I actually don't know if you want to return that to the extra deck, though.
You probably don't, but man, a draw is so tempting. But with 4 cards in hand, maybe we're okay. I think we're going to play past that.
Yeah, he's just going to use Serenair. This way, he gets to control which light or dark monster gets returned to the extra deck.
And what a great use of recycled resources.
Oh, look, we're
if
losing.
he returns that, that's a whole nother Typhon for a whole nother turn.
Yeah, we already commented on that this match, but the ability to put back those singleton one-of cards from your extra deck back into your extra deck that you only registered 1 copy of on your main deck because of Branded Regain has shown time and time again to be an enormous benefit to these type of strategies.
Who is we? The Runic Gamers.
Joel just sort of clasping his hands together. Certainly does have a card in hand, but not too much they could do at this point.
Now, at least he knows that SP Little Knight's effect is activated this turn, so he's not going to be defeated this turn because he won't be able to attack directly.
Exactly. You don't have to jump the gun. You can just sort of watch your plays, or rather your opponent's plays, get set up on the board. Oh, but we're going to steal the SP Little Knight. Very cool with Dark the Dark Charmer Gloomy.
Here's Rocket Recharger. This will probably go into Striker Dragon. Or, actually, it could go into, I was just about to say that, realizing where SP Little Knight points, it can actually go into Pitsy.
Oh, this is cool.
And Pitsy here will be able to special summon, I think he pointed to Lubellion.
Really cool, by the way, to use the SP Little Knight's arrow pointing
off.
there, and that's how you're making the 2 link arrows point in one spot.
Okay, it was actually to Magnemut. Now he can activate Magnemut's effect.
Clay is cooking.
Which is huge, as we've commented on when Bestial decks play against one
Clay
another.
is
You
losing.
really want to
I
get
don't know who
access to as
Clay
many
is
as possible.
still.
The fact that Magnemut's limited to 1 makes it so that you don't theoretically get to utilize its effect multiple times, but we actually see Howard here utilizing it on turns consecutively, which is huge. He always has that hand interaction in the back, just in case things go where he needs to activate a Bestial on his opponent's turn. That is not the right
That is not the right field spell. I think we have been playing too many duels today.
I need to clarify something to make
that.
sure I'm
we
not
caught
in
it.
a,
Okay, good
in
deal,
a simulation.
Good deal. Let's go ahead and grab that correct
Did
Dragon
we-
Ravine.
It is
Did
easy
we
to miss
use
with a
Runic
deck that
Tip
basically always searches
to
through
special
its,
summon?
whether it's main deck for
Or not?
whether it's Dragon Ravine or whether it's, in that case, Boot Sector Launch.
No, an easy mistake to make. Usually when you're thinking about field spells and you're touching a Dragon Link deck, you are grabbing out that Boot Sector Launch. But no, we're getting Dragon Ravine this time. We are going to go ahead and activate the Dragon Ravine, discard that Nibiru, and...
That is a show of strength.
I fear nothing. I need no Nibiru, the Primal
If
Being.
I've learned one thing from Master Duel is if my opponent discards Nibiru, they have Maxi. Wouldn't even surprise me if that happened right now, because
Rebellion back.
hella weird stuff is happening today.
Uses Lubellion's effect. So basically, it seems like he's going to set up 2 Bystials in hand plus Effect Veiler as his points of interaction with the SP Little Knight on board, plus whatever else he chooses to do with that Dark and Romulus.
Well, it certainly helps that at other times in this duel, it may have been a problem to activate a Bystial because the only thing you could banish out of the graveyard might have been a Thunder Dragon monster, somebody eager to be banished who would punish you for doing that. But instead, now there's a couple of extra deck monsters, including Jerry the Runic Fang and SP Little Knight.
Jerry.
So the sky's the limit. Banish whatever you want with that Saronir if you decide.
I think he's trying to go into Borland Dragon.
This is the most convoluted way I've ever seen Dragon Link put up 8,000
so we don't
damage.
need
Just get
Savage
me out of
Dragon
this misery.
anymore. But Borland Dragon.
Just get me out of this misery. Bro made SP Little Knight, then made a Dark with that SP Little Knight.
For the Battery Man Solar.
Who summoned the opponent's SP Little Knight.
And Howard doing just a great job of
and now you can't even attack directly. That's right.
But really knowing his deck, not pausing at any moment.
I wasn't watching
really
when the SP happened. I wasn't here because I was recovering from tip to summon. So. Oh, this is where we make Baron.
I didn't realize he had a quick launch in hand. So yeah, he's going to go into Spatter. This is going to bring back a Seifert. I don't know if Seifert's effect is actually activated, so he's going to probably use this to search his deck for probably white or black dragon.
Dude, tip to summon.
Yeah.
Would be helpful to get set up.
I would have never even put that on the bingo sheet.
You've got the white dragon Wyver Burster again.
Because I would have said, like,
so
if you suggested that, I would have said, like, that's never going to happen.
Spatter effect, the effect
no one would
the
ever.
That he searches during the end phase with Magnamut. And I presume that this has all been designed to go into Borl and Dragon.
I would think so.
You did that once? I mean, yeah, but when it made sense or when it didn't matter.
The same number of options, right? We all know that's why not as many people are playing Dragon Link. But obviously this duelist with their quarter-century secret rare Striker Dragon back on the field again definitely knows and loves this deck. So yeah, we might see Boral end.
And now we finally see Boot Sector launch appropriately searched.
It doesn't matter in this duel too.
It does help to get the right card off the right
one
effect.
extra card could have potentially mattered. Like now an extra card won't help, but like earlier, absolutely could have.
Striker Dragon like this.
You know, when we didn't have a combo outside of like Colossus Pass.
And then activate a Rocket Recharger. This is a nifty way of putting another Dark Dragon onto the field.
There's been a lot of off-the-beaten-path plays, and it just shows you once you get to know a deck, you get to just play it like freestyle jazz, you know? Sure, here's a Druid's Worm. Sure, why not? Here's a Black Dragon Collapse Serpent. Because you're comfortable. You're not playing the
Bro, what are you
line.
accomplishing?
You are doing what you feel
Chaos
is right
Angel?
as
Yeah,
so in this case, it's going to be dropping down Chaos Angel and just banishing that Runic Fountain.
That's probably better than Borland Dragon. I will say Howard has a great understanding of this strategy, right? We saw him search the graveyard off of Magnamut. On the previous turn, we see him here understanding that Rocket Recharge.
Alessio Pizzulo, thank you for the 4 months. It's going okay. It was going really well before this match.
Plays that take the opponent off guard, where they say, "Oh wow, I didn't realize."
I was really happy when they announced what decks we were going to see.
Angel providing sort of that widespread protection. We have Hermetic
Okay, Druid's Worm.
Spatter negate. We have Effect Veiler in hand, and we
Druid's Worm can at least trigger your talents, because you have Branded Beast face down. You can special Druid's Worm,
just an excellent job.
use Branded Beast to force something.
There wasn't a battle phase this turn. Of course, with SP Little Knight's effect activating, you would not be able to attack directly. So instead, why not just make an incredible board of giant monsters with interactive effects and say, hey, it's your turn.
Please target your Thunder Dragon. Do you have a Thunder? Yeah,
so
okay.
Here it looks like Joel is activating a copy of Druid's Worm. He's probably going to target a dark monster that
Bro checked his opponent's graveyard before targeting his own Thunder Dragon with a Druid Worm.
Extra deck card because it's just going to be shuffled.
Yeah, you know, maybe I'll get rid of that Triple Burst Dragon.
Ooh, or looks like we may even be negating it with the Bestial Dispatter.
Wow, that's a magnificent use of Dispatter, shuffling it back into the deck.
Magnificent.
Again, just incredible play here. Could practically just invent Dragon Link combo lines on the fly.
We've talked about it. Really, I feel like this has been a conversation in
Jesse
multiple
X2
across
drop, really?
And limited list, which is, wow, Dragon Link still at the top tables, but you look at that. The board that it made last format has been limited by, let's say, a restriction of a key card from the extra deck, but it just somehow reinvents itself and is back here utilizing cards like Chaos Angel and Dispatter.
Well, speaking about reinventing himself, this is Joel's opportunity to turn a losing duel into a winning one. So he activates Triple Tactics Talent.
What happens? We'll read it in a second.
Try to grab something from the field.
It's probably going to be field, because the problem with giving the opponent Disbatter is it allows you to special summon a light or dark monster, so this way you just give them Chaos Angel.
It was never,
and I'm not sure he's really
never
gonna be able
in
to
no
navigate
universe was
this,
it talents to take there.
at least to a winning
You
spot.
have no win condition if you take with talents.
It is difficult, too, because Joel's done a great job of hanging in there, but hasn't necessarily advanced the game state towards the winning curve, right? The sort of
You have to like
moment
hope
in
that
the
you
duel where
draw
all of a sudden you're back in
2
control,
runics or
you're
something.
starting to make moves. Your opponent is
If there's
back to
even a
zero,
fountain in the
right?
graveyard, I don't know, but like you have to take
Again, with
that. You have to
granted
draw.
regain and just really great Dragon Link play by Howard, who could get through it, right? We do see the Typhon back again, of course, with all the monsters coming out of the extra deck, pretty easy to bring out. But is it going to be enough? Well, flipping up a Branded Beast,
Branded
tributing
Beast.
a monster. Let's see what
Okay.
happens.
So he tributed the Druid's Worm because he activated
Destroy
the Branded Regain to
regained.
summon Magnum out, which would have
Sure.
been for the 3rd or 4th time this particular duel. Now the Branded Beast is going to destroy the regained. See, the
Druid's
problem here,
Worm
though,
sends
is
safer,
that
attack
Howard
for
has a copy of Chaos
29.
Legionnaire in his hand, so he has follow-up there. He has an Effect Veiler in case things go really poorly, and he has a Safert in the graveyard. Now, unfortunately, the Chaos Legionnaire has 3,000 attack and won't be able to activate its effect with
That's enough,
Crisis
right?
on the
I mean,
field.
that's just like
However,
there's
you
no way
can
you
still
win
just
from here,
attack
do
over.
you?
Chaos Dragon Legionnaire is quite a dragon, and it would spell a pretty quick sense of doom, again, because it's a monster not from the extra deck. Doesn't matter. But it is
Guys, no matter
3,000
what
attack,
happens,
though. So
No matter what happens, please do never remember me. Do never remind me of the match between Clay and Jim.
good Yu-Gi-Oh!
I don't
want
wanna talk about it.
Players who know their deck, who are just, taking swings at each other. There's no perfect tempo where, oh, I've clinched it out, GG, fam. Instead, it's this great back and forth that shows you that each of these duelists really knows what they're doing. And speaking of what you're doing, looks like we're going to go ahead and use Lubellion to grab another Saronir.
I always feel like Bestial-based decks tend to warrant really interactive gameplay just by virtue of how those cards are designed. So it is really great to see 2 Bestial-based strategies combat one another here.
Bestials might be my favorite
So,
cards from
very valuable
2023.
dragon, a discard of Chaos Base, which is going to allow him to shuffle back.
What else is
and draw,
close?
A discard of Absurata, which is going to allow him to search his deck. So we have a discard.
Guys,
that
what
valuable.
was cooler in 2023 than Bestials?
It's crazy to think that this is still only game 2, but Joel is here to win. Again, you might think about,
2022?
oh, man, I just would've scooped by now.
Dude, Bestials are 1.5 years old. No, you guys are right. They are 2022. That's crazy.
We
Anyways,
still are the duelist. Saronir comes down, having banished that Druid's Worm, and Rocket Tracer.
Right,
gets
Dark-
normal summon.
Darkwing
I think
Blast,
it's time
yeah.
for a sick row.
We saw the Boot Sector launch special summon from
Dude,
Graveyard
what
effect
happened?
also a little
What
bit
happened
earlier
in
on the Rocket
2023?
Tracer, an effect that you don't necessarily always see. Obviously, going first, you're not going to be able to do that because your opponent's not likely to have monsters on the field. But one of the advantages of the Dragon Link strategy is the ability to
oh,
special summon from the
Kashtira.
graveyard
Dude,
if
my
Boot
brain
Sector
just
launch
deleted Kashtira
remains.
from my memory.
Kinda always reminded
For
me
the
of
better, probably.
a mini Soul Charge, a card that's been long forbidden.
Oh, Soul Charge was so good. It's been about 10 years, almost 10 years since Soul Charge has seen the light of day. And why? Because of
Dude,
another
Joel's win
dragon
condition
deck.
is that Howard tries to use this
We have
pattern,
your
gets a
Chaos
warning
Legionnaire
for it,
hitting
and
the
then
field. Obviously,
summons
it has too much
Levianeer and
attack
tries to
to
use
act
that too.
effect due to the presence of Sky Crisis.
That's the win
But he is
condition.
here just putting up a lot of large monsters, which inherently at the end of the day, these dragon monsters are just that. And with an Effect Veiler and an Infinite Impermanence in hand, plus the ability to clear out that Sky Crisis and unlock the effect of Disbatter, he has at least 3 points of interaction heading into the next turn. He's also going to be able to special summon a light or dark
Can't
monster
use
and he takes 2
Levianeer.
with
That was the
Disbatter.
joke. You got the joke. Well, you didn't get the joke, actually. I take it back.
Exactly
You
what
did
he's
not
going to
get the
take a look
joke.
at. Safert makes a lot of sense. This is just a way of recycling your Safert. I was curious if he was going to put back...
All right, what does Joel draw here?
Now, this makes a lot of sense, actually. Just putting this onto the field because it gives you an additional point of follow-up because you already have Chaos Levianeer, so if Levianeer leaves the field...
Do you think Howard
as
will
it's
make
probably
top
gonna
cut?
be right.
I
Nope,
mean,
never mind. Just like he was
honestly,
about to consider
yeah,
it.
let's
But if
talk about
Levianeer
that
does
for a
leave the
second.
field and
both of these duelists, no matter what happens in this feature match, because I'm gonna be honest with you, you see a lot of stuff in feature matches because it is a very stressful situation for a lot of people that haven't had one before. Both of these players being 4-0 with these decks is impressive, no matter what. Like, even if he lost this feature match and if he didn't play to what I would have liked to see, you know, like, I'm not trying to be too mean. 4-0 with this deck is very interesting, you know, like that is something that no one can take away from them at this moment, right? I'm sure they crumbled under pressure a little bit in this feature match, but that's okay, that happens. But yeah, no, both of them impressive showing so far. GG Clay. I'm sorry for Clay. Clay won. Let's go, Clay, my boy. Dude. One of them is Clay. So I'm either happy for Clay or sorry for Clay. I don't know. Okay, let's head over to Twitter before the winners interview. One versus Vanquished Soul, shifted all 3 games but played through it, got VODs game 2. I was losing my shit. What is MBT playing? How do we resolve the Gamba? I'm pretty sure it was Howard that won. So MBT is 4-1. In other news, Jesse Cotton, round 5, lost dice roll. Game 1, I opened 2 Snake Eye Ash, 2 Flamberge Imperm, plays through Imperm, makes a field, I drew Bonfire for turn, it's not enough. Game 2, Brick, I stay alive with hand traps, I draw Witch for turn, have Jet already for Hita lines, so play to an okay board, but he has TTD and it's so much that I lose. This tourney structure means a fair bit of X2s don't make it, so I just dropped, assuming bad breakers, and also really not liking this deck. I'm very much done with Snake Eyes, even if I think it's good for Brazil, I doubt I'll play it. So Jesse has dropped at 3-2. He got cooked. It happens. Yeah. I mean, that is the thing, and that is how it feels sometimes with like hand trap Snake Eyes. It literally often feels like it doesn't really matter how good you are with it, you know. Sometimes you just get hand trapped or brick, or like, honestly, I think 1-card starters are just not good for the game. The more I think about it, like 1-card combos that do too much, like to an extent, I think 1-card combos are okay if they're not completely out of hand. Like I would say something like Marincess, which is also 1-card starters, right? But that power level is okay because they don't accumulate like crazy advantage. The same with like Evil Twins, right? Like that sort of stuff I can get behind because they do like a little bit of stuff. But as soon as like 1-card combos get out of hand, like with Snake Eye Ash, or what Circular also did, or Sunseed Loci, you know, that sort of stuff, I think is just never good for the game. Because those kind of decks just like, you know, it doesn't really encourage good gameplay. Vakaushi, yeah, that sort of stuff, just not great. Well, okay. Well, the good news for Jesse is that because they have a YCS every 2 seconds over there, he can just bounce back and play another one, you know? It is what it is. He can play the Challenger Cup tomorrow. Oh, speaking of Challenger Cups, good thing you reminded me. I have a Challenger Cup coming up. The new season of Challenger Cups in Europe starts this week, or upcoming week. And I haven't checked out the prize pool yet, but they supposedly updated the prize pool as well. I don't know if that's been announced yet. I don't know what's in it, but I think they improved the prizes for this as well. And I have a bunch of Challenger Cups coming up. Including the very first one of the upcoming season, which is happening next Friday. That means you're going to be able to get another bonus stream next Friday. And you guys can also check out the Challenger Cups. If you are from Europe, you can I have a link to my Twitter in the chat right now. If you guys want, under this tweet, I posted a link for the Discord server that you can use to sign up for the Challenger Cups. So we have the very first one next Friday. It has room for 128 players. It's completely free. I'm going to be casting it on my Twitch. And yeah, if you guys want, make sure it's full. Make sure we fill these things up. Let's go. Emra hosts a 2561. Yeah, we have a couple of big ones coming up as well. I'll promise. We've got big things planned in this Challenger Cup season. It's gonna be nice. The 128 one is already full. Okay, well then never mind. Is it already full? Damn. These Challenger Cups are people like them. Let's say it like that. Also, people have been asking. If you are from the US, you cannot play in this Challenger Cup, but they are now hosting US Challenger Cups as well. So I don't have the link for that. I'm sure someone can hook you up in like my Discord server or something like that if you ask around, but there are US Challenger Cups now as well. So there's something for, not for everyone, because there's still regions that are excluded, which is sad. Maybe they'll get some in the future, but for US at least, they also now have Challenger Cups. Well, all right. I just wanted to get that out. Exclamation mark Discord if you want to join my Discord, and then you can get all the, you know, all that. Gigantic with the gifts up to Runic Skill Drain. I was gonna say I appreciate you when I heard the sound, but I don't know if I do, you know? Not always. Yeah. Let us check out the written coverage for YCS Raleigh. We have standings after round 4. Why don't we check that out for a second? Brup. Oh, it doesn't have the score. All right, we have after round 4, we have Clifton Land undefeated, Shun Ping Ju, Aaron Furman with the runic stun, Patrick Hoban, Cameron Neal, Hani, Simon He, Cody Manabe, Kenny Win, Ed Deception. We saw that on the feature match. Bunch of people. I wonder where Jeff Jones, Ruben Penarana. I wonder where is there a Clay? That's what it is. It's Howard Clayton Davis. Oh, the mystery is solved. Howard was Clay. Okay, so that's maybe that's just like the name he goes by with his friends. It's Howard Clayton Davis, so maybe his friends call him Clay. Oh God, I am so glad. I am so glad that that mystery is solved. Oh my God, Clay, stay winning. Now, what if the other one was also called Clay? No, okay. Then we would have had a, you know, okay. Oh, man. Okay. What else do we have on the written coverage? We can check in some written feature match. I don't want to read the entire thing. I just want to check what people have been bringing. We have... Carter is using a Bestial Crimson King deck. What is a Crimson King deck? Is that just Resonators? And then the opponent is playing Fire King Snake Eye. All right, Snake Eyes take down Resonators in game 1. And Snake Eyes take down Resonator in game 2. Long story short. Hani versus Mankit Ando Cheng. I probably butchered that. We have the Omega Dispatter Snake Eye versus Yubel. Cheng started off duel 1 by activating the effect of Dimension Shifter and special summon in Fenrir from his hand. I love this Yubel strategy. Is that enough? Nope, it's not enough. If your deck... Rule of thumb, guys. Just a real quick rule of thumb. If your deck opens Shifter and Fenrir against Snake Eyes and loses... Not a good sign. It's not a good sign. Well, to be fair, we just passed after the Fenrir. We did just pass, to be fair. Did we win game 2? Nope. What was round 3? We have Centurion versus Bestial Runic. Okay, I'm listening. Oh god, yes. Dispatter Agerine. Yeah, let's go. Wins the dice roll, summons Flashing Fire to summon Hugin, discards Lubellion, gets ashed. Normal summons Deep Sea Diva. Dude, this is the deck that topped regionals in Germany. The budget Quem. Deep Sea Diva special summons Yamataku Orochi from the deck. Special summons Serenir. Okay, can someone explain to me real quick why Hugin discards Lubellion, but then we have Serenir? Why wouldn't you discard Serenir and keep Lubellion to search Magnamut? I am confusion. Anyways. Special summon Serenir by banishing Hugin. Tributed Serenir to summon Lubellion. Serenir's effect sends Magnamut to the graveyard. Uses Lubellion. Gets Veilered. Uses Divine Lubellion to summon Dispatter. And sets 1 back row card. Okay. Raphael's hand was Primera, Emblema, Pot of Desires. And draws Emmet. Wait, but there was only... okay, Veiler and Ash have been used. Okay, so we're down to 4 cards. Uses Desires, draws Called by a Nib. Uses Emblema to set Stand Up. Dispatter. Negates Primera. And Concede. Where is this Agerine coming from? Oh no, there it is. I missed it. Oh, Orochi and Hugin makes it. Okay. Raphael goes first with 2 Imperms, 2 Stand-Up, and Effect Veiler. That is technically combo. The thing about Centurion is that Centurion is randomly just really, really bad against Runic, because almost any single Runic spell stops the combos on the opponent's turn. Why is the feature match in the toilet? I just noticed that because you guys are mentioning that. Why is this? Why are we toilet gamers? Anyways. Yeah. Trudea, Legacia draws a Veiler, set both copies of Imperm, puts, yeah, the standard Centurion stuff. Tip into draw phase to search destruction, invalidates almost anything, but we do still have to play through 2 Imperms and whatever it was. Fountain let him drew new cards. Ended his turn. Legacia return. I think Centurion should be winning this. No, it doesn't. Okay. Bestial Runic 2 goated. Nice. Dude, how is this one perspective? And this is the other perspective. These do not match. How close to the entry to the toilet is this seat row? Different field spells? Ah, I see. Okay, so Bestial Runic stays winning with the Deep Sea Diva technology. Love to see it. And then we have 2 different round 1 feature matches. What was that? Oh, we had a hero duelist. Hero against Sky Striker. Dude, you don't even know who's supposed to lose here. Knowles opens up with Liquid Soldier, Stratos, Mass Change. There's no way. There is no way. Is that what I think it is? There's no way that's the one. What could possibly be the reason for this? You guys know what that is? Destiny Hero Dreadmaster? There is no way that's the one you play. Show me that Dreadmaster on an image, please. I need to see it. I don't get to see it. He started off the match by normal summoning Elemental Hero Stratos and activated its effect, but Strickler activated the effect of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to negate it. Next, he set Miracle Fusion and Mass Change face down and ended his turn. Oh my god. Activated Harpy's Feather Duster, destroying both face down cards. Next, he normal summoned Ray, used it to summon Hayate. Hayate attacks directly, sends Engage. Kagari adds back Engage, adds Shark Cannon, makes Shizuku, sets 3, end phase Shizuku adds Afterburners. Knowles drew another Stratos, gets Widow anchored, makes a Baguska against Sky Striker. No! Not the Baguska against Sky Striker technology, dude. Against a wit and after oh my god. He added Afterburner, playing Sky Striker, and you have no better idea than to make a Baguska. Unironically, guys, that Baguska in attack position kind of slaps. In attack position, it's not bad. It's actually okay if you make it in attack. In defense, though, it's completely useless. In defense, it goes hard. Oh, man. Strickler activated Afterburners to destroy Bagushka. Story checks out. Oh, God. Kagari, okay. Strickler wins the first duel with his Sky Striker deck. Long story short. Duel 2 opens up Paris, Vion, Fusion Destiny, Eradicator, and Denier. There's no way this one you win. Please tell me you're winning this one. Yes. He does win it. There's a lot of words here. I feel like this should have been shorter. But we did win it. Oh, maybe that's why there's a lot of words. Because there's a nib. But we still have Eradicator. Dude, that's... Have you guys ever met a hero player with not high rare heroes? Is that possible? Is that a thing? I'll have you guys know that I bought heroes 2 days ago. I was surprised by how cheap it was because hero used to be an expensive deck. But I wanted to pick it up because I don't know, I want to play some more fun stuff. But I picked up low rare heroes. I'll let you know right now. I got like the, you know. And that deck is surprisingly budget. It's like, what did I spend for an entire... I had nothing. And it was like $80 or something? I don't know. Like less than 100 for sure. So not too bad. And considering it really doesn't need any it doesn't really need any like SP Little Knight or shenanigans like that. It actually seems pretty all right. $80 ain't budget. Look, I didn't say that's not a lot of money or anything, but for a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, that is budget. Absolutely. For I think what it like, okay, you can get cheaper Yu-Gi-Oh decks for sure, but considering that I think Heroes actually isn't bad, like it's not like top tier, but for the level of deck that you're getting is like the bang for your buck is pretty okay. Pretty decent. Duel 3. Strickler chooses for... Oh, this is blind second Sky Striker. And there's an Eradicator again. Okay. Activates Rhoda to add Liquid Soldier from deck to hand. Normal summon Stratos. Activate its effect, loses it out to Infinite Impermanence. Activates Fusion Destiny, but loses out to Ash Blossom. He passed, disappointed with how his turn played out. Strickler activated Engage and added Raid from his deck to his hand. Oh, man. So who's winning? Yep, Strickler wins. Put it on the bingo sheet. Does that count? Does written feature match count for the bingo sheet? Rule in question. I don't care. We can count it. But I feel like it doesn't. Because if it did... Oh, Colossus was summoned. We have to check that one off. Why not? I mean... I guess. That checks off Pure Sky Striker and Blind Second. We also had Instant Dimension Shifter. It might be too easy. I'm gonna be honest with you. It might be too easy if we include written feature matches. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. Phil the Wizard, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Bolt Spider, thank you for the prime. And ZV, thank you for the gift sub to... Oh my god, yes, I love Raid. Oh god, okay. Oh wait, there was one more written feature match. This one. Almost forgot about that. We have Branded Chimera against Phantom Knight Goblin Bikers. Okay. Is there a big Gabonga? Is all that I care about. I'm on the lookout for the words big Gabonga. There it is. Big Gabonga. This is what happens, guys. This is what happens when you try to big Gabonga someone. Be prepared. Yeah. Goblin Bikers, yeah. Goblin Bikers, after all, are Goblin Bikers, you know? It is what it is. You gotta check out the giant cards at Raleigh. Hold up. What do we have? Poplar. Low. Next. Dandelion. You know what? This would be really freaking dope if it didn't say Speed Duel all over the card. This stuff bothers me on like regular size cards already. I don't know if I'm the only one, but that bothers me when I have like I rather play non-speed duel cards than speed duel cards in, I don't know, because it's just like the card looks different than other cards. It's not even that it's particularly ugly, it's just it looks different than my other cards, and I don't like that. On the giant card, I feel like it's just it's just off-putting, you know? Why does it say speed duel? Why is it so it's so much more dominant too than on an actual card, right? Oh, this one's clean. This one is nice. That's the best one yet. That's the best one yet. That's sick. The only problem with this one that I have, me as a boomer, I wish it was the old text. I wish it wasn't the Aradat version, because this thing, this new effect is not even close in terms of its power than what it used to be, you know? And that's it. I mean, those are dope. I think the D-Mock is the best one. Then it's these two, kind of whatever. And then, yeah, the speed duel ones, I suppose, also are here. Participation trophy. All right, and that's what we got. Nothing left than to wait for the next round to start. We are on a relatively long break, I feel like. I felt like even though the last match was only 2 games, it ended in a 2-0. I felt like it wasn't that fast. Was it that fast? Giant card fountain? Dude, there has never been a giant card runic fountain, right? That's never been a thing. I would know about that. There is a giant Hugin there. I'm at the YCS right now. There is a giant card Hugin there? Are you serious? Because they didn't show that in the coverage. Hold up. Guys, we need that. We need that Hugin. I need that Hugin. Keep scrolling. I literally can't. It's at 500% already. I can't go. We can't enhance further. Okay, what are the others? Low, Poplar, Dandy, Next, D-Mock, Hugin. What is this? What's this guy? Oh, Dark Magician Girl, alt art. Okay, then we've got Blue Eyes, Gizmek Taku, and the Iris Sword Soul, right? Yeah, I don't care about any of these. Just get me that Hugin. Get me that Hugin. I need that. Can you not buy them? No. You cannot buy giant cards. Well, I mean, technically You can buy them off of the person that wins them, but you do have to win them at the tournaments. But unironically, I mean, I've never bought one, but I do think these days they are pretty damn expensive. I sold one for 1100. Yeah, I think that is not what they go for anymore. I think they are that more. I think they're more than that these days. Really? Yeah, they are. How did you get yours? Well, I've given you two information, right? I've given you two pieces of information. I've told you you can't buy them, you have to win them at tournaments, and I've told you I've never bought one from another person. So I feel like that only leaves one option. You stole it. I did not steal it either. Well, obviously you would never win one, so you must have stolen it, Josh. Obviously. I won this giant card at YCS Utrecht, the 200th one. With Sky Striker, by the way. With pure Sky Striker during toss format. Astro TCGs, think of it as 6 months. Just keep going. Keep going. It takes a lot more than 6 months to get good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Trust me. I've been there. The 200th YCS Utrecht. Well, the 200th YCS, yeah, was in Utrecht. The one that Nico won, also with Sky Striker. Is there a Chaos Ruler giant card? I would buy that. I'm pretty sure there is. I would be very surprised if there wasn't. I mean, it's been like they've been doing giant cards for years now. I would say there is one for probably most like popular cards. There might only be one though. Some giant cards have multiples, but most of them are unique, I think, or like a lot of them are unique. I don't know about the Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon. I've never seen a second copy. I don't know if it's the only one they ever made, but maybe not. Sometimes there are Spanish versions of them, because if for Latin American YCSs they get Spanish giant cards. Do you get to pick which one? Well, if you win a giant card, you can pick out of the ones that they have at the venue, yes. I don't remember what my choices were, sadly. I don't remember what the choices were. Maybe I can find it. Hold up. Maybe I can find what my choices were. YCS Utrecht. What was that? 2018? Maybe there's the coverage. Maybe the coverage still has like the giant cards listed. YCS Utrecht 2018. Was there even written coverage for those? Probably not. Oof. I'll just look for it on my secondary screen, because I do remember having a choice between a couple. You might regret it. No, I want to know. Is there... I forgot. Do we have written coverage of YCSs anymore at all? In Europe? No, right? But did we in 2018? Because I do remember taking a photo with the giant card for the coverage. So we must have. But I can't find it. Maybe maybe it was just a photo for like Instagram or something. My problem right now is if I Google YCS Utrecht, it's a little awkward. But if I Google this, right? Because I'm trying to find my giant card picture, it doesn't show me what I'm looking for. You know, it's kind of unfortunate situation. I can't Google the you know, very big problem. Big problem. Oh, there you go. Oh, you found it. Here is the 7th giant card reveal of Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Utrecht 2018. Okay. So I don't know if this is all of them. So I know for a fact. Oh yeah, I remember. Okay, so when I picked this giant card, it was not. There were not all of them were not gone, not there anymore. Like I would have picked Gold Sark or Chaos Emperor over the Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon. I remember it was only 2 or 3 left because it was on the Sunday. Can you lower the music? I can. It was on the Sunday. I think there was 3 left. I think it was the Oracle and the Code Talker. Maybe the Cyber Dragon was there too. Which the Cyber Dragon is probably... Is it more expensive? I don't know. I didn't think of that, to be honest. Like I just wanted to keep it anyways. I wanted to keep it anyways, and I wanted to just pick the ones I thought was the coolest. But I definitely... The Gold Sark and Chaos Emperor were not there, because I would have picked those in a heartbeat. You could have... I would have never picked the Blackwing. I would never pick the Skull's Oracle. I would never pick a freaking Code Talker. I would probably just say, give me like an OTS pack instead. If it was like... If I win the Giant Card tournament, and they're like, yeah, we only have the Code Talker left, I'm like, just give me like an OTS pack. I'm good. So it must have been like I'm pretty sure the Oracle was there, and I think the Cyber Dragon was there. You can sell it though, dude. It was a joke. You get circular, dude. Circular. Unironically, dude, for the content, if I had a giant circular, imagine the content though. Like it would genuinely be crazy if I had that. Even though I hate the card, if I had the giant card, it would go hard. Or a giant ray. Giant ray would be crazy. Did they ever do that? They must have. There must be a giant ray somewhere. Someone has that, but that's probably valued at infinite. Infinite. No, that's not what okay, I'm not talking about life-size ray pillow. No, that's not what I mean. That's not what I meant. Keep those thoughts to yourself, please. DSD King, thank you for the 16 months. Night shift, so I miss most of your streams these days. Glad to catch this one. Glad to have you here. Also, Link7787, thank you for the 3 months. Giant Colossal Fighter, Giant Toad. There's a lot of cards that I think are cooler than Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon, but I still really like it. You know, it's kind of just like the one that I got. It's the only giant card that I ever won, so I like it. I like it for that reason. I was never that big of like a Blue Eyes fan or anything like that, but I like my Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon. I think it's quite cool. I'm a fan of it. How did you find a sleeve that big for it? Did you just call it a sleeve? It's crazy that you called it a sleeve. Mel Trillis, thank you for the 7 months. I'm not getting a Ray Pillow. Kane Creed, thank you for the 6 months. There are legit sleeves for giant cards. Yeah, it's called like plastic wrap or something like. It's just a frame. So what I did, which honestly is surprising me, I'm getting this question fairly often. People are asking like, where can I find the frame for the giant card? So what I did was, I measured my giant card, and then I Googled for a frame of that size, and then I ordered that. Which I know that sounds crazy, that entire process, you know, but that is how I did it, you know. I'm kind of 5-head, I know. Kind of 5-head. Dude, stop. I got my oversized card framed from a local business. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to go with that, but I guess that also works. Like how people frame their jerseys. Yeah, I've seen people do that before with like their World jerseys. I think Raph did that. What are giant cards made out of? I don't know exactly what they're made out of, but they are surprisingly light, and they are not super sturdy. They're not paper. They're not like, I don't think they're paper. I don't know. How do you take it home? I'm pretty sure they shipped it to me. I'm pretty sure if you win one at these YCSs, you can tell them to ship it to you. Which is very nice. I think they shipped it. I don't think I brought it with me. Because like if you go to a YCS by car, it might not fit. Or whatever, right? I'm pretty sure they shipped it. How the hell does the shipping company not break it? It has a little damage on the side. You cannot tell. It's like on here. There's like a very small dent. But I'm not sure if that was the shipping company's fault or if I did that while unpacking it. I don't know. But I don't really care, like, because I'd never intended on selling it anyways. It never really mattered to me, and you can't see it when it's in the frame, so it's whatever. The round has clearly started. Yeah, the feature match always starts later because they have to, like, they post pairings and then they get the people for the feature match. They select them. They have to call them to the main stage. Then they have to tell them how it works and all that, because not everyone is used to being on feature. You know, they have to, like, tell them what's up, what's different from playing down there, and have to get the commentators ready, probably brief them a little bit on, you know, they ask them what's your favorite card and so on. And here we go. There we are.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I'm Billy Brake, and I'm joined here with Asala yugiohtcg. We have had an exciting day so far here at YCS Raleigh, and it's going to keep on with that excitement. We're going to keep bringing you some of the best players in the room that are on their way to try and make it to day 2 here at the YCS.
Absolutely.
No,
not Billy. Ban that guy.
Already. A lot of surprises, a lot of
Ban that
really
guy.
odd choices going into this tournament. But I think we're starting to see a lot more of what we've come to expect, and that is just a lot of Snake Eye, right?
Definitely. We knew that there was a new Forbidden Limitless. It's going to adjust how that Snake Eye deck is played, but we knew that it was definitely going to still be a top contender. And a
No
contender
Billy slander on the
indeed
stream.
Is. But we've seen a lot of other cool decks win. We saw Sword Soul win in round 1 with Arch Nemesis Protoss, also off the Forbidden Limitless. I think we even saw Colossus in that last feature match make an appearance too. So both of those cards have made their way into the meta pretty quickly as expected, but we're going to see if they're going to make it into day number 2, because that's when it counts. What strategies are going to emerge out on top?
Yep, absolutely. All these players are fighting for that day 2 slot and eventually going into that top cut. There are only 55 undefeated duelists left after the 1,800 people that entered. Going
All right, guys, what are we going to get on feature now?
That's so few now of the percentage, and it's going to just only get lower. But, you know, we still see a lot of decks in that undefeated slot. There's been a lot of variety going into it, and we're going to have to see how those decks really combat each other.
Unironically, besides, like, Snake Eyes, what is a deck that you are genuinely excited to see that you think could perform at this YCS, right? Like, you think is, like, maybe a sleeper pick or something you'd be interested in, you know? Like, what is there?
Can capitalize on how the Snake Eye deck plays out that might be able to circumvent its success here this weekend. I mean, as we saw with Ed with his really cool Adventure Horse Casteer deck.
That's a lot of different decks you guys want to see.
With his Runic deck really lines up well into the Snake Eye strategy. So while Snake Eye might be on top, there's definitely a lot of decks on the outside looking in, trying to take the throne from that strong deck. But let's go and find out who's going to be our feature match here for the 6th round of the YCS Raleigh.
Coming up first, it looks like we have Joey Bellafiore.
Silver Akshan, that just got me, Hash. Oh, God.
Silverfang, that is as classic as
Dude,
it gets.
now I'm sad.
OG starter deck card.
Rip
You might recognize
Runeterra.
him from being the winner of YCS Richmond.
Ooh,
And
that's
his
a
opponent,
banger
you might
matchup.
also recognize Cody. He is from, I'm not going to
Cody
because I know
against-
Cavella would be so mad, but he's from Hawaii. I'm not going to try to pronounce the city name. And his favorite card, Sangan.
Cody versus
A lot of OG cards
Joey.
Here. We've seen Sangan serve Cody really well previously in a lot of his strategies, and I think he's really going to show.
So this is
why he's been so consistent lately.
Cody
But Joey,
was
YCS champion, definitely going to
very
be
successful
one
with
of the matches you
Unchained.
wanna
I
see
think he
the most.
got second
Definitely. And
with
Cody
Unchained
also
against
won a
Jesse.
YCS too,
He
or
got second
second
and
yeah.
third, back-to-back.
I know
And
so
he
close,
won a
right back-to-back. I
YCS
didn't
with
know he ended up
Unchained.
actually winning one or the other. But definitely no slouch in his own right. Has not only gotten close those couple times, but
I'll
has
be
made the top
disappointed
10
if
at
not
multiple
one
other
of them,
events as
if
well.
not at least
Right.
one of them plays
One of
Unchained.
the leaders in the World's Points race currently. He's been playing really well this entire season. He's been really consistent, and I think he's going to try to keep it up here. Now, this is a matchup that I've been looking forward to see all tournament. We've been talking multiple times throughout the day about how there's different ways to combat this new format, what
Please,
strategy
one of
was
them.
going to be favored. And this is a matchup that we haven't seen yet, or at least I haven't seen yet, and that's the Fire King version versus the Pure version.
Oh, both on
Definitely.
Snake
I mean,
Eyes. Okay.
I'm a huge fan
Well,
of
we
the
haven't seen Fire King Snake Eye
strategy.
yet,
That's
to
the
be
deck
fair.
I choose to use. I'm a big fan of Arvata. I think
Yeah, get your
having the
badges in
Arvata
chat right
access
now. Get your veggies. Veg.
This format where Nibiru is the card to beat for a lot of people. Being able to access Arvata, you can leave Flamebirds up on the field and use Princess to summon back an Arvata that maybe you destroyed with the Grunix from your deck. So you're essentially able to search out that monster negate from your deck. There's also some cool stuff you can do with Doolittle Chimera as well, since Arvata can summon back the Doolittle for, you know, just that link rating link 2 to link climb a little bit faster. There's a lot of flexibility with the Fire King strategy, but the Fire King High Avatar Kieran providing that access to get Snake Eye Ash off the field if it's met by something like Infinite Permanence or Effect Veiler is also key. And also another thing I like about the Fire Kings is how it lines up into all those strategies, the anti-meta strategies that have started to become more popular. Kieran being able to destroy a card in the field with the graveyard
So
effect
who's
can help
playing
you play
Fire
through
Kings?
Stuff like Skill Drain or any other troublesome traps that might come in your way. But, you know, we've seen the Kashtira Snake Eye and Pure Snake Eye decks really do well so far this weekend. So we're going to have to see if Joseph has figured out something that other players
Clay.
may not have figured out yet. Because, yeah, going this weekend, I thought this was going to be a deck we're going to see a lot of, but finally in round 6,
Meta
we're able
top
to see
20
it here in the
tables.
feature
Ooh,
match.
we'll check that out in a second after the feature match. That's interesting, though.
I think, generally speaking, Pure was the most popular version by the end of the format before the Forbidden Unlimited list, and a lot of people wanted to try to maintain that strategy. They wanted to be able to play as many points of interaction from the hand as they could, and that's like the main thing you lose when you're playing the Fire King strategy. You have to play a lot more main deck engine, so when you have less room available and you have, let's say, less access to a lot of the more powerful extract monsters because you're choosing to focus on more of the Fire King main deck engine as part of your grind game, you're giving up some of those things, and players did not want to change that just yet. But I think Fire King is the safest route that I would have chosen for this event.
Definitely. I always feel safe when I have Garunix on my side. It really offers you more layers of interruption beyond just the Promethean Princess.
Dude, I
You have
wish-
multiple times where you can summon Garunix
I
during your
wish
opponent's turn to maybe
the
destroy
Fire
a
King
Kieran from the
version
deck,
was
summon
actually
back
the
an
better one.
Arvata, pop a card on the
I
field.
really wish. It'd be so much healthier.
That's one of my favorite things to do with the Fire King deck. But we're going to have to see if it's going to pay off. Both these duelists are 5-0 already, so their strategies have been working for them so far. We're going to see
Why is
which
no
one
one
is gonna be able
playing
to go
Tenpai
6-0,
in this
but
YCS?
5-1,
Because
a
it's
bad
not out
record.
yet.
We are playing 9 rounds of Swiss today. The top 128 or people with X2 and 1, meaning they've lost twice and had a draw, will make it back for day 2. But let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game 1 here at YCS Raleigh, round 6. All right, looks like the players have drawn their
Okay, it's
hands.
Kashtira Snake Eye versus Fire King Snake Eye. Joseph on the Fire King Snake
Now
Eye.
we get to see the die roll.
And Cody on Kashtira
It's a
Snake Eye.
9.
We've got a solid 9.
Pretty high, pretty high.
We'll get to see one of the dice rolls.
Don't know what Cody rolled.
I didn't get to see the other one either.
We'll see who's going first.
I see a Cosmic in the main deck. That's
Leading
interesting.
with the Snake Eye Ash, definitely what you want to see. Does Cody have
Dude, Cosmic
either?
in the main deck
An
is
effect
such a...
veiler or
Like, you have to be
no,
so
it's going to be
convinced that
resolving. It's
everyone's
already
playing Fire King.
way further
That
ahead than
might...
you want to, like, or
That
wanna
might
let the Snake Eye opponent
backfire,
get.
because
Usually the strongest
from what
stoppers
I've
are
seen
going to
so
be the
far,
effect
most
veiler
of
and
the... a lot of the pro players are playing the pure version still. It's good versus pure too. I don't know if it's that good, is it?
Going to only stymie the field, while
Is
there's
it
still
that
plenty of
good?
access to the extract because you have multiple bodies developed already.
Absolutely. Now it looks like the Poplar is going to summon, add the original, and then Joey's going to elect to use Snake Eye Ash effect right away.
Vanished
Send both
Temple?
monsters
I
to the
mean,
graveyard.
that
Tries to
doesn't
summon Snake Eye
solve their
Flamer's
board,
Dragon
though.
from the deck. Well, I've seen a lot of players adapting to doing it this way. Now that Link Karibo is gone, you don't have to really link away the Poplar. You can still summon Oak, put the Poplar in the spell and trap card zone, and then use that Poplar with the Oak that you summon to go into the Flamebird's Dragon.
Yeah, definitely one of the more popular lines in the pure Snake Eye version. You didn't see it as much in the
What did
Fire
we
King variant
grab
because
with
you
the
had to
Poplar?
Use the additional bodies on the field early on to
Uses
go into your extract,
Flamberge effect?
But we'll see how the
What is
combo
this
has been
combo
adapted
line?
with the loss of Link Rebo.
I like this. This is what I like to do with the Flamebirds. If you're not planning on moving that IP Masquerade back with Flamebird's Dragon effect, you could use it just to put a card in your spell and trap
Okay,
card zone to use
this
the
is
original.
we're
to go
doing it
to
differently because we're
Onyx.
playing
I wonder if
Fire
we're gonna
King
see the Doolittle
cards.
Chimera combo
So we
here.
can't use
It's
we
looking
can't
like
afford to
you'd be able
search
do it right
Temple
The big thing
here.
is you go into Doolittle Chimera before you use Fire King.
Because
Island.
if we search
Destroy it with
Temple,
the
we can't
Islands,
get
you
our
can
Fire
add
King
back that
cards.
Onyx. So then
And
you
so
summon
in
the
order to
Grunix
play
and
around
destroy the
Nibiru
Arvata
in
from
this
your deck, you're
situation,
able to summon the Onyx
we
in
have
your hand
no
that you added back
choice
from that
but
Doolittle
to just
Chimera.
like not use the Flamberge
All
yet
it. That's what's gonna
to
happen.
make it so that if we get nibbed, we still
go.
get
Fire
to
King
revive
Island
2, right?
Doolittle Chimera, Chainlink 1 to add back Ponix, Garunix, Chainlink 2 to summon from the hand.
This is one of those combos that I've heard so many people talk about. I've never seen anyone actually do.
I've been doing it on my kitchen table for the past week, but we'll see. Yeah, he's just skipping a step. The Ponix goes to hand, Garunix effect activates. to destroy Arvata. Summons back the Doolittle Chimera, which is a link too, so it's going to make it a little bit easier to go into Princess.
Yeah, that's one of the cool parts about Arvata, right?
Gnor got thing with the 20 months.
Yep. It's fire.
It does
You
negate
want
the effects,
Joshi
but
go
it's still
pack your
really
bags?
awesome if you're not going to be using the on-field effect, just to gain a little bit of attack. And oh, did he not summon the Ponix?
No need, I guess. There's
Might-
Arvata coming back.
Yeah, he definitely could have summoned the Ponix from. It looked like he tried to, but then forgot when he had to put it back, maybe. But it would definitely give him another monster on the field if he was able to do that.
Forgot Ponix,
But now he's
maybe.
gonna, there it is, the amphibious Amblowell.
And now we've played into Nib. Wait, have we? No, Arvata can negate Nib, right? So actually fine.
Since it
Yeah,
has like
okay.
another target to be able to summon with Doolittle.
Definitely, he's going to bring back
But
those 2 level 1
we don't have a
monsters,
Flamberge on the
link
board
them
now.
away into IP Masquerena, so he has Amblowell, Masquerena,
That's
Arvata,
concerning.
holding the Ponix in hand for
In terms of
follow-up
follow-up,
on the
but it
following
is a
turn.
strong
Yeah, I think you're right
opener.
that he chose
Okay.
not to summon the Ponix 'cause
The
he knew
fact
it would
that
just be an extra body
Cody
on the
didn't have a single hand trap there either means he just drew full
running out of
engine,
zones to
which
summon
would be
monsters
kind of
is a
unlucky,
big problem
or
with
he
the
might
Fire
be
King
on
deck.
board
You're summoning
breakers.
so many monsters during your opponent's turn.
That'd be
sometimes using
interesting
Flameburns
here.
on
We
their
start
turn.
off with
You have the
Wanted.
Grunix, the Kieran summon back. Sometimes Arvata summoning something
We
back
should
as
have
well.
kept
He
score,
also has
guys.
leaving
We
the
should have
Sanctuary
kept
on the field.
score
There's a
on
chance he's
how
using
many
Sacred
times do they
Grunix
open
and then
Wanted,
Schmidt to
how
rank
many
8.
times do they open Diabellstar without Wanted.
This is something that's
Because
interesting about
I
the
feel
Fire King
like
version,
it's
though.
always
never really
Wanted.
leaving the Flamebridge on the field, or at least it's rare for any of its combos.
It's
to leave the Flamebridge
always
on the field.
freaking
You're
Wanted.
missing
It's
out
never
on
just
that additional
Diabellstar. They
value
always have
of
Wanted.
whatever Flamebridge brings back, and that's the trade-off that usually any Fire King combo wants
I don't
to
like
make.
I don't
But
like
I'm
this
not sure if it's
sequencing.
as valuable anymore.
I don't
But
like
we do see,
starting with Wanted and then
immediate Snake
normal
Eye
summoning Ash.
with the Diabellstar in hand.
Why did we
So
show them
really
that we have an
strong hand is
extender?
being able to try to play through, but there is a Drollin Lockbird from Joseph.
Don't
That is
say
the
Drollin
strongest
Lockbird was
movement
the
direction
reason,
from the hand
because we
to
could have
back up
chained
a
it
field.
here.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. Droll, a lot stronger when you already have an established board, as opposed to it not being able to really do too much, as we've seen in previous rounds when you're going first, trying to fight off your opponent from building a board. But Droll on top of an established field, insane.
Now Cody has to try to tackle through all the interruptions that Joseph has represented with just the 6 cards that he gets to start with.
Yeah, he has a monster effect negate with Arvata. He has the IP
Okay,
on the
it
field
begins. The
going
board
to
breakers
an
are coming in
SP,
hot.
But before he can do any
Talents
of
to
that, Cody
take is
going
the
to
only
triple
real
attack
option
his
here.
talent,
Definitely not looking
probably
at the
try to
hand.
Take Arvata.
Yeah, he's going to try
Dude,
to
this
take
is a
something.
crazy talents, man.
I doubt Joseph would even want to.
It's a crazy
activate the
talents
IP here.
because what you can do here is you can either take the IP Masquerena,
It'd be tough.
or you can take the Arvata,
Definitely
which
not
then
the card
threatens
you
to
want
negate
to
the IP Masquerena. So it's pretty good.
I mean, when you didn't spend a single card.
I'm gonna be honest with you, the fact that Joseph doesn't have Flamberge on the field cannot be correct. There is no universe in which that is the right line. You have to maintain the Flamberge in rotation. That is outrageous.
It's going to be able to take that Arvata. I mean, there are 2 spells and traps set from Joseph here. You have to assume one of them is an infinite impermanence, right?
Usually, yeah, that'd be a pretty safe assumption.
The hard check.
Diabellstar pitches a bonfire, which is a dead card because we're under Droll.
Not through the Droll and Lockbird, of course.
Still able to find some use there by discarding it for the Diabellstar. And it looks like this might prompt the response from Joey to look at the Promethean Princess, the Bestower
There's
of
no way you
Flames from the
Promethean here, though,
graveyard.
right? Well, you could Promethean chain
So he's activating
IP.
the Princess. In response, Arvata is going to attempt to negate the Princess, and maybe we see, oh, a Forbidden Drop. That's perfect here. You get to actually go after both.
Pretty cool. Let's see if he
Ooh.
does send 2. He can send one from
Spicy,
his hand
okay.
in that Sanctuary, and it looks like that is exactly what
Sanctuary,
he is going
free
to do.
send, Onyx,
Gonna send that Ponix. So that's why
send
he kept the
2,
Ponix, 'cause he knew
negate
he was gonna
Witch,
have to
and
use that later
Arvata.
on.
I mean, he could have sent it from the field as well, but yeah.
True.
But now...
Oh, it looks like the Princess went after the Arvata. The Arvata is going to be able to trigger now to summon back the dual.
Okay, what did Princess destroy on the other side of the field, though?
Graveyard.
Yeah, and the Garunix can destroy Kieran from
The
deck. destroy
Ablo Whale
another
needs
card
to
on the
go, right?
field.
Yeah.
Bring back that Arvata as well.
And now Arvata can bring something back. Garunix can
Arvata
trigger.
doesn't even need to bring back the dual Chimera.
We don't have...
the Amblowell can.
Because Droplet
There are several cards destroyed that
send
belong to
the
this game.
Sanctuary, though.
And it does look like the Doolittle Chimera is coming back.
We can't
And then
quick
Garunix is gonna
exceed
summon himself
anymore,
back, and he's
even
gonna
if we
be able to
had it.
destroy The Fire King High Avatar Kieran.
Kieran can revive and
Kieran's going
pop.
to be able to destroy.
Basically, you can reset the Arvada here.
I imagine, and bring back the Arvada.
Reset the Arvada, pop the Diabell Star, probably.
Probably put the Doolittle on where the Arvada is right now, just to protect the Arvada.
Oh, but pops the Ash, okay. This is cool because the Arvada, if Cody keeps playing, the Arvada can pop the Princess.
A little small thing that Joe, he's not going to be able to go
and we're
into
not
SD
locked
Little
into
Knight
fire
as long as
anymore.
that Promethean Princess is on the field.
As soon as a monster effect is active, maybe this is exactly why he put it there. He's forcing Cody to go into Anima so that he can use the Arvada to put the Princess in the graveyard.
Off. We'll have to see if that is in fact the plan. Looks like Cody's going to go for a Link
Phoenix.
summon.
Oh, that is a Nightmare Phoenix. Interesting, maybe trying to go after.
We have Flamberge? He must have Flamberge, okay. But that's not going to work, is it?
Those two monsters from the grave.
Yeah, and with that Sanctuary no longer on the field to protect Fire King Island.
Oh no, Chainlink 1 Phoenix, Chainlink 2 Poplar.
I can't. I think he's going for Chainlink 2 Flamberge.
Oh, that's tricky
though.
though.
Allow the Arvada to interrupt.
Do you know what happens here? Is actually it's actually not as good. It's actually not as good as you think, because Cody has exactly 3 fires in the graveyard, which are Flamberge, Ash, and Poplar. He has to use the Poplar, otherwise the Phoenix isn't chain blocked. But the problem is, because he has to use the Poplar, he now doesn't have 2 fire level 1s in the grave to revive with the Flamberge. So the Flamberge is not going to bring anything back. So yes, he gets to pop the entire field, but this actually doesn't... Like, the last card in hand needs to be an extender. And they are still under draw, yeah. Orca Zeta, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. The Dumb Seal and Coffee Dude, thank you for the first time primes. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Poplar couldn't target Flamberge. Why not target Flamberge? Well, if you place Flamberge, so what okay. You link off Poplar and another card into Phoenix. Chainlink 1 Phoenix, discard Flamberge, Chainlink 2 Poplar, target Flamberge. You can do that. But if the Flamberge goes into the spell and trap zone, at the point where it would trigger, it's not in the graveyard, and then it can't trigger because it's not there. So you'd have to... That also doesn't work, right? I just Nilsy, thank you for the 11 months. And Elbow, thank you for the 11 months as well. Appreciate you guys. So I think he just doesn't break here. I think it's just not enough. Yeah. Yeah, it's not enough. All right. But you see how I feel like this whole Fire King Snake Eye deck, it feels more fun to play against. It was more, and I think that is often the problem. I think often the problem is that these decks are usually backed up by a lot of non-engine. Because, I mean, Droll was a big factor here. And Droplet was also pretty good. So, yeah. Without Droll, this was a free dub. The Droll had a big impact there, because we couldn't search with Poplar. We had Bonfire. We would have drawn a card with Wanted. We could have chosen to draw with Talents. It was definitely a massive Droll and Lockbird in that situation. Isn't that just an illusion of being able to play when you're actually too far behind? Well, the thing is, I see what you mean. And sometimes it is like that, you know. Sometimes you start playing into a board because it looks beatable, because you don't see which kind of non-engine they drew with it. You know, if they make that board and they have like 3 cards left in hand, those 3 cards in hand could be like nothing. They could be like extra Diabell Stars or extra Flamberges or like whatever, right? In which case the game is completely winnable. And sometimes it turns out, well, their 3 cards in hand are like Effect Veiler, Nibiru, and Droll and Lockbird. And you're like, well, it looked beatable, but it actually wasn't, right? Which is another issue of these kind of 1-card combo decks being able to play so much non-engine. It's like, even if the board that they make seems kind of fair, if they are able to play 18 hand traps alongside it, then it actually isn't winnable most of the time, right? Which is another valid criticism of Snake Eye, right? The fact that the deck is so consistent and does so much with so little deck space is definitely problematic card design, 100%. Fire King Snake Eye a little bit less so. Yeah. Fire King Snake Eye has less room for non-engine, but it still is a lot. For like comparing it to other decks, obviously it's less non-engine compared to pure Snake Eye, but comparing it to a lot of other decks in the game, it's still a lot.
You mentioned Cody is one of the players in the running for the World's Points playoff. If you're not familiar with that, by playing in tournaments, YCS and regionals throughout the year, if
What's
you
a YCS?
do well, you get a certain number of points from each event. At the end of the season, they'll take the top 16 players who have those points, right? And then they get to play in like a small mini tournament the Friday of the NAWCQ, where the top 2 get to go to the World Championship. So a lot more on the line than just the YCS trophy for these players.
Dude, tomorrow.
Let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game.
Speaking
2.
of regionals and such, I believe tomorrow, when we start watching day 2 of this, there's also going to be the French Open going on. So tomorrow is literally a crazy content day. Like whenever we have off time between feature matches, we can just go and watch French Open. Oh, but that one is pre-Banlist, right? We can watch Baron being summoned one last time, I guess.
Bonfire doesn't seem like it, but there is an infinite impermanence.
Gamba, is that enough?
This infinite impermanence, or is it going to be infinite
Is that
sadness?
enough? No.
Nope. Will do.
All right, not infinite sadness, just a little bit of sadness.
Second hand trap check. Nope. All right, good game.
Gonna get that original Simple Spell Snake Eye. No, we talked about this, especially since the lines have somewhat deviated from the normal Link Rebo Jet plays. You could have led with Diabellstar first to not give the information that you had Snake Eye Ash. But I suppose, I mean, you led with Bonfire, which again, you know, you don't really know.
It's a little telling, right?
Yeah. It depends on how much information you're trying to give at the start of your turn. If you led with the Diabellstar, what are the chances they're actually going to use Infinite Permanence?
They didn't open Unicorn 2 games in a row? Yeah, it might be bugged. Maybe it's not Kashtira Snake Eye.
Imperm the Ash anyway.
It's very true. I mean, that's what I like about the Snake Eye strategy is there's a
Didn't
lot of
draw
mind
Wanted? Yeah, but that doesn't fit into my narrative, so I'd rather not talk about that.
It's very interactive.
So my statement is still they always have Wanted, never Diabellstar.
Oak with the Divine Temple, and he's going to send that to the graveyard with the Snake Eye Ash to try and.
Maybe they sided out Wanted to play around Droll and Lockbird because they saw Droll and Lockbird in game 1.
To do that? Because they were still under the effect of Infinite Permanence.
Oh, that's also like, why is he not summoning anything?
Oh, wow, that's a huge slip up.
Oh!
That happens to the best of us sometimes. I know on Master Duel I'll do it all the time because I'm just clicking buttons.
Oh!
So it looks like he is going to link the Poplar way into Relinquished Anima.
Dude!
Poplar's going to be able to.
That's a crazy combo line. I never thought of that. You now have an. You can now activate Sky Striker spells because your main monster zone is clear.
Use this play, so hopefully there's more defense in his hand.
It's all right. That happens to the best of us. It's all about moving on, moving forward, and focusing on what you can control from here on out.
What happened? Okay, so in all seriousness, Cody went normal summon Snake Eye Ash, got impermed on it, and then later on used tried to use the effect to summon from the deck with it, forgetting that it was negated.
Will there be a Drone Lockbird?
And so this was his one card. This was his Diabellstar one card combo.
Doesn't seem like it. We're going to be able to summon the Oak, but it looks like that Ash is going to resolve. Oh, no, there is another copy of Effect Veiler. Okay.
Okay, Veiler on the Snake Eye Ash.
Doesn't have.
You just gotta look. Honestly, here you just gotta be lucky to get bailed out of the situation. If
you're right, he could.
If Joseph has enough extenders to push through this, we've put up nothing.
A monster, he's going to be able to summon that Snake Eye Oak from the Spell and Trap
We have put up no interruptions whatsoever.
Snake Eye Ash, and now he's going to be able to add a level 1 fire monster. They're getting 1100 attack from that field spell while they're
unless
on the field.
Joseph also uses the Snake Eye Ash
in attack mode, since they are bigger than the Snake Eye Ash on the other side.
All Joey really needs to do is put up another monster, because this is one of the big parts of this mirror match is once you have the 2 monsters on the field, you get to play with your opponent's graveyard using
RGB Fox, thank you for the 2 months. Fluoral Vortex, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the first time Prime. Thank you so much. Talons, there it is. Looking at the hand, indicating he has a way to play.
Right back where it came from.
That looks like it's going to be it. I mean, you never look at the hand unless you have a play, right? You have to, please.
Whatever you do, assuming that there will be another turn. But if you are looking at your
do not disappoint me here, but it has to be.
Or means you probably have game or something like that. We'll see if he's going to be able to amass the cards he needs.
Already having original, we're going to summon most likely
but
Oak
just
from the deck.
original
or Ponix.
Wait, no, just Ponix.
It is going to be Ponix.
Okay.
Legendary Fire King Ponix. I make it's funny because I make the joke about summoning Ponix when they're always playing pure, but this time he can actually summon the Ponix. He's just going to destroy the Ponix. Oh, no, he's going to link away the Ponix, and now he's going to use Fire King Line. Does he have Kieran in his hand? Oh, no, Poplar. Another fire monster. You can't destroy any fire with Fire King. You can destroy any monster, but you want to destroy a fire monster, so you're going to enable the Sacred Fire King Garunix.
But if Cody doesn't instantly die here,
back into the spell and trap zone.
There's no way he wins this either way. He only has Snake Eye Ash in hand. At the very minimum, Joseph can make a crazy board.
Type fire monsters from the deck. He's going to destroy Kieran. Yep.
I mean, the writing is on the wall here. Because Joseph saw Cody's hand, he
knows
we go
second, we have access to Hita as well here. Like you can Hita, you can pop the Oak here with the Kieran, then you can Hita it to float into your Flamberge still.
You can see he's just grinning already. He just has to go through the motions.
Yep, he's going to be able to link away that Anima and the Ponix for you.
You know what? This would have been an interesting game if Cody was able to pull through the combo, maybe. Because I would have genuinely been interested to see what kind of board he would have made and whether, you know, Joseph was able to break it with the help of talents. Because the way we did, we kind of fumbled it back, obviously. This way, you know, it's not going to work out.
Ash, he can just go to battle phase and attack per game.
He can do however he wants to do it, yeah.
He also can go into the Princess. He can add a little bit more damage. He knows the cards.
I mean, this is already more than enough, no?
What's going on. He knows
you can just, like, Flamberge, push the Snake Eye Ash to the Spell and Trap Zone.
Yeah, he doesn't need to wait. He's just going to let him go through the motions.
Yeah, we threw that one.
Yeah, Cody gonna definitely probably take some notes from that one.
It happens.
But you know, one loss isn't the end of the tournament. Both these players still have
theoretically a good game. Yeah, could have theoretically become a good game, but it is what it is. All right, that was a quick one, unfortunately.
Just with one loss, not a big deal, especially when you're losing in round number 6 to someone who could potentially go on undefeated through the rest of the tournament.
All right, I'll let them yap for a little bit. I need to go to the toilet, and I will be right back with you, probably in time for the winners interview.
You don't want to let it take over for the rest of your tournament experience. You just want to grow, move on, and you know, give yourself the best chance you have of making it into that top cut finish.
Definitely, the mentality of a winner is exactly what you described. Just being able to control the things that you can. Once the thing as bad has happened, the longer you dwell on it, it just does no good for anybody. You got to move on, focus on the future, and try to do your best from here on out. Learning from your mistakes is huge, and then not letting them get to you is the next step. Because, I mean, I've seen so many players just crumble, like starting off 5-0, 6-0. They make, like, one mistake, and then it's just like a snowball mountain where they just start getting in their own heads, playing, you know, playing themselves out of the tournament. But, you know, if you can keep calm, keep the pressure, like, off, and realize, yeah, mistakes are going to happen. That's a part of the game. You can set yourself up to maybe still bounce back for the rest of the tournament and make the top cut.
Yeah, you have to play every round as its own individual round. You can't let these kind of things take over your entire tournament experience. And you just have to have that mentality, right? If you're going to win an entire tournament, you're going to take some losses. It's unfortunate when some of the losses are your own fault, but they come as you can, and you just have to play the best as you can for the remainder of the tournament.
That's right, but we'll be right back with an interview with our winner, Joey Bellafiore, and we will talk to him very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
All right, what was that? Was that round 5 or 6? That was round 6, right? Round 6. 3 more rounds. It is 11:30. Okay, I'll probably be able to do that. Jesse caught and spotted.
And we are back with the winner of our round 6 feature match. Joey, congratulations. You were able to take it down once again. How does it feel to win on the feature match stage?
Feels good. It's been a little bit since I've been here, since November, so it's good to be back on stage, and it's good to win on stage again, too.
Absolutely. You're definitely no stranger to this table. You were able to take it down at a previous YCS, and you're going to try to do it again. You're playing the Fire King Snake Eye deck. There's been a lot of people choosing to continue playing the pure Snake Eye strategy. Why choose to play the Fire King version versus the pure Snake Eye version?
I've always liked the Fire King cards, even before these new support we had, you know, just Island and some of the older ones like Barong and stuff. I always liked playing the deck, so I wanted to try it out. It's also a lot like Unchained, so it's cool to pop your own cards and do stuff, so I like doing that.
Yeah, we mentioned that. It was very similar to the Unchained strategy. You have a lot of resources engraved. All your abilities are really layered and destroying your own cards. So it makes sense that you're sticking with a strategy you somewhat know, and you'll be able to show why it's strong even in a stage
Did they
like
switch
this.
the angle
So
for these interviews?
How do you think your matchup is into the field? Is there anything you're trying
I
to
could have
avoid
sworn
playing
it was a
against in this
different
tournament?
angle last time.
Nothing specifically I'm afraid of. I did play against one branded earlier in Swiss, which I'm slightly afraid of, just because Giving Puppet is a scary card. So if I can avoid getting Puppet locked, I'll be okay.
That makes a lot of sense. I think that's like a common concern for a lot of people. They're usually trying to.
Have you seen
use
the
their
new
spells to
Underworld
really
card,
mitigate
the
what they're
Skull
trying to
Bus
do
from
rather
the
than using
Underworld?
the effects
Hold
of
up,
the
I'm
hand.
checking
So,
YG organization.
a deck like Gimmick Lock Puppet, or it's just going to really take away every ability that you have. You can't ever let them go first. So a lot of people are just trying to dodge that
It's
strategy.
not here.
But you're already here. You're 6-0. You only have to win a few more to lock in that day 2, and then
That real?
from there on, lock in that top cut finish. How confident are you that you're going to be able to make it to the top 32 and then eventually win the whole event?
Based on how I'm playing today, relatively confident. I didn't expect to do
Maybe I
great.
got
was
one
doing a lot
guide.
of testing, but it's working out, and I'm going to continue to try to win.
Absolutely. I love to see the confidence. You're here already. I mean, you're done more than halfway through the tournament. You're 6-0. You're feeling good. That's what we want to see, and we're looking forward to seeing you make it all the way through, hopefully seeing you in that top 32 finish. And, you know, before we move on into round 7, we're going to be bringing you back to Billy. He'll tell you some more stuff, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I love Billy telling me stuff. Tell me stuff, Billy.
All right, thanks, Asala. Awesome that we have 6 rounds in the book. We have round 7, 8, and 9 still to go today. So 3 more rounds of some awesome Yu-Gi-Oh action. And we're getting closer to going to day 2. So we're going to have to see which of these players is going to be able to come back tomorrow before we cut to a top 32. But at the beginning of the day, we picked 10 duelists. Duelists that happen to have last names that were related to characters from that original Yu-Gi-Oh anime. They have Gardner as the last name and all sorts of other things. Solomon, you see Yugi's grandpa's
That
name
is
as
actually-
well. But
that
these are
is
some of their
very
records
funny.
after round 6. They get 2 packs every round that they win, and they get to bank 2 packs, but if they lose, their opponents get to take.
That is a very funny way to pick bounty duelists if they have names regarding the thing. The anime. Are all the T's tail? I'm trying to figure it out. The W might be Wheeler. Megan Wheeler, maybe? Solomon is obviously because of Solomon Muto. It's lagging right now, but it actually doesn't matter because I want to look at it anyways. We've got 2 Gardners here, probably. What is the William I? What's the I? Ishizu? There's no way. Is anyone actually called Ishizu?
In it.
Ishtar? Dude, is anyone actually called Ishtar? Why is this lagging? Is my internet fine? My internet is fine. Is the stream over?
Michael with a 3-2 record
No.
still in it.
Dude, it's Jover. No, did it die? Oh no. Is the Twitch stream still live? Kick. No, oh God. What are you doing? Okay, guys. Well, This is the break entertainment program. You know, it's actually it's not that big of a deal because this feature match was really quick, so I guess they have some time to save the situation, because there wasn't going to be a feature match for like a good 20 or 30 minutes anyways. We shall just wait and see. I guess in the meantime, we have some written coverage to look at. It's okay. I'm sure the stream is going to be back in a little bit. Maybe their OBS just crashed or whatever. That can happen. We'll see. Surely we'll be saved. Okay. Top tables update round 5. Now that's interesting. This is the sort of stuff that I love the written coverage for. I'm going to be honest with you. Written feature matches, I'm not the biggest fan of anymore. I guess the more content, the better. But honestly, stuff like this, meta breakdowns, top tables, and all that kind of stuff, phenomenal sort of stuff. That's what I love the written coverage for. Even though they could include this in the streamed coverage as well, but I mean, here we are. Here are the top decks in competition in the middle of round 5. These are the decks that we see taking up spots in the top 20 tables. So this is the top 40 duelists of the event right now. And during round 5, this means that all of these were undefeated, because we had more than 40 people at 4-0. So all of these were undefeated in round 5. We have 22% Snake Eye, which is still a lot. A lot. Vince with the raid, thank you, appreciate that. You guys just decided to stop watching the YCS because the stream died. I see how it is. You guys are non-believers. I believe that they're gonna come back. They will come back surely any second now. I will click refresh and it's gonna be live again. Okay, that's the VOD. Anyways. Oh, he's streaming the French Open tomorrow. That makes sense. He has to stream tomorrow in the morning. Yeah. I see. Okay. That makes sense. Have a good night and have fun streaming the Open tomorrow. Okay. 22% Snake Eyes. 20% Voiceless Voice is a lot. Although the sample size is relatively small. Top 20 tables in round 5. That's like only 40 players over like, I don't know how many are still undefeated. Like over, I think like 200 were still undefeated by that time. Or like over 100 at least, but okay. 22% Snake Eye, 20 Voiceless, 10% Fire King Snake Eye. That is a honestly concerning amount of pure Snake Eye in relation to Fire King Snake Eye. Like, that I find very annoying, to say the least, because I would much rather always play against Fire King Snake Eye than pure Snake Eye these days. But it is what it is. So in terms of the raw numbers, was this higher before the ban list? It would be nice to see a comparison from pre-ban list. I'm not sure if we have that though. Yes, by a lot. That'd be interesting. Okay. We have between... Oh, there's Cash Tira Snake Eye as well. We have 7% Runic. Which I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's all the Runic decks combined or if that's genuinely just Runic Stun. But okay. We have 5% Cash Tira, 5% Branded. That's low. I was expecting more Branded. 5% Flu, Troll Despair, but expected. 2% Hero. I think the 2 and the 3% are just one guy, right? We're being one guide by this, right? This is just one. Always. And they are rounding in a weird way because 2 and 3%, the piece of the pie seems to be the same size. I don't know why. Sometimes it says 2%, sometimes it says 3%. That suggests that it's like different numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's 1 Mikanko, 1 Marincess, 1 Sprite Tri Brigade, 1 Pearly, 1 Thunder Dragon Despia branded, They are living the dream. They are actually making Colossus in Branded because they think making Colossus is better than gimmick puppet locking the opponent, which is crazy, but okay. We have Adventure Cashiera Horus, that's a Deception representing. Hero, 1 hero player in the top tables at round 5. 2 Flus, 2 Despias, only 2 out of 40. That's very... Anyone else expected more Branded? The live stream is back, thank God. Oh, I guess it must be on a different... I think it's a different thingy. Have I been lied to? I can't see it. Twitch maybe? Oh, is the YouTube just dead? Hold up. Let me just go through some of these tabs and see what I can close. A bunch of tabs open. Hold up. Up. Yep. That can go. Okay, keep the bingo around. Twitch. Oh, it is back. We might have to... Okay, calm down. Wait, is it back again? Is it dead again? Because I just tried to click this. And this was just live for 2 minutes. This last VOD is was they were live for 2 minutes. Oh my god, no. Dude, we need the last 3 rounds, man. What the? Nah, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. Anyways. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to yap a little bit to fill the break. Well, it's okay. They want you to sleep early. Maybe they are just on the lookout for my health to make sure I get enough sleep and all that. Possibly. Okay. Dude, it's doomed. It's actually doomed. Okay, well. You should have put that on the bingo. I mean, I had no reason to put that on the bingo because, I mean, to be honest, I don't remember this ever happening for any of the NA streams. I don't think that has happened before. They've usually been pretty reliable with that. You know? Anyways, we have a total of 39% Snake Eye at the top tables in round 5. Now, I will say round 5, that is, at this point, we've played 4 rounds, which means we are like only a third of the way through the Swiss portion. Right? So, actually, no, it's only 11 rounds for 1,700 people, right? I'm used to like the 2,500 that European YCSs get. But yeah, this is, what is this? 1 versus Lab, 5-1 at the moment. Gotta win out to be in a good position. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the thing with American YCSs at the moment. They are in a very weird situation where I can show you. Hold up, where is it? Top cut calculator. We've talked about this at some of the other. I remember I've told you this before, but just for the people that weren't there, for these YCS numbers, it's actually quite awkward because they have not hit the threshold for, what was it, 1,770. They play 11 rounds of Swiss and they cut to top 32. And that means that this does not take into account draws, because I'm not sure, you never know how many people draw. 10 rounds of Swiss? No, it's 11. It's 11. It's always 11. For this number. So the thing is, you have on average, roughly, it's not exact because of draws, but you have 21.6 players at 9 and 2 make it into top cut, and 25.9 will miss. This means that if you go 9 and 2, you are actually more likely to not top than to top, depending on your tiebreakers. It's rough to have YCSs with around those numbers. So we had the same problem in Europe a couple years ago, because our YCSs were growing and growing and growing, and the more people we got, you know, we were also getting closer and closer to 2,000, and the cutoff where it gets good again, I'll show you, is at 2,049 players. That's when we get an extra round of Swiss and an extra round of top cut as well. That's what European YCSs have these days, right? We play something like this. We have a little more, but at this point, you see what kind of difference this makes. 12 rounds of Swiss with top 64 with over 2,000 players. You have 9 threes that make top cut. Not all of them, but like you can't even top with 9-3. Most of the time in practice, there's a lot of draws, especially people in the last round, you know, like most of the time, only very few 9-3s make it. But it's like, instead of, it's a huge difference between you are not even safe with 9-2, or you need like 9 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses, right? And then you probably make it. So we are, the fact that we are currently over this threshold most of the time is really good for Europe, because it's really annoying to go 9-2 and not top. That happened to me once, and it like there was a period where that happened a lot in Europe, because we were constantly getting like 1,800 players and all that kind of stuff, right? And this is also the reason why Jesse Cotton dropped at 3 and 2. Right, he dropped because he knew that it was very unlikely to make top 32, even if he wins all the rounds, which is very frustrating. Oh yeah. Word on the street is that the stream is back. Ooh, live now. Yes, where? Where? Is the YouTube also back? I prefer watching on YouTube, but it's not. The YouTube is dead. The reason I prefer watching this on YouTube is because it's easier to rewind on YouTube, but I guess we just won't have that luxury for now. I don't think this break is going to be very long now, because I mean, the round, as you can tell in the background, the round is long finished. Pizza sandwich, thank you for the 14 months. Dude, unironically, I would go to a Time Wizard YCS. I would definitely go. I think they might be a little bit too afraid to make that happen, but I would definitely go. It's crazy how YouTube is clearly the better platform in terms of its player, but we all prefer to go on Twitch somehow. I mean, for live streaming in general, I feel like Twitch is still better. I don't know, the infrastructure and the chat and all that kind of stuff, emote culture and all this kind of stuff is very valuable on Twitch. Also, is that my man, Tyree Tinsley? I think it is. Yes, it is. The GOAT, 2-time YCS champion. Haven't seen him in a long time. Like in person. It must be like 6 years since I saw Tyree. Dude, the Master Duel main menu tune goes hard. That's the most eye contact I've had this week. Oh man. Are they finished for today? No, hopefully, if the stream doesn't die another time. Syriax, thank you for the 3 months. Dude, we talked about you earlier. We saw you beat up Rhyme in the whatever it was called. I don't know what it was called. But we were wondering why it was so easy for you to beat up Rhyme in that thing that they pre-recorded. Well, you couldn't do that same thing in the Master Duel Invitational. We were wondering about that. You had a counter to my deck. It was bad luck, man. Didn't you play like a chaos? What is it called? Well, yeah, chaos deck, right? Name a deck that doesn't counter chaos decks with like Chaos Valkyria and Chaos Creator. Is that Tyree? It definitely is Tyree. I've already spotted my man Tyree. I miss Tyree. I haven't seen Tyree in so long. It definitely is Tyree, yes. It's all good, Syriax. You don't actually have to. You don't actually have to justify yourself. It's all good. I texted him, dude. Now he just left. You texted him and now he left. No, bring him back. Unfortunate. That is an interesting way to wear headphones. What have we not seen on feature yet? Because it seemed like I will say it seemed like they were trying to feature like a healthy mix of like meta decks, but also like with like known players, but also some off the wall stuff, right? It's been like it feels like it's been like on the one round we get like some quote unquote pro players. On the next round, we get some cool decks and then we swap again, right? Not always, but like last round was clearly the meta round, right? We got Cody versus Joseph on like the Snake Eye Mirror. What do we get now? Surely now that means we get the interesting decks now. So what do we do? What do we get? What are we missing? Because there might be some decks, you know, you never know how long you have a chance to feature like, I don't know, heroes or something, right? I'd be down for like a hero feature if anyone is like X1 with it. There was one at the top tables in round 5, so they were 4-0. The YouTube stream is also back up. Okay, nice. Let me switch to that then. MBT is 5-1, so he could get featured, but he isn't on heroes, I fear. Yeah, I think MBT is on Snake Eyes. We need a Kirin feature. You know, actually, we just had a Kirin feature. You're not gonna like it, but we just had a Kirin feature. The relevant Kirin was on feature last round. I hate to break it to you. He's on Snake Eyes. He said he spent $240 for new bonfires. That's crazy. Is bonfire still that much? I guess why wouldn't it be? Are you planning to do a stream and video on how to prepare for a tournament? I do want to, yes. I want to make like a series out of that thing. It takes a little bit of planning and like scripting, and I'm not very good with that. So it might take me a while, but we'll see. I definitely have it planned. Any recommendation for a TCG returner? You mean like in terms of like you're getting back into the game and you want a deck recommendation? Out of the current stuff, if you're looking for something that's also like good, I would suggest Voiceless Voice probably, because that deck is relatively fast to pick up probably in terms of its play style. It's not easy, because most Yu-Gi-Oh meta decks are not easy, but it is relatively manageable in terms of, you know, that. But it still teaches you a decent bit about interactions and all that kind of stuff. I think Voiceless would be a good pick. I don't think it's particularly cheap though, if that's what you're looking for. I don't know if it's like if you're just getting back into it, you don't want to spend as much yet, because I don't know how much Voiceless is, but I'm pretty sure low is still you know, relatively expensive. 65 bucks, that's a decent chunk, yeah, for a playset. Runic Sun. I always tell people when they ask me like, what do you suggest for like a newer player or for someone who wants to learn, I never tell them to play the stun decks or anything like that, because while it might have the highest chance of giving you success in the beginning, because they are just that easy to play most of the time, I do not think that they help you improve a lot either. Like you'll just not learn if you play those decks, right? So I kind of think it defeats the purpose, right? It's kind of ironic, because those are the kind of people that would need to play a more complex deck to actually learn things, tend to play the easier stuff because they just don't want to lose. Not realizing that that's just part of getting better. You do need to lose and make mistakes and all that kind of stuff. Played a lot in the past at Master Duel, but TCG is a little different and expensive. Yeah, definitely. Runic Orchest is unironically really solid right now, and the whole deck is like 60 bucks. I wanted to try that one as well, not because I think it's actually like good on a competitive level, but I mean, yeah, you don't have to tell me twice to try a Runic deck. I'm gonna be honest with you. You guys know that. How excited on Infinite Forbidden looks really strong so far. Infinite Forbidden looks a lot better than Legacy of Destruction. What do you think about Lightsworn Bestials? I think Lightsworn cards are going to be very, very strong. Or like, maybe not very, very strong, but I do think that the Lightsworn stuff has some meta relevance. Potentially. I like the cards. I think they're good. I don't know exactly what version. There's plenty of decks that the cards could go into. But I think with those new cards, the Lightsworn stuff becomes a like playable engine again. I don't think you would ever play like pure Lightsworn. I don't even know what the goal of that deck would really be. But I think as like a tuner engine in other decks, I think those cards are pretty strong. And I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is Bestials, because level 6 is probably still the best pairing for level 4 tuners. Because, I mean, you don't get Baron anymore, but like this pattern is really strong, and like Cheng Ying and so on and so forth. Like, it's still really good. Runic comes to mind, Tearlament comes to mind, those sort of things. Maybe there's even something else though. But yeah, I think Legacy of Destruction overall is gonna be a, I don't want to say mid set, but definitely less impactful than others. But it still gives us a couple of interesting pieces to the format. So I am still kind of looking forward to it. It is a little unfortunate that these cards release in a format where Snake Eyes is still so dominant, right? Because a lot of these cards maybe could have had a lot more impact if that wasn't the case, right? Like, I think I would be looking at Lightsworn decks and so on, and so I would look at those decks very differently if they had like limited Snake Eye Ash, for example. I think that'd be a very, very different situation. Tenpai will be fine. Unironically, I think Tenpai is gonna flop. I'll say it. It might be a hot take, and I might end up being wrong about that. I think Tenpai is going to be like tier 2, but nothing too crazy. For now. I actually don't think it's that good.
Okay, it won't come.
Oh, Billy? Do you offer coaching? Yes, I do. 4 times a week at twitch.tv/Joshua Schmidt YGO.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about that we dropped off there for a second. We had a little bit of a technical difficulties,
it's
but
okay,
we are
Billy. I can
back
never be
here
mad
for
at
you
you.
to bring you the rest of the coverage for YCS Raleigh this weekend. If we ever have some technical difficulties and go down, make sure just to refresh the page, because we are going to do everything we can to get it back up as we did here. Now, before we jump into Swiss Round 7, as we're finishing up, a few matches that are outstanding for the 6th round of Swiss, we talked to some players on Friday. We asked them some questions, and one of the questions we asked them was, how did they get into Yu-Gi-Oh? Where did you get started with yourself? So let's go ahead and take a listen into what some of those players had to say on Friday at YCS Raleigh here this weekend.
So I actually got into Yu-Gi-Oh by watching the anime. 5Ds was my favorite anime. Big fan of Yusei and like synchro summoning. And then that led me to buy a Dragoonity Legion structure deck, I think 2010 or 11 with my parents. And then slowly started going to locals and fell in love with the game.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh probably when I was
Dude, I've never seen 5Ds. Everyone is telling me it's good, but I haven't seen it.
But then I kind of started going to tournaments more competitively probably when I was like 18, 19 when I was in high school. So, and then I've taken some breaks, but I'm back now.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh because I got interested in the show on Netflix. I watched it, and I was so interested I started buying.
Dude, that's such. I feel so old hearing that. I got into Yu-Gi-Oh because of Netflix.
I started playing last year in February.
Is that
So
real?
I first got into Yu-Gi-Oh when I was like 4 or 5. I remember watching the anime with my brother.
I didn't know that was
It was like
possible.
the very first episode when Sodakaiba just shows up with his 3 blue eyes.
I mean, it's
And
good
I
to
remember It was
see.
like so cool, and then I just bought like the starter decks from
Very
there,
good
and
to see.
Here we are.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh by my older brother. He used to collect cards back in the day, so like he just had a binder full of cards, and then I kind of they were just in the house, so I just kind of like picked them up, and he showed me how to play, and then like I kind of took it more seriously, and then like the rest is history. Like I just started playing competitively.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh back in 2009. I just graduated high school, and a old school friend of mine, he was like, hey, there's a local card shop playing Yu-Gi-Oh like we used to play back in middle school. So he said, you want to come? And I'm like, yeah, let's go check it out. And started playing actually competitive.
Dude has a
back
Lego
then,
Bionicles
2009,
jacket. He is
and
based
playing
as
ever
heck.
since.
Dude,
I just love the
I
games.
loved Bionicles as a kid.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh way back in 2002 by seeing the show online. And I remember I was like, this is the best thing ever. I need to try this in person. And I did, and it kind of stuck to it throughout, to be honest. First time I saw the show was on 11 o'clock.
Dude,
Saturday morning,
I was sad at some point that I didn't have any of my Bionicles anymore from when I was a kid, and I checked online, and that shit is fucking expensive now. It was so sad. I wanted to pick one up just for like, dude, I was so cracked I could assemble and disassemble a Bionicle without the instructions as a kid. It's kind of what, like, I mean, I feel like, yeah, is what you sometimes see in like movies when some like assassin can do that with a handgun, you know, when they're like cracked and they can do all that. I was that with a Bionicle as a kid. That was me.
Breaks, but you just keep playing the entire time.
If I got $400 to get back into Yu-Gi-Oh, what do I get? I mean, $400 you can get a pretty, like, you can get a meta deck for that. Not quite Snake Eyes, but I think anything else, like literally anything outside of Snake Eye you can get. Probably. Even including like SP and all that. Pack Drew versus Pearly. Dude, didn't Pack also lose to Pearly? Is Pearly the goo? Pack is 4-1-1. Lose to Pearly, draw to Pearly. Is Pearly just broken? I don't know, man. It didn't look broken on the feature match. Surely didn't. But, I mean, Pearly can be scary. We'll see. What card are we showing here? What is that? Mirror Jade and Sanctifier? What do you think would happen if someone walked through this with a with an Air Neos? Would they tackle him down? Stream offline immediate. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's why the stream stopped, because they had to tackle the guy holding an Air Neos. Maybe it's on like a, I don't know, like 30-second delay, and then, you know. Thank you for the $6. How many? I mean, how many hand traps? It's a very tough question to answer. I think Pearly is a deck where you could feasibly play no hand traps, unironically, in the current format. You could do that. I've done that with Pearly in the past. You could also go the complete opposite direction. It really depends on what you're trying to do with your deck. Pearly is a deck where I can see everything. I would highly recommend playing some amount of board breakers though. I don't think Pearly is the type of deck that wants to go full-on hand traps at the moment. At least that's what my instinct would be. I would definitely play like Talents and maybe even Thrust in the deck. Because what I like so much about those kind of cards in Pearly is you can get the maximum advantage of them when you go second. But when you go first and your opponent like just doesn't have a hand trap or anything, you can just discard them for your Pearly spells. All right, obviously you guys have noticed there's a lot of movement, so pairings for round 7 have been posted. So we should be getting a feature match soon. Surely the stream is gonna hold up and not crash. Pearly was fun until I got debarriered 3 times in 3 rounds. Dude, Pearly was fun until the clock hit 0 for me. How many rounds today? 9. 3 more. We're about to head into round 7. And we've got all the way up until round 9 today. And then the rest is tomorrow. Okay, we have Christian Urena sitting down over here. I believe that is still XO. Because we established this earlier, that this front row is the upper table numbers. The higher tables is up here. So Christian Urena probably still undefeated. Not too surprising, honestly. That Andres Torres? I think so. How do you handle a slow player in time? That is a very difficult question. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if I have the same experience as anyone else in that regard, because with my personal experience is that I haven't encountered many like severe issues like that in the last couple years. But I hear that other people have it happen, you know, every once in a while. I don't know how frequently exactly, but I do feel like there's a possibility that it happens less because it's me. You know what I mean? Like it might be an issue of like people behave differently when they get paired against me than when they get paired against someone that they don't know, right? That might definitely be a thing. So I can't really compare. I don't think my experience at a YCS is the same as everyone's, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I would slow play against you. Okay. All right. Good to know. The honest answer is it's a very like socially awkward situation, but like you just have to call a judge. And the most important thing is that you have to call a judge before it's too late. Because if you call a judge when like the clock hits 0 and you're just like, judge, my opponent slow played throughout the last 40 minutes, what's the judge supposed to do at that point? Like when the clock is already at 0, the judge can't verify anything anymore. Like literally, if you have the feeling that your opponent is playing too slow during the match, even if it's literally like after 5 minutes, tell them to speed up, and if they don't, you gotta call a judge. It feels awkward, but you have to do it. But that's the thing, I haven't had to do that in I don't know how long. I can't even remember the last time I had to do that. So I don't know if my situation is just different from everyone else's or what. I don't know. I don't know how often it happens on average is what I'm trying to say. Ooh, did you guys see that? That was Santoli walking in the front. I think I know who is going to be on feature. I think they were on their way to the feature match area right there. Hold up. I'll show you what I mean. I'll show you my theory. No, it was before that. Here. Look. It's a judge. Well, not that guy. It's a judge escorting these two. That's gotta be our feature match, right? Nice. We're gonna see Steven Santoli. Okay. Mods, make a prediction that only counts if we actually get Steven Santoli in the feature match. Make a prediction on whether Steven Santoli still plays his voiceless voice deck. Make a prediction, yes or no, because he's been playing that. I think the last deck profile he made was the voiceless voice branded version. All right, prediction is up. You guys can gamba your points. I don't know the answer, by the way. I couldn't tell you even if I wanted to. That is just what I was wondering. You know, is he still playing the voiceless voice deck, or has he found something else? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, my logic is the following: if you thought Vanquish Soul was good, not Vanquish Soul, if you thought voiceless voice was good last format against Snake Eyes, surely that didn't change, right? But he also was playing Vanquish Soul at some point, so it could also be that. Who knows? It would definitely be more based if it was Vanquish. But we'll see. Another theory is that it's maybe not voiceless voice because they already featured voiceless voice. Right? They already featured voiceless voice, so would they really feature it again now? Who knows? Gamba your points and find out. That is the fun of the Gamba. All right, the round has started a while ago, so we should be getting the feature match soon. Crab Monster, thank you for the prime, and the V-Day, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the first time primers, thank you so much. Using your prime on the channel means a lot to me, and first time primers always means we're growing the community. Hope you guys are enjoying the watch along. Did Voiceless win? We don't talk about that. Voiceless got destroyed by Runic Stun. To be honest, it was their own fault though, because what happened was the Voiceless player activated Prosperity to grab Feather Duster, then activated Feather Duster. Runic Stun chained a Runic to summon Hugin, and they didn't activate Solemn Judgment on it. They let it go through. And then they Solemn Judgmented like a Synchro Zone. And still lost to the skill drain next to it. The music is really loud, is it? Yannick Siru, Kong, Fai Hugh, Ghetto Gecko, and Samorg. Thank you guys for the first time subs. Welcome everybody, welcome in. I assume that's a lot of first time subs because you guys usually don't get to watch the stream during the week, or you've just found it. But if you guys like the Yu-Gi-Oh content, you know we do that every week, so make sure to follow as well. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. Chat, do you see me? Is that your weird way of asking for a sub because you're called Sunseed Joshi Schmitular? You know what's annoying? It's probably gonna work. Someone is probably already in the process of doing what you are asking for. In which case, please stop. Do not do it. Do not give in. Let them pay for their own sub. Axnu, thank you for the prime, and Xylon FX, thank you for the prime as well. Do not do it. Do not do it, chat. And I'm not saying that to bait you guys. They can't keep getting away with it. They can't keep getting away with it. Zabuza, thank you for the Prime. Kuzakop, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And not Mathmex Circular, thank you for the gift sub. Dude, every time you do that, I'm shocked because at first I think it's Mathmex Circular, but then I read your name and I'm like, oof, thank God it's not Mathmex Circular. Kuri Gohan, thank you for the Prime. B Mindsy, thank you for the Prime. Dude, I'm not getting, I can't keep up with all those Primes. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right, here we are.
Back to YCS Raleigh. We are just moments away from jumping into our round 7
Now
feature
give me
match.
Steven
It's been an
Santoli.
exciting day of dueling here in the main event, but there's also been a great selection of side events and public events that have been going on. Steven, have you had a chance to walk down to that side of the arena yet?
Oh, yeah, it feels like a dueling carnival here. I think some people at home think that the only thing there is to do at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series is enter in the main event and either be first place or nothing. But that is just frankly not true. We have had so many different public events, whether you want to enter a tournament using your favorite old cards from years ago. That's the Time Wizard Tournament Series. Maybe you don't have a deck of your own, you can enter Rivalry of Warlords, or if you decide you want to bring your phone with you, you actually can enter our Duel Links and Master Duel tournaments. So it's just a full duel carnival, so if you're at home, please consider showing up to one of these events in the future, because it is a great time.
I know I've had the opportunity to walk down and see some of those
Dude,
Time Wizard events that are going
these
on. They're
events,
playing all the way back in the
they do sound really fun. I am from Europe and I'm interested in these events. What do I do?
that's taking place here in the main event, but some of those public events.
Where can I sign up?
Really cool stuff for sure. And we also have been hosting a limited number of Legacy of Destruction Premier event stuff. Remember that your Legacy of Destruction Premier event.
Guys, you all don't know the answer. The answer is you need to ask your friend or look in your binder.
Experience between the pack openings, people just getting to play their favorite cards,
That's the answer.
or competing in the fabulous YCS rounds that we've seen so far.
Yeah, we saw that amazing Legacy of Destruction playmat that will be giving out at regionals in the near future, featuring Saphira. That
If you don't have a YCS, just ask your
Legacy of
friend.
Destruction. So it's really exciting. The energy in the room is palpable when we're talking about having a brand new set just on the horizon.
It's going to be really cool to see what those cards look like in tournament play, but obviously that's not until next week. So for now, we do have to continue to use all this cool format, though. Again, great amount of duelists out there still. We've got 7 rounds that we're in. We, again, had 1,793 duelists. Now there's only 27 undefeated duelists left, so we're getting down to the wire as people try to claim their title as the champion of this YCS event.
For those 27 undefeated duelists, this is
Atiku,
really
thank you
where
for
it
the tier
starts
1
to
sub.
feel like you're on the
Big
cusp of
Buck, thank you
making
for
it
the
into
Prime,
day
and
2 of the
Valdemar
record.
Wunderbar, thank you for the
Superior
Prime as
top
well. Thank you
32
guys so
slot,
much.
Even without needing to
You
come
guys
back
are making
tomorrow
all of this
and win one of
worthwhile.
those
You know,
last 2
staying
finals
up all
Swiss rounds.
night.
It's really the best feeling.
We've been
to
live
go to
for
sleep on
over
day 1
8.5 hours, and
in
we've
position
got
with
3
either no
more
losses,
rounds
of
to
course,
go.
with a
It's
guaranteed
gonna
or
be a
one
hell of a
loss,
long day.
knowing
But
that coming back tomorrow, you only need to win
you
one of
guys
those
are making
finals
it
or
all
Swiss rounds.
worthwhile.
No, you're absolutely right.
Appreciate
the
you.
YCS is a marathon, not a sprint, right? You can't spend all your energy or your emotions all at one time because it is so many rounds. But if you secure those early wins and you're not on the bubble defending your life, well, then yeah, it is kind of easy.
Did you see the new Under? Why is everyone mentioning the Underworld card? I didn't see it. It's not on YGORG.
Tomorrow, so I'll just have to learn this lesson and come back in swinging next time.
What is the new Underworld card?
With that being said, let's take a look at the players that we have competing here in our round 7 feature match. First off,
Clifton.
we have Clifton from Louisville, Kentucky. His favorite card
Dude,
is
what does
Oak
that
Fire
mean?
Blossom. Clifton
Why did
is
we
no
make
stranger
that
to the feature
pose on
match
a...
arena.
Definitely a confident duelist. His
Monk
opponent
ass.
will be.
Dude, where's Steven Santoli?
Definitely a confident duelist too.
Oh
It's
my
Chase
God,
from Clover,
what?
South Carolina, rocking majestic.
We've been
Storage Dragon, which is his
masturbated.
favorite card. All right, let's rev it up.
Masturbated is that was 2 words.
Players will
I
be
should
skating
have.
here, but we've got to talk about the matchup, shall we?
Yeah, so this is going to
That's not
incorporate
what I
2 strategies that we've yet to see this weekend.
I
Clifton,
meant
if you're
to
familiar with
say
Clifton,
it's
he's
a
had a lot of success over the last couple of
masturbate.
years piloting branded Despia-based strategies.
Dude, I realized as I said it, I was like, that's not the right way to combine those 2 words. You know, you should not use those 2 words together, you know? Oh, God.
It's the deck that keeps on giving. It is Fluanda Reeves.
Look, it's late, okay? I didn't realize.
It pairs well with Dimension Shifter.
I didn't realize until I said it.
That's why I was able to survive the Kashtira format, of course, because, well, there were a lot of decks that didn't want their graveyard banished, and this deck could take advantage of it. But it also shows you that you can show up to a YCS using a deck that you already know well, that hasn't had any cards
damn it.
Hasn't even had any changes from the Forbidden and Limited list and still piloted successfully, and that's exactly what's going on.
Is the prediction? Yeah, we just refund the prediction because I said it was only.
a relatively straightforward deck. It just gets it done. So again, it'll be interesting to see if those Dimension Shifters come into play. But as we have seen at events across the year, Dimension Shifter is not an instant answer. Just taking away the graveyard doesn't stop every deck, and specifically those Bestial branded players, they get used to this. They know the Dimension Shifter's their weakness, so they form combo lines and strategies. To
New
play
sub sound for MBT.
Yes, they can still
Oh
send
no.
SB Tragedy or Tri-Brigade Mercourier off a branded fusion, and depending on the makeup of their hand, still navigate through a Dimension Shifter quite effectively. And I think Clifton, obviously I commented on, he's played this deck through multiple YCS events already. He hasn't gotten this far into YCS events without navigating
I
through.
didn't quite
In this
listen,
case,
but I
Dimension
think it's
Shifter, and I know
Flu
prior
versus
to that, he was
branded.
still playing branded-based strategies when Kestia Riseheart was a viable option, so he knows how to play around.
I guess that is two decks that we haven't seen yet.
But forget that. We're going into game 1 of our round 7 featured match here in beautiful Raleigh, North Carolina. Now
Yeah, it
see
is.
who goes first, because that will
Bestial against branded. Bestial against Fluanderies.
on our turn.
Bestial branded, rather.
That is absolutely true, and it does
Okay.
look like Chase has cards in his main deck that can compensate for going second. Cards like Evenly Matched, for example, are incorporated into his main deck.
I
even
hope
with
he
cards
puppet
like
locks
Triple
them.
Tactics Thrust to potentially search
For
out
an
that
extra
Evenly
tribute
Matched,
fodder.
So he's well suited for going first because the strategy
Okay,
naturally
7,
does that quite well.
average.
In addition to that, having main deck cards like Evenly Matched gives him some
And-
viability going second as well. So I think Chase is prepared, really regardless of the die roll. And then Clifton from the side
9.
of the
All
branded
right,
deck.
Clifton wins the
branded deck
dice
has
roll.
always done well going first and second.
Let's
The
see
power
if we
spells
actually
like
gimmick
Super
puppet lock. It'd be
Polymerization,
very funny.
branded in red.
It would be
All of the
very
combination
funny
of
if he
the
gimmick
triple
puppets
tactics
a
cards, whether it's
Fluanderies
Talons or
player.
Thrust, just combined really well together. So the branded strategy
Is Flu even the
loves going
best
first.
shifter deck?
Absolutely
I
can play
would
going second
think
as well,
so,
though. So both of these
yes.
decks I think can play going first or second, and it does look like Clifton
There's a
won
lot of
his
fun
opening
there
here with Blazing
in
Cartesian
Chase's
Virtuous
hand.
and
We've got a
Equal
duality,
Starlight.
On the flip side,
Dimension
looks like no
Fissure,
Dimension Shifter this time, just a handful
Eaglin,
of fine
Empen,
defended
and I can't see
friends.
the other one, but okay.
Wanderers are just going to have to look on as these fusions happen. So it looks like we're
All right.
going into
Now the
deck
thing
now.
is,
Just an interesting
Fluanderies
point to kind of
actually
understand the
is
sequencing here from Clifton. Sometimes you want to use branded opening in the draw phase to play
surprisingly
around
ignorant
Troll
when
on
it comes
the
to
Aliber, but here he
beating
values instead
the
putting
branded board, I think.
Blazing Cartesia on the field
It's
because
funny
more
because
likely
Clifton's
that
hand
his
is
opponent's gonna be
completely
playing
cracked
like
against
Infinite
everything
Impermanence,
that
and then he can
isn't
use
like
the
a
Blazing
deck like
Cartesia
Flu,
to dodge
right?
the Infinite
Because
Impermanence
he's
or
got
Effect Veiler.
called by
So
and
instead of
talents,
playing
so
around
he's
Droll
playing
Lockbird,
through
which isn't as popular,
everything
he's elected to play
that
around the
like
more
a Snake
common
Eye
hand
deck is
interruptions.
throwing at him.
Certainly a smart play. in addition to the
Unironically,
experience
like
of the duelist.
he
Looks like after
he does
we
not
saw
lose to Snake
Albaz
Eye
and Rebellion
ever
go to the
with
graveyard
that
to play
opener.
Albion, which,
But
funny enough, they actually
because
fused the names
it's
there, right? We are going to go ahead
Flu,
and
they
fuse
might
a little bit
actually
more
have a
here between
chance.
Luber and Albaz. Try to find where that banishment's going to be placed, but let's take a look at the extra deck and see what he brings out.
Who even has that single copy of Called by the Grave, which certainly when
can
we
do the stream a little bit lower.
Branded Fusion, Ash has always been the bane of our existence, but having that single copy gives him some resistance.
The Bread Baker Live, thank you for the prime, appreciate you.
It would be just a terrible idea to try to
We searched for a Quem, but we can't normal summon it anymore. We discarded for Lubellion.
So here we have Lubellion, which is going to shuffle back the Fallen of
Using
Albaz,
into
so
it's
standing
interesting.
on Albion.
Normally, I see branded players go for these lines. They would chain the Cartesia at some point to like fuse with Lubellion from the graveyard instead, but he doesn't go for the Cartesia at all.
This will allow him to place Branded Lost on the field and then search during the end phase with his Albion, presumably to set a card like Branded in red.
We've seen all day how good the Branded Regained is.
Oh, but he wants to. I see. You want to wait until you have Branded Lost. Okay.
I've also seen variations of this strategy that actually.
Why did he reverse his setup? He's probably left-handed.
On the makeup of their hand, because that way you have a Mercourier in your hand that you search during your turn and a Branded Retribution. So it doesn't matter if your opponent has a Bestial effect. When you try to utilize a card like Gimmick Puppet Nightmare with the Sanctifier Dragon,
That seems to be the easiest explanation. Now,
so it'll be interesting to see
searching
exactly how this
Albion, where is it? Where is it? There it is! Gimmick Puppet! Gimmick Puppet against Flu! Let's go.
Puppet lock is a thing, so we might be seeing a Sanctifier Dragon shortly, and
I haven't seen... What is Skullbust from the Underworld? Can anyone link me the Skullbust from the Underworld? I would love to know.
placing one card at the bottom of the deck, and looks like we're about to draw.
Or is this like a... Is this a... It's a fake card? Oh my god.
Whereas if he sent a card like Retribution, which you do sometimes see with Albion the Shrouded Dragon, he wouldn't have access to a Fallen of Albaz.
The thing is, at this point, it's not even a one guy, because that's like a collective effort. Because this is like, you could even call it a masturbate. Because it's been a bunch of people asking me for it.
Whereas other decks, you get a lot of flexibility. I think the earliest example of that would be Gladiator Beast, right? You play to what's going on.
Stop. Okay, I'll stop. This one was on purpose.
Setups, but it also can really play on the flex. The problem, though, we're about to see when the turn changes, is Fluanderies could do that too. So we'll go ahead and see Jay Straw for turn. Let's see what the Fine Feathered Friends have for us.
Yeah, Brandon in red, he's using it preemptively here, but Brandon in red,
dude, no, don't gimmick puppet them. It's an extra tribute fodder, Clifton.
See the Brandon in red I commented on.
No, Clifton.
Albaz to the graveyard to guarantee that he would have a Fallen of Albaz monster, so that he could use the Brandon in red. Now what he's able to do here is he's able to go Albion Sanctifier with Branded Lost on the field. His opponent cannot respond to a fusion summon, and now the Gimmick Puppet is on the field, and Quem has hit the field. Quem is now going to be able to send a Fallen of Albaz card.
It happened.
A monster, and the Branded Lost is going to search Mercurier, so he's going to be in really great shape against most decks. This one, however,
just has everything.
I hate to say it, but I am unironically rooting for Flu right now.
And that's what that deck is designed to do too. Not only is it very flexible, and you get to sort of deviate.
After seeing this full combo, including Gimmick Puppet and all that, I'm rooting for the birds, right? I would never thought that I would say that. But I'm rooting for the birds at the moment.
Banish it with Branded in red. He added it to his hand, obviously, and then instantly banished it, so he doesn't have a Fallen of Albaz.
I'm channeling my inner Emra.
When he uses his Mirror Jade effect, he's going to be able to special summon back the
Pop
Fallen
the
of Albaz.
fissure.
Which is just absolutely incredible. Again, you would think.
Ooh, didn't even chain the Mirror Jade to it.
But then he activates Pot of Duality and starts revealing cards, and once you see that quarter-century secret rare Harpy's Featherstorm, you know you're in for a wild ride.
Okay, Featherstorm. Oh god.
For his hand is literally all Fluanderies. Effects. And his deck actually does have cards. For example, he has Thrust in his main deck. We already commented him on having Evenly Matched, which is actually interesting to note. He used Dimension Fissure early there. There's a chance that if he used Pot of Duality...
Does Eaglin, does Mercurier have to go to the graveyard?
He actually has Gimmick Puppet already.
Try Brigade Mercurier.
But we are going in with Eaglin and grabbing the M-Pen.
It does have to go to the graveyard.
Such a cool deck too, just in the spirit of things, right? For Albaz
oh
fans,
god.
Amazing.
No, they tributed to they didn't even need Robina because you gave them the Gimmick Puppet.
It's honestly like a really good vibe of the cards. And so
okay, why is the why is the duality in the field spell zone? Now that is triggering.
For duelists at home, by the way, it looks like we have an accommodation there. It looks like the graveyard is going to be on the left-hand side. Sometimes that does happen where the field spells are switched. Just ask your judge. They're happy to accommodate you.
Dude, yeah, where did duality? Okay. Duality is moving all sort of places. The duality has been everywhere. Put him into Clifton's graveyard at this point.
It looks like we're going to take a second here to figure out what Clifton wants to do. While he stares down Fluanderies and M-Pen, it is difficult to deal with. Again, switching those monsters and just crashing through, right? He's the Emperor Penguin for a reason.
Clifton's just double-checking the text on M-Pen.
Not a bad idea. Not every deck is Fluanderies. You know, many people are still playing it, of course, but it's not that. But again,
I don't think Chase has Robina is the problem here. So he seems to, he doesn't have the ability to get more small birds and can't really get enough tribute fodder for all the stuff, right? That's fine. I don't think it's fine. At some point, if you only have Eaglin, you're running out of tribute monsters.
Kind of worried about battling M-Pen because he's just going to be bigger.
Of course, you typically summon Mirror Jade in attack mode.
But he has to like M-Pen for the field spell at some point. Right? So what you want to do this turn is you want to Featherstorm the opponent. Then you want to go. Yeah, you want to go and
Tragedy to grab our Branded in red.
You want to go and summon another M-Pen and search like the field spell.
obviously
Or the quick play
confused to know
spell.
what it is that he wants to do. Sorting through the cards there.
Should have probably added field spell this turn just to add Robina. Maybe.
Look at the text of Mirror J.
Unironically, maybe.
So I think he might consider.
Ah, there's defense mode.
He has the field spell already. No, that's pot of prosperity. No, pot of duality, I mean. Dude, that is
Does not do so right now.
alarming. We didn't even have a way to bait any of the trap cards. This turn is gonna slap.
We have gone ahead and drawn on Chase's side, considering what next bird monster we want to bring on in.
Oh, he has Dimension Fissure up, actually.
Dude, Flu wins
So
this.
what he's going to try and do here is actually...
With a
probably
D
use some of
Fissure
that Guardian Chimera
and an Eaglin.
with that branded in red.
True, Guardian Chimera would certainly help.
That's all they had so far, literally.
I was trying to mix and match because there's just still a lot of cards on the field there. You never know with a Fluanderees player. But speaking of Fluanderees, looks like we're in a normal summon Fluanderees and Eaglin activates effect.
All right, Eagle in effect. Now we have to probably go Empen Tribute both.
That actually adds a question. So he activated the Dimensional Fissure automatically to start his first turn, and then theoretically you could have had Clifton activate his Mirror Jade to banish the Gimmick Puppet that he put on his field. Do you think your opponent just automatically...
Wait, does he not have a
locked up by
target?
Gimmick Puppet, and at that point it's not bad to just banish the Gimmick Puppet with your Mirror Jade?
No
effect? It
targets.
kinda would've been
Uh-oh.
an interesting sequence there to think about what would have happened there.
Not a bad
Dude,
idea, but
he drew
obviously
Apex
the
for
Gimmick Puppet
turn.
just isn't doing the same thing. I would not be surprised if we don't see it again because of that.
His hand has all the tribute shit. Every single one.
Right, when your opponent activates Dimension Fissure in game one, the cat's kind of out of the bag that they're not playing a deck that's typically going to be affected by Gimmick Puppet.
Could be Runic, could be a lot of things, but you're right, it just doesn't say special summon to it. Not in any way that...
Playing one Empen. I think they have more Empen in hand. I literally think their hand... I saw Reza. I saw Apex. Dude, they have 2 Empen.
Luckily our judges are there.
They have 4 tribute monsters in hand. 2 Empen, Ryza, and Apex. How?
Right now, one of the things that's worth pointing out is that Chase doesn't have any...
They play 3 Empen. They have all.
Typically going to be the case, and as a result...
How is it that unfortunate, man? You just get... But like...
The effects of cards like Ash Blossom. You know, typically you try and line things up that way, which is just simply not the case right now. Here we see a kind of nifty play out of Clifton. He's still going to use that Sanctifier.
Nifty.
Sanctifier is an amazing card, even if Gimmick
Nifty
Puppet
things
isn't
are happening.
effective. Here it's special summoning Fallen of Albaz to the field, and now it's going to allow him to activate that Fallen of Albaz, which of course he summoned in defense mode. He's going to banish that Mercurier.
Oh, I think here it comes. We haven't seen the Harpy's Featherstorm yet, but it looks like we decided to go ahead and let it go through.
With that branded and lost, he's going to be unable to respond to effects.
There is no way.
Fusion hits the field.
There is no way it was correct
He's also
to search the trap card.
It is nice to see the Rinbrum, right? The Fallen of Albaz storyline has a lot of twists and turns, but a few of them do include...
It was always... It was always the field spell.
So we can go back into the deck here.
Right?
Yeah, talk about lore. He used his Fallen of Albaz to discard Mercurier to go into Rinbrum.
That's pretty good. That is some anime stuff. If you haven't seen those beautiful Master Duel animations that they debuted at the Tokyo Dome celebration, please take a
Merc
look
cannot
at it.
trigger? Hold up. Try Brigade Mercurier. No. It doesn't have to go by card effect. It just says if this card is banished. Yeah.
We talked about this in
You guys, you are thinking of
this,
Tragedy.
Even with it, it's just not
If he discarded Tragedy, that wouldn't have been able to... He scooped. Oh my god, that's so sad.
game 2, and am I correct? Do you think Clifton surrendered there?
No, I think that was Chase that just...
Why can't it? They said it needed to be banished by card effect, but that is not what Mercurier says. That is what Tragedy says. Speaking of Tragedy, that game was a freaking tragedy for Chase. Even though that hand was incredibly unfortunate, but I think they just kind of tunnel visioned into the trap card. What is that trap that they're... What is that trap in the side deck?
Okay, he's feeling good. Clifton's smiling. I think Clifton is our winner, so you're right.
But how does it get banished? There was a Dimensional Fissure face up.
Well, they're going to have to try to fly again soon.
Scary Sea? Blue Wanderees and the Scary Sea. What is that? Blue Wanderees, Scary Sea.
Right? If you're a branded player, we saw the Gimmick Puppet lock. It's the thing that everyone is so afraid of when they see Sanctifier, and yet, didn't really do much.
When your opponent would special summon a monster while you control a tribute summon monster and no special summon monster, negate the summon, return that monster to the hand. For the rest of this turn, your opponent cannot special summon and can conduct 3 normal summons, not just 1.
Over a card like Harpy's Feather Duster.
Well, I think Cosmic Cyclone also helps
Noted.
too, because when you see something like we did in the very first couple of turns with that Pot of Duality grabbing the Harpy's Featherstorm, you know that one of those 2 cards has to be that, and instead of blindly making those plays, well, a little bit of extra spell and trap removal would help you clear out the Harpy's Featherstorm. Maybe they chain it, but once you've gotten through that, you can go ahead and get back into your game plan.
Does this even work on fusion summons? Unless you play a card that says fusion summon a monster, this is treated as a normal summon? Yes.
He is not messing around.
Oh, there you go.
The last time I checked, fusion summons were not normal summons.
Maybe he has changed his
he's
mind.
realized. Oh, he only put 1 in. He'll probably draw that singleton copy at the perfect time. But I actually, again, prefer cards like Cosmic Cyclone, because Dreaming Town has to be activated in the main phase.
It does, which gives you just such a great tempo in the same way that we've talked about dodging Droll and Lockbird. It's the same
When
idea.
did you check? It's been a while.
Standby phase. Do it in the draw phase. Do it whenever it is that's appropriate that gets you under your opponent's radar. But
When are you changing your name to Sunseed Josh? If I'm ever watching my own stream and I really want to have a gifted sub, then I'll do that.
I still would like to maximize my Cosmic Cyclones here going into game 2, but I'll trust Clifton. He's probably played this particular matchup way more times than I have, so I'll trust his instinct. With that being said,
I would give you the sub. I know you would. I know you would.
It's access to Harpy's Featherstorm. He has 1 copy in his
And it is
minus
sad.
2 copies of Triple Tactics.
It is sad that I know you would.
Weber is signing 2 additional copies of Harpy's Featherstorm, so we'll likely be seeing the full 3 copies here heading into our second game.
All right, so here we go into game 2.
Okay, well, let's see if Chase can draw Robina now.
See if Chase decided to go first. I would imagine he did. Flaunderies is not bad at going first. Great handshake for sportsmanship there.
Ooh, there's that Harpy's Feather Duster. That could be a Cosmic Cyclone, so let's see if Harpy's is
Dude.
actually better.
Is that both? Is that terraforming field spell,
Clifton's perspective,
double Featherstorm, Empen?
all at the same time, right? The Dimension Shifter, or should be Dimensional Fissure, and the Harpy's Featherstorm. So the Feather Duster feels good because you just saw this huge setup of cards.
I mean, honestly, I'd probably just have both in my deck, but
Hey,
either
he
way.
does have both, just one of each.
Well, it looks like he has multiple copies here of Featherstorm, but he has no Floowandereeze monster to go along with it. So,
well, your results may vary. Unfortunately, by buffing up the amount of cards that he could draw, well, he drew them, and he just didn't happen to get any birds to go with him. Only some tribute monsters and some kind of useless spells for this particular situation.
almost looks like he has 2 copies of the field spell.
Dude, search Duster, search Duster.
Does he have his own Harpies?
Search
in his deck?
Duster.
Probably not, but Featherstorm's second effect.
Yeah, seems like he's totally silent on that. Won't be grabbing any Harpy's Featherstorm from the deck.
It also looks like Clifton just drew Droll and Lockbird, which I didn't think he had in his opening hand. So now he's added an additional layer of interaction. If Chase is able to draw a lower level Floowandereeze monster, or potentially a Pot, Duality, or Prosperity into a
Someone
lower
should
level
tell
Floowandereeze
Chase
monster, that Droll and Lockbird's going to be really difficult to play through.
about Fluandereeze and Robina.
Keep everything nice and even.
No?
But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and send
Maybe we let him know that that's a good card.
with the Albion effect, putting that on the bottom of the deck.
So this is just kind of a value play if you don't necessarily need to put Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard because you have Brandon.
Ballin'
Right? It's the
Balu,
one
thank
that
you for
has
the
biggest
Prime
upside.
Fervent, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Goofy Hat Matt, thank you for the 5 months, and Glass Glacion, also thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you guys, thank you.
Graveyard without having to utilize Aliber's effect, Tragedy's effect, or naturally dry.
Sunseed Joshua Schmidt, thank you for the gift sub. There you are.
Discarding another copy of Branded Opening. It actually looks like he drew.
So you just gifted that sub just to let everyone know that you have taken that name. Okay, I see how it is. All right, well.
Having the 2 branded openings in the graveyard is huge. Obviously, it's nice to activate both of them, but they do have graveyard effects, so that may come into play later. Having the Quem on the field is also nice. So we're going to go back into the deck here and go ahead and get rid of that Blazing Cartesia.
Yeah, this is
Thank
one of the
me
most ideal
later.
opening plays that this deck can have, where you have Branded Fusion that's
No.
about to resolve uncontested, after being able to put Quem on the field. It's actually one of the reasons why players have been bumping up the quantity of Quems in their main deck. Now, obviously, you have branded opening that allows you to.
Well, this game is over.
You have the single copy, which is actually only how many.
And this game, unlike the last game, there was nothing that Chase could have done. So, kind of whatever. Game 1 probably had a way to win by searching the field spell. Game 2, nothing you could have done. What a great feature. I mean, in their defense, I feel like they've been trying today. Like I've watched YCS day ones in the past where they would feature a whole lot of jank and it wasn't all that great to watch. Today I feel like they've been giving us a good mix between like they've been trying to feature good players, but they've also been trying to feature some different decks. I mean, yeah, we've had some Snake Eyes on the things, but it's been like diverse. We've seen most of the meta decks, all this kind of stuff. It's just that the way the actual games played out wasn't always the greatest, which I mean, that happens, you know. Bricking can happen in any deck, even though Fluanderies is significantly better than it at other decks.
Yeah, and he brought back the Blazing Cartagia.
We have seen Voice This Voice, yes. We've had Branded now, we've had Flu, we've had Snake Eyes, we've had Kashtira Snake Eyes, we've seen Fire Kings, we've seen Pearly, we've seen Sword Soul, like it's been all kinds of stuff.
And a single copy of Empen, which is certainly not enough to really do much of anything.
We had Runic Stun, true.
So unfortunately, Fluanderies fans, this is not your duel, but it doesn't mean that they won't have another Fluanderies champion soon. But
yeah, I mean, that was just unfortunate.
Conservative closeout there, using really fusions that we don't always get to see. It is, again, cool to see every piece of that deck, and just great navigation of it, using whatever he had to punch through those really awkward and different situations.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, Clifton has been playing branded-based strategies for a while now. He understands the ins and outs. He's probably played against Fluanderies probably 3 or 4 times over the course of the several YCS events that he's played this particular strategy, so it was clear and evident that he understood the deck in and out.
It certainly didn't help that on the Fluanderies side, man, it is painful to draw those cards. You want to put them in your deck from your side deck because they are just that perfect answer. But the problem is you could draw all breaks and no gas.
That's always been one of the issues with Fluanderies. Absolutely, when you draw Rabina, even Eaglin can be a good draw on the opening turn if you have map, but if you simply do not have one of those lower level Fluanderies monsters, your deck isn't going to ultimately do that whole
40 minutes break, I guess? I don't think it's that bad.
Opposite, where he had all of the Fluanderies monsters.
Why is the remix 300k? Dude, don't ask me that. Ask Twitch chat. Ask Twitch chat why we can't have nice things, okay? It's not a question that you have to ask me. It's not like it's my fault. You know? It's not like that's my fault. It is something that we could talk, maybe we can talk about that tomorrow, because we're gonna be drafting Top Cut. You know, I'm down for a little bit of a wager against you guys. We're gonna see who makes Top Cut, and then we draft and we see who does better between Chad and myself. And maybe if you guys win, we can talk about lowering the remix or something like that. I was thinking maybe we wager the Ray song as a sub sound for a week. That's what I was thinking, because you guys seem to like that. Yeah. Masturbating sub sound? Oh, dude, I don't want that. I don't want to have the masturbating sub sound for an entire week. Okay, how bad is that clip actually? Hold up. Hold up.
But what? South Carolina rocking majestic.
We've been masturbated. My God. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. What?
South Carolina rocking majestic.
We've been masturbated. My God. What?
South Carolina rocking majestic.
We've been masturbated. Damn it. My God. Oh God. Oh no. It's over. It's so over. Delete the VOD. Alright, I'll be right back in time for the interview. Give me a second. Dude, just in time. How many rounds left? 2 more today. Two more today. Round 8 and 9.
All right. So we're back with Clifton here, and I gotta say, just an
Nice
incredible
image.
featured match. Have you ever been on the featured match stage before?
Yeah, I've been up here a couple of times.
Okay, so it wasn't anything to worry about being up here, but what was your feeling like when you dropped down a gimmick puppet nightmare, and all of a sudden you saw a normal summon Fluandaries?
Everything up until the Eaglin hit the field was great, because like I win the roll, he rolled an 8 and I rolled a 9. So as a Brendan player, I'm like, yes, I automatically win game 1, because usually you just cheese them with the gimmick puppet, right? And my hand was amazing. I had full combo and like talents and called by the grave, so I beat a hand trap. So yeah, amazing full board. I give it to him, and then my worst nightmare came to realization.
The gimmick puppet nightmare. Well, I gotta say you did great there. Is Fluandaries a deck that you're worried about playing when you show up to a tournament like this?
So normally no, because the deck isn't super popular. So a lot of times whenever I'm building decks, especially like Brandon, since the matchup is so bad, I almost just like make a concession to if I'm going to play a deck like that that's not super popular, I lose to it. You know what I'm saying? Because you can top a YCS at like X2, so that can just be like one of my losses. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't have a lot of cards like super dedicated to it for my side deck, and my main deck's like kind of against it. As you can see, Gimmick Puppet in the main. So yeah, this is not one of the decks that I want to see whenever I'm at a YCS.
Well, you did great. Right now, if I understand correctly, you're X1, right?
Yes.
Cool. Well, that means you are still really in contention. There is a full possible chance that you'll walk home with that another versus Clutonia trophy. So hang in there, man. We know you got it. Yeah. We'll be right back, but first, let's go ahead and send over to Joe over at the caster desk so we can talk a little bit more about our stuff.
All right. We might have a little bit of a longer break before the next round because that one was a relatively quick feature match. So let's do something. Let's talk about something we haven't talked about yet on stream. Let's use this time to talk about the imports that we're getting in Legacy of Destruction. First of all, let's upload. Hold up. We have a couple things. We had Gimmick Puppet Lock. Dude, all we need, literally all we need, is someone just passing to a Nibiru, and we've got bingo on the left side here. Pretty close. We're pretty close. He wasn't locked though. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they did get Gimmick Puppet locked. All right, so the other thing is we can talk about the imports at Legacy of Destruction, which these came out 2 days ago, which I was going to stream on that day, but my internet destroyed me, so I haven't actually seen these yet. I don't know if there's anything crazy that could be here, but let's just see. We have Dandy White Lion, which, let me remind you, I've probably read these at some point in the past, but if this card is sent from hand or field to the graveyard, you can special summon 3 white fluff tokens in defense position. You cannot special summon from the extra deck the turn you activate this effect. Okay, this is, because of that, probably just not a very good card, but okay. Pendulum Witch. Okay, we need to zoom in on the text here because I can't read all that. Pendulum. If a face-up fusion stick, you know what? What if we just didn't read it? What if we just didn't read the effect? We could do that. The face up you control is destroyed. You can add a pendulum. Okay. If this card is normal or pendulum, you can target one card in your pendulum zone. Destroy both that target and this card. If you do, add a level 4 or lower pendulum from deck to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. Is this card good for pendulum stuff? It doesn't read terrible. I don't know. Ooh, Code of Soul. I remember this card being solid. If you control a link, you can special summon this card from your hand. During your main phase, you can activate this effect. Once per turn, if you link summon a Salamangreat Link monster, you can use a Salamangreat Link monster you control with the same name as material. During your opponent's main phase, quick effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard. Immediately after this effect resolves, Link summon a Link 3 or higher Cyber's Link monster. You can only use each effect once per turn. This card is interesting because it allows you to make a relink Sunlight Wolf and a relink Raging Phoenix in Salamangreat. But you're still playing Salamangreat, which is a problem. You know? Is there anything crazy? Is there anything crazy you can do on the opponent's turn? What's like the best Link summon on the opponent's turn with the graveyard effect? Pyro Phoenix Raigeki? Relinking Pyro Phoenix is a board wipe. Okay. Okay. Interesting card. I like it. I like Code of Soul. I am not reading Supreme King Zark Synchro Universe. You cannot make me. All right. And then let's talk about this real quick. The rarities for Legacy of Destruction. On Secret Rare, we have the following cards. Gandora G, the Dragon of Destruction. Silent Magician 0, Diabells, the original Sin Keeper, Ragnar Raika, the Evil Seat, Nightmare Apprentice, Centurion Auxilla, Varudras, the Final Bringer of the End Times. I believe that's the rank 10 Xyz Omni Negate. Shining Sarcophagus, Future Silence, Ragnar Raika, Bloom. I will say the secret rares in this set, right? What do we have here? The Centurion card is good for Centurion players. There's not that many Centurion players though. And even there, you only play probably like 1 or 2 copies, so it's not going to go crazy. The Ragnar Raika cards, I think, are okay secret rares, but also nothing crazy. Diabells, the original Sin Keeper, makes sense as a secret rare, but it's not that good. It's not a terrible card, though. Nightmare Apprentice was a good card, though, right? That card I remember being strong. That's the illusion support thingy. That's kind of crazy, right? Yeah, that card is good. I don't know how I feel about this whole Shining Sarcophagus. I was very surprised. This is 4 secret rares. 4 secret rares for Shining Sarcophagus. Isn't that kind of crazy? Like, that's kind of unhinged. I get that it's like boomer baiting and it's an anime deck and all that, but 4 secret rares? Really? 4? Well, yeah. So, I mean, okay, it's got some solid secrets, just nothing crazy, you know? Like, I mean, Varudras is a solid card. Auxilla is a solid card. Nightmare Apprentice is a solid card. The Ragnar Raikas are okay. The Diabells isn't terrible. And then you just got these 4 Sarcophagus anime cards. Chillin'. But nothing, honestly, nothing too crazy. But that's kind of the thing with this entire set. This set isn't that crazy. You're missing stream? I mean, it's, yeah, no, we're good. Bat Chest Yugi Duel? Okay, what is this? Is this a backup feature match? Or what? Yes? Since when do they have that? How crazy is that? I've never seen that before. They have backup features? Oh god, hero got even lead for the entire life savings. I can't hear anything. There's no commentary for it. Dude. On a real note though, why is this the backup feature? Why is hero the backup feature at 5-1? Why did we feature flu? Oh my god. Evenly into super poly. Uh-oh. The graveyard is a little messed up because is Darklaw only monsters? Is Darklaw only monsters? No, right? It's all cards. Well, I guess that's it for heroes. We just got even lead and super polyed. And that was all she wrote, right? Is hero bad into evenly? Like generally? I think we scooped it up. Yeah, okay, hero loses. Unfortunate. I can't help it. On the one hand, hero is like an anime deck and all that. And it does have some cringe floodgates, but I do find heroes kind of cool. I think the deck is kind of cool. Oh, there's Salmon Pack. Okay, where were we before this thing happened? Oh yeah, we were talking about Legacy of Destruction. The secret rares are kind of eh. But honestly, I think that's because the set is kind of eh. It's not a bad set overall. It's not like a banger either, you know? For the ultra rares, I like the Minerva. Nightmare Throne might end up being a good card. Wake Up Centurion is cool. I think they could have leaned. Honestly, the thing is, there is genuinely stuff here that I was looking forward to. They just decided to make it low rarity, you know, like Metal Tronus is a card that I'm looking forward to big time. The Voiceless Voice card is also good. The Tenpais, like I feel like they decided on purpose to make this deck a little bit easier on our wallets. When you like think back of Phantom Nightmare and the whole Snake Eye stuff, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's kind of nice to have these cards being low rarity. You know, the Lightsworn stuff is very low rarity. The Metal Tronus, the Tenpai stuff. It's kind of nice, honestly. Because I'm looking at this set and there's still a bunch of stuff that I want to pick up, but it's just all kind of low rarity. So I'm down. Tenpai will cost you a friend to... Yeah, Tenpai you need a friend for. Yeah, that's true. It's okay, though. Raika got 2 secrets. I mean, I think, honestly, if a rogue deck gets secret rares like that, I don't think it's the end of the world. Because I'm going to be honest with you, Raika will not be that popular. So at the end of the day, you're going to have to pick up secret rares that are probably going to be like between $5 to $10. And then they're just going to look nice. I don't think it's the end of the world, to be honest. Like, it's fine. Don't worry about it too much. We have top tables update for round 6 as well that we can look at before the next round starts. We have a slight shift in numbers here. We have this really shows how volatile it can be between two early rounds. Because remember, round 5, we had 20% voiceless. Now it's down to 13. That's really just because we're looking at a very low number of tables in a very early round where there's still a lot of people at X and O. We have 18% Snake Eye, 18% Fire King. Those were also way further apart previously. Now they're at the same level. And we have 15% Cash Tira Snake Eye. And this is a perfect 50%. Right down the middle. 20 tables means 40 players. And out of these 40 players, we had 20 fire decks. Half. Half. And to be honest with you, the this trend is probably going to go upwards towards the later rounds, because I think Snake Eyes are going to be likely to perform better than other decks. So these numbers might even go up when we get to Top Cut. We'll have to wait and see. Bandito Dave, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Okay, we've got Voiceless at 13%. We've got Branded chilling at 5 still. Cash Tira chilling at 5. Runic chilling at 5. And then we have 1 Volcanic Snake Eye, 1 Hero, 1 Flu, 1 Branded Voiceless, 1 Horus, 1 Unchained based, a Sinful Spoil Snake Eye, which I'm gonna be honest with you, what is the difference between Pure Snake Eye and Sinful Spoil Snake Eye? What the hell kind of card have they put into their deck to make those cards different from each other? Like, to my understanding, those are the same thing. We've got Pearly, we've got Thunder Dragon, Despia, Runic. Yeah, okay, well, nothing too crazy, no crazy changes. We've got some one-offs popping up here and there. We have an Unchained. I feel like that would have been a banger feature match. I would have loved to see Unchained in round 6. Because what did they give us? They gave us Fire King Snake Eye against Pure Snake Eye. When they had like Heroes sitting in top 20 tables, they've got Unchained sitting in the top 20 tables. Feel like I would have rather seen one of those. Because my prediction is we're gonna see enough of the fire decks tomorrow. But okay. Undefeated Unchained. I mean, this was round 6. This was before. This is basically they were 5-0. They were 5-0 with Unchained. Now we are at the end of round 7, so no idea if they still are undefeated. But we do have some written feature matches we can check into. We have round 6, Dominic Couch versus Corey. Couch is on Snake Eye. And Wigglesworth is playing a Thunder Dragon branded. Oh, it's the Thunder Dragon branded Despia that is appearing in those breakdowns. Couch rolled a 12. Phenomenal. Wigglesworth opened with a hand of Thrust, Fusion Duplication, Branded Fusion, Branded in High Spirits, and Fallen of Albaz. That does not look promising when you go second. But okay, there is a Thrust. Maybe that's enough. No hand trap though. Normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Let's skip ahead. And Snake Eyes take it. It is quite surprisingly how long this game still goes. Which I guess speaks volumes about, like, I mean, this end board is weaker than what they used to do before. As you can see on this image, though, the Omega at some point sniped. Wait, what? This Omega is cracked. Did that open? That's. Oh no, I thought that was. Is that Branded Fusion and Thrust? I guess you guys can't see it. I'm on the wrong side. Dude. Is that Branded Fusion and Thrust, or is that Branded in High Spirits? Thrust and High Spirits, okay. Not as bad. Alright, so wins game 1. And wins game 2. Yeah. All these written feature matches have literally all been Rogue deck versus Fire, and Fire destroys Rogue deck every time so far, without fail. Without fail. Labyrinth against Voiceless Voice was on this feature match. And Labyrinth wins game 1, playing Ariane in the main deck. Kind of based. Voiceless Voice takes game 2. And Voiceless Voice takes game 3. All right. I see how it is. And we haven't seen this one yet. Okay, what is this? McNeil's rocking an ABC deck with a ton of machines and field spells for Unions, Therions, Horus, and even the recently limited Chicken game. Trevette's got a Dragon Link deck with a major emphasis on Bestials as well as some Red Dragon Archfiend cards. Okay, that's probably just like Crimson Gaia and Resonator. Like the Bestial Synchro pile. Okay. Christopher McNeil with Judge Steven admiring the hand. That's funny. Dude, what is this end board even? What am I looking at? Why is there an Underworld Goddess Imseti, a Assault Core, and Therion King Regulus? McNeil won the dice roll and played first. Started off with Imseti, sending itself and Nibiru, adds King Sarcophagus, plays Tuning, adding Revolution Synchron, based, sending a second Revolution to the graveyard, playing King Sarcophagus. Okay, it's just discards the Revolution Synchron, makes Sargass, gets this Colosseum, adds Regulus, specials Regulus, and just passes with Regulus and a bunch of Horus. Trevette has Fenrir, Black Metal Dragon, Seyfert, Serenir, and White. How does... Okay. How does this hand not destroy that opener? How is Regulus pass? How did he... Special summons Fenrir, searches another Fenrir, normal summons Black Metal, makes Striker. Searches Red Eyes. Special Serenir. Uses Red Med. Gets Impermed. Gets Dropletted right after. Okay. Chaos Angel. I'm confused. Okay. I feel like more should have happened to this board. Game 2, we have 2 Imseti, 2 Vision Resonator, and Fenrir. That's a pretty good hand. Is that a winning hand as well? It is a winning hand. Okay. How has the going first player literally always opened Imseti? Horus ABC wins the feature match. With an end board of Dragon Buster, Regulus, and Crystal Wing. Was there some Ancient Fairy in here? There was Ancient Fairy. That is nice. Start the duel with Imseti is a Duel Link skill? I see. I did not know that. All right. And that is where we're at with the written coverage as well. So I guess all that's left is wait for the thing to continue. What will you play in the next format with the new ban list? I don't know yet. I do not know yet. I want to try some stuff. So in the beginning, I'm currently in the position where I'm gonna try to avoid playing Snake Eyes as hard as I can. Because it's still some time until German Nationals, which is my next major event that I'm attending is German Nationals in the middle of June. So that is about 2 months from now. I do not think that we're gonna have another ban list until then. So I assume this is what we're gonna play with at German Nationals. Obviously do we have other releases until Nationals outside of Legacy of Destruction? Rarity Collection 2? Wasn't there a you guys are saying there's also a the Ritual Beast support. I think that's true. I think I remember something happening before German Nationals, but maybe I'm misremembering. Battles of Legends, it's after. Okay, maybe it's after. That's after the event? Okay. Unfortunate. Yeah, I guess we'll wait and see. So I'm probably gonna do the thing. That I usually like to do when there is like a clear best deck, especially when I don't really love that best deck. I'm gonna try to cope on other stuff and have fun with other stuff for a while, until eventually I might have to give in to that deck when German Nationals gets around. But we'll see. We will see. What is your thoughts on Tenpai? I've said it before. My thoughts on Tenpai are the deck is not going to be as good as people expect it to be for now. Dude, you are flexing that giant card Dark Magician Girl when we all know, we saw earlier that this is what you could have picked. You literally stood in front of this bunch of cards and you picked the Dark Magician Girl when Hugin was right there. When Hugin was right there. Whoever picks up the Hugin at the YCS, message me. Unironically. Literally, Dark Magician Girl is like the third best choice. Maybe fourth. The Gizmek's kind of cool, even though it's kind of like not that good of a card. But it's Hugin on one, easily. I think then it's Blue Eyes, and maybe then it's Dark Magician Girl. Blue Eyes is pretty cool. I like that art for Blue Eyes as well. I think it's a cool Blue Eyes art. Who won the last round? It was Clifton Land on Brandon. Is Raika a thing? So I don't know, but I think so. The only information about Raika that I have is that Raika did not do anything in the OCG. However, I think that was pretty clear from the moment they revealed that archetype that it was kind of gonna flop in the OCG, because it seems like the kind of deck that just gets bodied by Maxi every single time, right? And so for us, it might have a better chance. Also, the Raika cards would see some play in like Sun Avalon from what I've heard, although I haven't looked into that and never will, and hopefully no one else does either. Is Ashen really that bad?